Sean Bean's gonna yap.
Yeah. It's a shame, couldn't, it's a shame I have to do driving later tonight. I have an edible and I might eat the fuck out of it on Sunday. And we'll, we'll see how we go.
Is Macaulay Culkin Leggett Lanius though?
Yes, he is. He's the guy with the mask.
Yeah, but is his name Leggett Lanius?
I don't know. I
Okay,
don't think they actually said
because
his name.
I know Caesar is dead. Like I sent you like that long text about why it's dumb to bomb the NCR.
B the NCR, he bombed the
Did
Legion.
you? No, did you read what I?
A world of
All the stuff I
information
sent you.
rests in the palm of
No, it
your
was a lot of
hand,
messages and I was very
and
stoned
networks for
I
instantaneous
was
and
just
communication
tired.
talking
span the globe. Yet a unified
about
vision of our future has never been built. We compete in technology,
how
culture,
stupid
and
it was.
politics.
I'll read it
We
up.
have deadly
Once Sean
weapons
Bean's
that
done
could
talking,
destroy
I'll
our
read it.
Hmm.
planet. Lead us
It's just so
carefully,
stupid to bomb
but
Shady
boldly,
Sands.
and build a global community
And
that
then
can
I found
stand
out
for
that they're
years to
putting,
come.
like, it
Your
looked like they were
wits will
putting
serve you
Caesar in it.
well,
But
Ambiorix.
then I saw that they, like, had
Where
his
the signs
corpse.
of your armies fail, use your head
Because he's gonna
and build
die.
a
Like,
tongue
like,
to
that's the
reclaim the
whole
land.
reason why,
Your
like,
allies will
the
follow your
Legion,
lead, and your
like,
strong
can't,
spear arm will shatter the
like, they're not
resistance
gonna
of
be able
your
to
enemies.
continue. Leggett Lanius is not a
Fight,
leader.
great warrior king.
The only
No,
person who could have led the
hold
Legion
on.
was Joshua Graham.
Hold on. No, no, the Legion is split. There's two Caesars. That's how they solved it
That's
in the
fine.
show. So they're like, oh, there's a split Legion to power struggle, and then the Ghoul bombs. Okay, I'm spoiling the episode, so it's spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen episode 3 of Fallout yet. Um, he basically goes in and saves Lucy, and then bombs the camp to start them fighting. After he just because apparently he has a relationship that goes a pretty long way back with the NCR.
All I was really talking about was the NCR, and because you asked me about Shady Sands, and I said, "Show
Mm,
the Fallout TV show takes place after New Vegas, so Shady Sands was destroyed in the show almost immediately after the game ends by the show's timeline, which I think is really stupid."
um,
And then I said the NCR in New Vegas is the most interesting faction, honestly, like maybe in video games in general. They are so well written, and just
mhm.
to destroy their capital before the events take place ruins all the cool shit they had going in New Vegas. And as a side note, a little bit about designing the NCR in New Vegas. So the New Vegas NCR, it's 100 years after Fallout 2.
Uh-huh.
So basically, like, the when they were designing the factions and stuff, when people were arguing in house about what the NCR should like be in the show and the
Mm,
ideas were floating around, they basically took everyone's ideas to make and then made them contradictory in the NCR and
okay.
stuff. Like, they did a really cool thing where they took like a lot of creative input from everyone working on the game
Mm,
to make the faction what it was, and that's why it's so dynamic. So I said the entire point of Fallout New Vegas is that no faction can be entrusted to rebuild the world because they are all built on old systems. Even the Confederalist system, while vague, gives a future where it will clearly fail.
mm,
The NCR started as the hope of the wasteland, and that's what grew them into the largest nation. They say that too. They use the word nation.
yeah.
But with that size and basing it off old democratic systems led to problems in the old world. They unified in 2189 to form a federal republic based on pre-war systems. So the war happens, in like 2079. The first game is like 2161.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next one is 2242 or something.
Yeah.
And then New Vegas is like 2281 or something. So it's like 100 years after the Great War is when they basically get founded, and then 100 years between that is Fallout 2, and then 100 years
Mm.
after that is New Vegas.
Yeah. Okay.
They were successful early on because of how unpopulated the wasteland was. They also have a, I don't know if you know what this is, but a Garden of Eden generation kit.
No.
Basically, it's this thing that can rebuild the wasteland,
Okay.
and it's in a few games. The
So it's
GEC.
a MacGuffin.
Not every vault has it. Only
Okay.
the control vaults had it, and Shady Sands was a control vault with no experiments going on.
Oh.
So they were able to use the GEC to form Shady Sands, and then they unite. You know, one of the founding nations in the NCR is a ghoul nation.
Really?
Yeah, one of the five
Interesting.
nations that come together to form the Republic.
Hmm.
It expanded faster than the resources they needed to govern. This is a classic example of why empires fail. It's the walls thing. They can't defend their expansion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they are only in Vegas because they need the power of the dam to begin with. And because they were already overextended, this continued extension is what results in all their problems. So they
Mm-hmm.
went to Vegas as a solution for their overextension because they didn't have the power and resources for their nation. So they saw the Hoover Dam as what they needed, and that
Mm.
caused massive overextension.
Yeah. Okay.
And the war they fight is brutal. The most brutal part of the Vegas War is actually against the Brotherhood, not the Legion. Because the Legion, like, a lot of people die fighting the Legion, but you remember where the memorial is that you shoot? And
Yeah.
the guy's like, "How dare you?" in Boulder
Uh-huh.
City. So Boulder City's destroyed because the NCR laid an ambush and bombed the city when the Legion got there, which took them
Yeah.
out. So they couldn't even really fight when they got to the dam.
Mm.
So that's why the Brotherhood is reduced to a single bunker because of how much they dumped trying to protect Helios 1. They ran out of soldiers to
Yeah.
field another offensive. The Brotherhood is a massive faction with the best technology, but it's only Father Elijah's Brotherhood. So it's only one faction of the Brotherhood versus the entire
Mm-hmm.
NCR, who is continually reinforcing their lines to the point where they crippled. But because the Brotherhood has such good technology, the battle against them for Helios 1 is actually what crippled them. The Legion battle didn't cripple them. They still had their wherewithal after. And
Ah.
then I said, the Legion doesn't even have guns. And I sent you a thing from the wiki. And I said, these traits make them, or the wiki says, these traits make them furious close quarters combatants. While where they have few equals, NCR soldiers are generally advised to take down legionaries at long range before they can engage them in close combat. Of
Mm.
course, while their standard kit is light armor and a melee weapon, the Legion is pragmatic. Legionaries also receive training in ranged combat and firearms, though most are in poor condition. Legionaries are authorized and will scavenge for better weapons from fallen enemies and use them in combat. As such, the NCR orders are to destroy their weapons by throwing them over the edge of the Hoover Dam if fatally wounded, to avoid bolstering the firepower of the legions. Higher ranking legionaries, like veterans and centurions, commonly provided with high quality, maintained firearms. So, like, the NCR, the standard soldier has 2 grenades, a combat knife, a pistol, and a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, even if those are in poor conditions and, like, 1 out of 10 rounds fails, the Legion
Yeah.
doesn't even have guns.
They do it in the show. But no, that's fair. It's like
So I said, like, if the Legion actually had logistics to secure guns and ammo, nothing could stop them because they're bigger than everyone else.
mm-hmm.
Like Britain, a costly colonial war with France led to high taxes. So I'm talking about the NCR, they taxing the people of Vegas and stuff. So these
Hmm.
taxes are rampant. And not only that, there's a lot of corruption. Like democracy is fake in the NCR, but that's much deeper shit outside of
Yeah.
like the political stuff in Vegas. Um, so many in the frontier were forcibly annexed and highly taxed, and those taxes didn't go to parks that would improve people's lives. The NCR logistical operations are extremely sophisticated, and taxes help pay for that. And then I just said that they all have, and also the gun runners, they can produce new weapons, and
Mm.
they produce weapons with a contract for the NCR. So NCR isn't just using salvaged weapons, they can actually produce weapons as well. And the gun runners are the only faction in Fallout who can produce new weapons, I believe. Well, they can produce old weapons, like pre-war weapons. They can make new
Mm.
models. They have the technology for it. But like a lot of people don't understand like even the science behind guns and like all the stuff like rifling that went into it and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, any NCR citizen can be conscripted. It's literally like a Vietnam situation where soldiers don't believe in the cause they're fighting for. It's the government forcing these things because they overextended in 2277.
Mm.
It's so in 2277 is when they expand into New Vegas. The game takes place in 2281. So all this shit where the NCR was broken literally had just happened before the game takes place.
Mm.
So winning the second battle of Hoover Dam will not change shit. Like the NCR cannot hold Vegas no matter if you side with them and they win the battle of the dam. They will fail. There's too much going on inside them and how overextended they are. They're going to collapse. And that's what Caesar says when he says their failure is inevitable and then he starts talking about dialectics incorrectly.
Mhm.
But he's like, right, their failure is inevitable. And then these problems still exist in the default most common ending. There's no reason to bomb them to reduce their power and fracture them. It just makes the cause of that fracture a fucking bomb instead of imperialism.
Hmm.
And then I said, also, is Caesar still alive in the show? How has he how he has terminal brain illness and nobody could replace him? It would fracture like Yugoslavia, which I guess is what did happen. But like to make them fall because of a fucking Vault-Tec bomb going off
Mm.
in shady stands instead of their overextension and imperialism and everything that was built up in the politics around New Vegas is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
It minimizes everything about the NCR in the games by just
Well,
destroying them with a bomb like that.
I have a feeling that they did that because of that reason. It would have been too much of a headache for them to navigate that kind of thing.
I don't know. Oh, like you go through New Vegas and it's pretty clear. Like you talk to the sharecroppers and even they're like, "This shit sucks." Like it's pretty clear. Like they don't spell out imperialism at all.
Mm.
Also, another fascinating thing about the NCR is they have inflation, so they
Mm.
print money, right? And the money is increasingly worthless, so
Yeah.
that even the Legion coins have more stable currency than the NCR because it's a fiat currency. And
Hmm.
so it has all the problems of a fiat currency
Yeah.
amplified, which is also fascinating if you're into like that type of shit too, that they don't have their dollar pegged to anything. So it's got
What
rampant
would they
runoff
peg? What
inflation.
what would they peg it to?
The
Bottle
bottle
caps?
cap. So like merchants won't even take or won't even take NCR dollars.
Hmm.
You can still because like in the game you just trade them and they give you the value in caps.
Yeah.
So you technically can buy things with NCR dollars, but okay.
Hmm.
Anyway, Here's Johnny.
I'm just enjoying the show.
And China is ripping itself apart. The ruling government is quickly losing the country to a rising communist revolution. It's a well-organized military movement supported by the Soviet Union, led by revolutionary Mao Zedong, and they're now marching across the country, driving out the ruling government all the way down to here, where the government leaders and over 1 million loyalists and soldiers retreat on boats and planes across this strait to a Chinese island that had been taken over by Japan but had just been liberated. Mao's fighters can't go any further. They can't reach the island without a proper navy or air force, which they did not have yet. For now, the near-defeated Republic of China is safe on this island. And this isn't just any island. 400 years before this, Portuguese explorers arrived here. Ilha Formosa, or Beautiful Island. It was sought after by empires from Europe to Asia for its fertile land and strategic military and trade location at the heart of Asia's ocean corridors. China had lost this island for 50 years to Japan, but the winners of World War II said that China would get it back. The island was called Taiwan, and now it was home to the Republic of China's government. They're safe here for now. Back here on the mainland, Mao declares the People's Republic of China, a new communist nation that was to restore the greatness of the Chinese nation after years of domination by outsiders. Literally a day later, the Soviet Union recognizes Mao's government as the legitimate government of China. But this civil war isn't actually over. Both sides still claim to be the rightful government of China, and the Republic of China government plans to continue to fight from their island refuge to eventually take back the mainland. They rule the island with a military government that arrests, imprisons, or executes anyone suspected of disloyalty or communist sympathy, or anyone who wants independence from all of this. Meanwhile, Mao is working on his navy, getting ready to cross this strait. He's gathering his forces and building his capabilities to be able to complete his takeover of the entire country. But not yet. Now, the US is out here in a big way. They just defeated Japan in World War II. They're kind of trying to leave Asia, and they're eyeing all of this and deciding to not get involved. They don't recognize Mao's new country, the PRC, and they do hate that a communist government now controls the world's most populous country. But they have other priorities, namely rebuilding Europe after the big war. They've just created a big military alliance with their European allies to counter Soviet influence. The Soviet Union was their friend in the war, but is now their rival. Oh, and they just got nuclear weapons like the US did 4 years earlier. President Truman's Secretary of State draws this line on a map, shows it to people at a press conference, saying that anything outside this zone is outside of America's defense commitments. This includes Korea and Taiwan that, remember, the US said would be given back to China after the war, and Vietnam, where local communist fighters are kicking out the French, declaring a new communist country that is being recognized by China and the Soviet Union. This is all concerning to the United States, but this is outside of their perimeter. Back in Washington, the communist hawks are hating that the US is letting communism spread in Asia, that Taiwan will soon fall. But Truman says this is a civil conflict in China. We're going to leave it to them to work out. That's the policy. That is until everything changes all at once. It's a morning in the summer of 1950, and a flood of Korean troops from the Soviet-aligned side of Korea rush across this line. They tear through the American-aligned South, almost taking the whole country in just 11 weeks. It's another communist revolution, and these soldiers are equipped with Soviet guns, tanks, and artillery. They invaded only after getting the green light from the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin, who also, by the way, said they needed to get the green light from Mao. Now, Mao had been hesitant to support this invasion of Korea, knowing that it might invite the wrath of the United States, but he had to show that he was willing to support communist revolutions everywhere. Eventually, he would commit some of his troops to go fight in Korea to help his fellow communists liberate the Korean peninsula. Now, the US doesn't have troops in Korea in this moment. Remember, it's outside of their perimeter, but now they're starting to change their mind. This is starting to look like a coordinated communist conspiracy all across the region. It's threatening to turn the whole map red.
Oh no! Oh no!
But there's still time to push it back. the US crosses the line that they drew a few months earlier and goes full force to stop the spread of communism. Truman tells the nation that he's sending troops to Korea, and in the same speech, he also says that he's ordered a huge naval fleet to Taiwan to, quote, prevent any attack. He's not going to let Mao take the island now. And to justify this sudden U-turn, Truman says something that will influence how the US approaches this situation to this day. He says that Taiwan isn't actually officially a part of any country yet. It had been a Japanese colony until 1945, when Japan surrendered it when they lost the war. But they technically haven't worked out their sovereignty in any official treaty yet. So for now, Taiwan's status is technically undetermined, which makes it okay for us, the United States, to move in and protect it from Mao. Now, Mao is looking at all of this, and I can imagine he's feeling some regret over the green light he gave the North Koreans to invade the South. It was looking more like a strategic error, which brought the US into his neighborhood, prevented him from taking this island. And so, for the next 3 years, this brutal Korean War rages on. It eventually settles into a tense stalemate that still hasn't ended. So it's 1953, and it's looking like the US is going to be in Asia for a while, all in the name of containing the spread of communism, which they do by building out a chain of island bases that form this line of defense against their communist enemies. And you can see that Taiwan is right at the center of it. Congress gives the president full authorization to defend Taiwan. The president is allowed to
Look
put
at
nukes on
Portugal's
the island.
agendas.
Hold on.
Says no hesitation to use nuclear weapons. Respects other civilizations that project strength with nuclear weapons.
That's cool.
Damn, Rome is still a monarchy?
I pretty much fucked them when I raided them.
Cleopatra is still a classical republic. Coupe is still a monarchy. Damn.
What's my military strength? It won't tell me.
I'll tell you in a second here. I'm confused. They didn't change governments, I guess. Unless they didn't research anything to like in the ideology tree here.
Not sure.
Like they should all be in like weird that they didn't upgrade their governments. They're just working with less policy cards, I guess.
I guess so. It's strange.
Mao, meanwhile,
Your
is
military
reshaping his
strength
country
is
in huge ways,
956.
and he needs to drum up support from his people, which
Wow.
he does by initiating an attack, unleashing tens of thousands of
I
rounds
could
of
pretty much
artillery on
wipe
these
out
close-by
Rome at this
islands
point,
that
I
the
reckon.
Republic of China still
I'm
controls.
on his border, about to invade him.
Well, send me a joint war.
Well, I'm gonna wait for this
The
aid
U.S. wants
request
to show
to
Mao
expire
how
now.
serious they are
with
about coming
Poundmaker
to
in 4
Taiwan's
turns,
defense. U.S. military
then
planners draw up
invite
plans to drop
Poundmaker
nukes
to
on
do
the
the war.
PRC. In one
Okay,
plan,
I'm
they
gonna move my
calculate up to
troops
1
down
million potential
to his
casualties
borders.
if they do the attack. But they never do. But they do send in a huge armada of military hardware. 2 super aircraft carriers and their destroyer convoys, 56 combat aircraft, a bunch of their most high-end missiles, capable of deploying nuclear weapons, not to mention all the backup in Japan and the Philippines. The US is there, making good on its promise to defend their strategically important island, to keep supply lines open and force Mao to think twice before invading. Now this is looking like the beginning of another bloody war, which is exactly what the Soviet leader back in Moscow is thinking. He sends a telegram to the United States, a pretty long
I'm gonna
telegram,
buy some spies.
telling them to back down.
I have room for
This
it.
hasty military buildup with nukes that are all concerning a Chinese island that was never theirs. He says this is an open provocation, and then he reminds the US that China isn't alone. China and the Soviet Union are friends. brothers in communism.
Oh, no,
and
I
he says
can't.
that an attack on China will be treated as an attack against the Soviet Union, which will lead to World War III, this time with nukes. Then he signs it. Sincerely, N. Khrushchev. I mean, this is a tense moment, but ultimately, both sides back down. But not really. The US keeps tens of thousands of troops here. They keep their nukes ready to go. And right here across the strait, neither of the two Chinas want the other to have the last shot. So they keep shooting a few shells at each other every day, eventually settling into this weird rhythm. Mao's PRC troops fire a few shells. The next day, the Republic of China troops on Taiwan would fire a few shells of their own, never hitting anything valuable or lethal, but just a reminder that tension is high. They will go on to do this every day for the next 21 years.
I need aluminium.
Okay, so we just narrowly avoided World War III, and things are about to dramatically change here. But first, I should probably thank today's sponsor, because sponsors are how we're able to make our videos, so let's do that real quick. Thank you, NordVPN, for sponsoring today's video. Nord is a longtime sponsor, and it's one that I actually use, especially when I'm traveling. I used to mostly use it when I was in other countries and I wanted to connect to the internet via the United States. That was very useful for a lot of reasons. But more and more, NordVPN has become a threat protection tool. It allows me to surf the internet and feel protected from all of the malicious things that happen in the background, especially when I'm on like public Wi-Fi in a cafe or a hotel or an airport. I have this thing running in the background, and it helps block phishing links, sketchy websites, malware, and even fake online stores. They've got this dark web monitor that
You have different
alerts me
governments.
if my credentials
Bitch, it's
are
not
ever
my fault your
found
civics
on
suck.
these dark web databases where people steal identities.
Who's
And
mad
these
at
work
you
even if I'm
for-
not connected to a VPN
Coupe,
server.
he's mad
It all
I have
kind
a
of just
different
runs in the
government.
background. I don't really
He's
have to
mad
do
that I'm
Amazing.
not
It's a very
a
affordable way to
monarchy.
stay safe on the internet, and you can get a big discount if you go to nordvpn.com/Johnny
Wow, nobody
Harris.
likes him.
You'll get a big discount on the 2-year plan plus 4 extra
wow,
months
my
for free.
helicopters
Again, that's
consume aluminium.
nordvpn.com/Johnny
Yep.
Harris. Thank you, NordVPN, for
Okay,
sponsoring
I'm
today's
getting rid of
video,
the
for supporting
helicopters.
our journalism. And with that, let's dive back into the map of Taiwan. Okay, welcome back.
At
It's
least
now
one
the
of
end
them.
of the 1950s. We're moving into the 60s.
Do
and
the
the
tier
US
below
is
helicopters.
very much in
'Cause
Asia,
they'll still be like
obsessed
cabs
with
that you
stopping the
can
spread of communism,
use to
including
raid.
in Vietnam. They have this defensive island chain on the map with Taiwan at its center. Tensions
they'll
continue
produce
to
faster,
rise.
so a
In
lot
the
of times
1960, the
it's
U.S.
beneficial
puts
to
nuclear
do
weapons on the
a tier
island
lower.
itself.
There
Over
is no
here,
tier
the
lower.
Soviet Union is
Then a
heavily
helicopter?
supporting the
Yep.
new People's Republic
It's,
of China, including helping them develop and deploy nuclear weapons,
I clicked
which
off the
China
screen.
officially gets in
I can't
1964.
get helicopters yet,
so now
so I
things
can
are a
tell
lot
you
more
what it is.
tense right here. But it doesn't take long before this
can't devolve
relationship
them.
starts to shift.
No.
These
I
two
mean,
communist
when you build.
empires start to diverge. They start to disagree
Cavalry
on
is
how
the
each other is carrying out the
lower.
communist promise. Mao is radically
only
and
costs 10
violently
horses.
transforming his China, punishing anyone he sees as disloyal,
Yeah, I
running
can't devolve
huge
them.
societal
Yeah.
experiments
So
on
I'm saying,
farming and the economy.
instead of making more
And it's not
helicopters,
working.
make
Crops are
cavalry.
failing,
I
food
can't
is
make
disappearing,
cavalry.
tens of millions of people are starving. The Soviets see Mao as reckless,
You
unpredictable,
should be able to.
destabilizing, and ungrateful
How?
for all of
I've
the
uploaded
support
I can make-
that they've been
it
giving
won't
him.
let me.
Meanwhile, Mao
I
is
can make
falling out of
cavalry
love
and
with the Soviets
helicopters.
as well, saying that they're too accommodating
How?
to the capitalist West, not real mark.
I'm not saying
That's not a
downgrade your
thing.
unit.
That's literally not a thing. I
Look,
cannot make
cavalry?
them. I cannot make lower units.
We got cavalry and
Yeah,
helicopter.
okay. I cannot make cavalry. I don't know how else I can say it to you.
Maybe you need a stable or something. I don't know.
My encampment is maximal, like maximized. That's not it. It's the civic is too high. The tech is too high. It won't let me make cavalry.
Huh. I guess, because I can't make warriors either. Spec Ops don't cost any strategics.
Mm.
Neither do mortars.
I think I am going to get rid of the helicopters, but I'm going to just get them killed.
Yeah. The aluminum they consume should be their repair cost. It shouldn't be per turn, I think.
Well, my helicopter isn't repairing itself, so...
Oh, so you're... they won't heal if you don't have aluminum, yeah.
Texas. Tension rises fast, and soon they're clashing at their shared border. The Soviets are threatening to strike China's nuclear facilities that they just helped build.
That would have been so funny.
And look who comes into the scene. This is a huge moment for the US, who is watching this big communist alliance fracture. What if they could divide them even further? Richard Nixon becomes president in 1969, and he's intent on playing the China card against the Soviets. And he does so by sending his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, to secretly start communicating with the Chinese. The US had no formal relations with China. They were enemies. They didn't talk to each other. So Kissinger had to talk to the Chinese using Pakistan as a middleman. They send messages, they arrange a meeting, and soon Kissinger flies to Pakistan, says that he needs some rest, but secretly he sneaks onto a plane that takes him to Beijing, breaking into this place that has been cut off for 2 decades. Now, why is Mao entertaining this cozying
All right, we
up
need to
to
move
his
very
enemy,
quickly
the
because I'm about to
Americans?
run out of
Well,
oil.
he's concluded that the Soviet
And I have
Union,
no
who has
uranium
weapons
to upgrade
pointed
my
at
shit.
China at this point, is a more immediate danger, and that the Americans are maybe willing to bargain. Bargain about
I
this.
sent you a deal.
But not if they still have troops and nukes on Taiwan, their giant military base right off his
Can't buy
coast.
spies.
So here's Kissinger in this huge moment in the story. He's in Beijing talking to Prime Minister Zhou Enlai, Mao's right-hand man, and the conversation almost immediately goes to Taiwan. The Prime Minister is sharp on his
I don't see
historical
any
details,
deal.
and he starts off by telling Kissinger basically the story that I've told you so far. He reminds Kissinger that after World War II, Truman was okay with Taiwan being a part of China. That is until he suddenly changed his mind when the Korean War broke out, and starts calling Taiwan's status undetermined, a stance China deeply rejects. And then suddenly, the US takes over Taiwan, a Chinese island, and turns it into basically a huge military base with nuclear weapons, 130 kilometers off the Chinese mainland, and the
Yeah, it
center
says
of a military
we have a
effort
trade deal
to
right now.
contain China and its neighbors.
You must have
Kissinger
accepted it.
agrees with this. He says
I gave you
in
oil.
this private conversation
Like
that if the
ages
Korean
ago.
War didn't happen,
No, I
Taiwan
just
would
sent you one.
probably belong to the PRC.
For
There's
plums
nothing
for
but
whales,
oil.
it says
previous
trade deals
administrations
enacted.
made Taiwan a key
And I
part
sent
of the
you
Korean
oil
War.
for coal
So
and aluminum.
Here we are. But then he says,
Yeah,
we're
I did
different
that
now.
already, like,
we're no longer going
10
after
minutes ago.
communism
Yeah,
for
that's what I-
communism's sake.
Well,
The
you
new
just
President
you just said you needed oil, and I was reminding you that I was sending you
Yes,
oil.
I
I didn't
still
know you
need
accepted
oil.
it yet.
Because I have...
I was just telling you that I sent you oil.
I'm getting
I-
7 per turn, and I'm using 15.
Okay, I
So
was
we
just
need
trying to
to-
tell you that I sent you oil. I didn't know you
We need
accepted
to
it yet.
invade Rome
Okay.
so I can
and,
kill my
quote,
units and
operates on a
start
different
stockpiling
philosophy.
oil again.
We can be friends even if you're communists. Now, Kissinger's main goal is to befriend the PRC to divide it from the Soviet Union. But even with that in mind, Prime Minister Zhou says that he trusts Kissinger. He believes him. But then he says that the key question is if the US is ready to recognize that Taiwan's status is not undetermined, that it is a part of China, and that there is only one China. He says, quote, "This is the crux. Nothing can happen unless you agree to that." And Kissinger says, yes, we're not advocating for two Chinas or one China and one Taiwan, but look at the language in this transcript. He vaguely remarks that, quote, "As a student of history, one's prediction would have it be that the political evolution is likely to be in the direction that the PRC wants." This is a tactfully vague way of saying that Taiwan will probably be reunited with the PRC, but we'll see. Kissinger is kind of throwing Taiwan under the bus here, at least in the words of one expert I talked to. But again, his goal is to get leverage over the Soviets, so he's willing to give something up to the Chinese. He promises to not support any independence movements in Taiwan, and he even says that the US will take out all their troops. But in return, he needs the PRC to tell
It
the
won't let me
communist
sleep
fighters
my
that they're
fucking
supporting in
units either.
Vietnam to negotiate a peace deal
If I
to
sleep my
release
units,
American
do they
prisoners of
consume
war
shit?
so that the US can leave Vietnam.
No, it just
And
means
Joe's like,
that
We'll try.
it won't tell you to
And
move them
soon
next
there's a
turn.
sense of agreement in the room. The Prime
Until you
Minister
wake them
says he's
up.
hopeful.
Mm.
It sounds like these enemies are taking the first steps towards friendship. And soon, everything changes once again really quick. Hey, before we continue, I need to tell you about the platform we've been building that we're launching.
Blah, 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 blah.
See as a real country, but they're warming up. During this visit, Nixon has some secret talks with Zhou Enlai, Mao's right-hand man who Kissinger had negotiated with. The declassified transcript of these private conversations contains a moment where Nixon
Nice, I got
straight
2
up,
free
in his
technologies
own
from
words,
a great
acknowledges
admiral.
that, quote, there is one China. Taiwan
Which is
a
great,
part of
'cause I don't
China.
have good
and then he
science.
says that if he could control the American bureaucracy
caught
back
me up,
home, he
actually.
would tell them to do away with referring to Taiwan's status as undetermined. That was not American policy towards Taiwan.
Norway's
but you can
got
almost
no
feel
culture
how
and
eager
no
Nixon
science.
is to make this friendship work,
Weird.
He's
to
not even a
divide the
threat.
Soviets from their big ally. But he's kind of getting ahead of his skis. So it's 1972, and Nixon and Kissinger have successfully pulled off this rebalancing. They've gained a ton of leverage over the Soviets by dividing them from the Chinese and then starting to befriend them. And then the Vietnam War ends. Not quite with the support from China that Kissinger had envisioned, but the troops are gone, which lowers tensions even more. In 1974, the US takes its nukes off the island, another down payment towards full friendship. Soon after, Mao, the revolutionary who started this country, dies. And the leaders who take his place come in much more open to trade in the global
Did you hit by the
markets.
disaster,
The
did you?
US sees huge
I guess
potential
so.
here. So in the late
I think
70s,
it's down here.
President Jimmy Carter finishes what Kissinger and Nixon had started a few years earlier. The US officially recognizes the People's Republic of China as the only China, no longer recognizing Taiwan. They move their China embassy from Taipei to Beijing. More countries are flipping as well. At this same time, the US erases the treaty that says that they would protect Taiwan. They remove all troops from the island, and that shooting match that had been going on for years every day, that finally stops. Capitalism with Chinese characteristics is taking off, and these two are trading, reshaping the global economy.
That's
It's
right,
a
bitch.
monumental shift in
Nobody
just a
can
few
resist
years.
the market
And just
reform.
as Kissinger and Nixon wanted, it weakened and isolated the Soviet Union, and it started a new era for
Who
Chinese
voted
American
against
relations.
this? What asshole?
But notice that in all of this, even during all the friendship, all the visits,
Norway?
the U.S. never publicly acknowledges
Norway
what Nixon said
was the
in
only
private,
person who also had
that Taiwan
Diplo favor,
is a
and they
part
just
of
spent
China.
all of it
They
to try to
recognize
deny
that
me
Beijing
aid.
thinks this,
Hilarious.
but they continue to operate with
Why?
the ambiguous
That was really
policy
stupid,
that Truman
Norway.
laid out in the 50s, that
Hey, Golden Age.
Taiwan's status is undetermined. In a short time, Taiwan went from core ally to diplomatic orphan on the world stage. And many Americans and members of Congress didn't feel right about abandoning an ally that, by the way, is changing into a more open and developed economy and society. We're abandoning them all to embrace a communist, authoritarian former enemy? What message does this send to our other allies? So while Carter is normalizing relations, Congress is passing a law to reassure Taiwan. The law says, yes, the US doesn't recognize Taiwan as a country, but we will still support it as a partner. And crucially, the law says that even though the troops are leaving, the US is required to sell weapons to Taiwan so that they can defend themselves. And finally, if that wasn't enough, the US will maintain capabilities to come to Taiwan's rescue if they're ever to be invaded. But they stopped short of saying that they actually would come to their rescue. It was intentionally crafted to be ambiguous, to give reassurance to Taiwan so that they didn't go declare independence, cause a conflict, but not to make promises that would anger China, who, by the way, sees this law as cheating the spirit of their agreement, seeing the US as an insincere friend. Because remember, China's position here is that they are officially the government
I just removed
of China, which
Tarjan's,
includes Taiwan, which was to be
city-state
given back
loyalty.
to China after World War II.
So the
Allies
city-state
said
that
they
would have
would,
went to
and
war
that
with us
Taiwan
will
would be
now
like any other part
not.
of China today if the US hadn't stepped in the 1950s. That's their position. And they begin a campaign to try to convince Taiwan to come back into China peacefully, but it's becoming too late. This whole time, Taiwan has been transforming, its economy looking like one of those miracles. And by now, it's replaced its decades of military dictatorship with a democracy. It's the 1990s, and they're holding elections for the first time on the island. The US is loving this. They want to support it. They give one of the candidates in the election a visa to come visit the United States. And for China, this has gone too far. They immediately recall their ambassador from Washington, D.C. They amass 100,000 troops across the Strait of Taiwan, right here at this strait. They launch missiles, including ballistic missiles that land 20 miles northwest of the island. There's warships and aircraft. They're threatening the island, warning them against embracing democracy in the United States.
Better
But here comes
not.
the response. It's March 1996.
We don't like
The U.S.
that.
sends 2 aircraft carrier battle groups to the waters near Taiwan. It's the largest show of force in this region since Vietnam. The standoff dies down, and while all of this is happening, on the island, this first democratic election goes forward peacefully. Taiwanese voters turn out in huge numbers, 76%. They're defying this attempt
no
to be
fucking
bullied
way.
by their big neighbor who they identify less and less with. And the world watches as a symbol of democracy flourishes in the shadow of the intimidation of their huge neighbor. A neighbor who becomes infamous for massacring peaceful pro-democracy protesters in Tiananmen Square. A democratic Taiwan, supported by the US, is reversing some of this warmth and friendship that was cultivated in the 70s and 80s. Tension is back, especially now that it's the 90s and the Soviet Union has collapsed. They no longer have a mutual enemy. And once again, Taiwan is at the center of this growing tension. But by now, the island knows how disposable the US can treat them if they lose their strategic value. So they continue to position themselves in a way that will result in protection from the United States. The government has been subsidizing companies that are becoming top manufacturers of these valuable little silicon chips, semiconductors that make computers work. These microchips are becoming more and more vital to economic and military power. And if Taiwan can become the epicenter of making them, then the US will have more of an incentive to protect them, to keep this valuable capability out of Beijing's control. This works tremendously well. By
Damn.
the 2000s, valuable
Look at- there's-
technology
on
companies
this
like Apple,
side
and
with
AMD,
Town
and
Maker,
Qualcomm
Rome already
have
has
outsourced the incredibly
all their
expensive
fucking-
and complex task
like all
of
these-
manufacturing microchips.
there's no mountains to protect them
Taiwan
anymore.
firms. One
Yeah.
in particular. One microchip company wouldn't even exist without Taiwan to make their chips. That's NVIDIA. So there's tension here, but that doesn't stop China from trading with the US and the rest of the world, resulting in economic growth like the world has never seen. They become rich really fast, and with that, they build a world-class military. And even after all of these years, they still remind the world that they are set on finishing
Hey,
the
I
civil war
disrupted
that
the
the US
rocketry out
stopped
of
them
Egypt.
from completing.
Hell yeah.
Reunifying with Taiwan,
Nice.
who they see slipping further and further away. In 2005, Beijing passes this
Why can't I-
anti-secession law,
It
which
says
says that
grant
China will pursue
750
unification with
production
Taiwan by
towards
peaceful
space
means,
race project,
but they
but I
reserve
can't
the
use
right.
it.
You want to do a title real quick so I can do tweets? Guess who's getting information warfare right now?
I don't know what the title you want. I don't know what title you want.
Oh, just put like World War. Just put World War III. Here it comes. World War III is starting.
World War III, circa 2026. Let's fucking go.
Do we got housing anywhere? That one.
No, changed it.
You changed it?
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, I'm now getting 13 oil per turn. What do the rails take again? Coal and oil, coal and iron.
Yeah, I think so.
Are we going to war yet?
1 second. I'm doing my tweets.
Damn, jet bomber takes 8 gold to maintain.
Yeah, there are policies that will make your unit maintenance cost less.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's why it's best to like what I'm gonna do is the economy I set up for it is that I'm going to be able to produce endless units. So I don't have to worry about healing or anything like that.
Yeah. You just won't get the what are they called? The upgrade bonuses. But it won't matter.
Yeah, my units won't get promotions. And if they do, that will be the heals that I use.
Yeah.
Did you see the Syrian currency?
Yeah.
I sent you a thing that was explaining everything as well on the bills.
Mm-hmm.
Oop, got 2 kicks. 2 kick tweets.
You got barbarians. No, Egypt has barbarians, sorry.
Get rid of that.
Uh-huh. Now, okay, so it's basically gonna instantly allow me to send off rockets, which is cool.
To use, quote, non-peaceful means if Taiwan moves towards formal independence or if peaceful unification becomes impossible. The United States disagrees with this. Under their One China policy, Washington acknowledges China's position, but it doesn't endorse it. And it says that Taiwan's future must be decided peacefully, without coercion, and with agreement of people on both sides of the strait. But even despite this law, relations across the strait start improving in the 90s and 2000s, thanks mostly to economics, mutually beneficial deals. And the PRC continues to incentivize some kind of peaceful reunification with Taiwan, telling them that they can keep their way of life and their system. There seems to be some hope in the air here, but that quickly fades as nationalism starts to rise on both sides of the strait and across the ocean. The modern-day version of this conflict is overseen by Xi Jinping, who rises to lead the PRC in 2012 with the vision of rejuvenating the Chinese nation. This includes fortifying their territory, including first and foremost Taiwan, a symbol of this effort, who, quote, must be reunited with the mainland, according to Xi. This vision has been paired with a rapid growth of the Chinese army, and the US now sees China as their greatest rival, and has responded with a military buildup of their own in this region, resurrecting that old island chain. It's been tech wars and tariffs and sanctions and bluster, and the relationship between these two great powers has deteriorated in recent years for reasons that have little or nothing to do with Taiwan, but that serve as a reminder that this decades-old balance that keeps peace here is deeply reliant on what happens between these two superpowers. Meanwhile, the 23 million people on this island continue to develop their own identity. Only around 12% of the population favors any kind of reunification with the mainland. And yet, China continues to flex on Taiwan. They fire missiles over the island. They practice invasion drills.
So
they send ships and jets to block Taiwan's sea and airspace for days. They show them just how easy it would be for them to take this little island. That is, if the US doesn't come to their rescue. And everybody asks,
and of course it uses
would they
oil.
come? The U.S. uses that
Yeah, a
intentional
lot of the
ambiguity
modern
to keep this tense
units use oil.
situation somewhat stable. And, as planned,
But I
Taiwan now
have oil if you
manufactures
want some more.
90% of the most
Yes,
advanced
I need
microchips, the chips
many
that have
oil.
made NVIDIA the most
I'm
valuable
getting
company
13
in the
per
world.
turn, so it won't
And
drain
official
as fast
U.S.
now,
government
but
policy still says that Taiwan's status is undetermined, operating with this intentional strategic ambiguity that at once keeps the situation stable, but also precarious and unpredictable, especially as Sino-American relations deteriorate. And Taiwan continues the 75-year-old story of living at the center of these big countries struggling for power, and wielding the psychological tools of ambiguity and
There you go.
deterrence
That's
to
all
keep
my
all
oil.
sides guessing.
Mr. Watson, I have been denounced by Norway. Oh no, whatever will I
Oh
do?
no, not Norway.
Pound maker loves my glorious age. I like oil. Coal? You need coal?
Yeah, I'm using coal power.
Okay. Because I think I'm
So,
using oil power.
Turning Point USA,
oh,
with its
see, I started converting to oil, right?
Mm.
Because I am trying to save the climate that's already destroyed.
Yeah, the climate's rude. But if you want coal, I'll trade you all your oil. We could just do that because I'm not using coal.
Well, I still have coal power, so that's why I did that. I literally took as much coal as I could store. I couldn't click anymore.
Ah,
I would be
okay.
full after that.
Yeah.
But the last time I did that too, I took all the coal to be full on the last, and that was like
Mhm.
one turn ago. So I'm
Yeah.
definitely consuming more coal than I have.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm using 3 more oil than I have coal
newly
accumulating. So
minted, very unfit CEO, Erica Kirk, who is the mother of two children, she thinks. She's not sure. We're not sure where they are. They might be full-grown adults at this point. She hadn't seen them in weeks. Erica Kirk oversaw quite a flashy America Fest, which is Turning Point USA's like annual conference, America Fest. And
You're gonna die, clown.
She came out first day. She is dressed all in. Look, I'm not about to be like this. She should probably not have worn that, but you know, she's not taking mourning super seriously. She's in full gold sequins. There's pyrotechnics all around her. It feels a little disrespectful, but again, people grieve in weird ways. The fest started out kind of interestingly. Ben Shapiro went scorched earth on Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Candace Owens, who has, after a meeting with Erica Kirk, has decided to cool the jets on the whole Turning Point killed Charlie Kirk thing. Russell Brand was there. Russell Brand has some new rape allegations. That's fun. I think the total's like 7 now. He was talking about Jesus, by the way, in case he's turned to God, turned to Israel, turned to God. There's just 2 people you turn to when you're backed into a corner of your own sex crimes. There was a replica of Charlie Kirk's death scene. The tent in
Bizarre.
which he was murdered in. There, you could go in there and take selfies. And I think we should do it. Like, I think the left should absolutely recreate that tent. Let's go. Let's turn it into like a little wishing well. Throw a penny in. You know what I'm saying? Spare a thought. If they're not taking this man's death seriously, no one else should. Like,
why should we?
if
I agree.
ICE or CBP found a replica of where Charlie Kirk was murdered on your phone, you probably wouldn't be allowed to travel. That's the level of lack of care. But anyway, the best point of this whole this whole America Fest was Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj has been
Oh,
crashing out a
yeah.
lot lately. She, I think, spiraled after Cardi B released a new album for some reason. And she started throwing a lot of crap around, started talking a lot of and then decided to uplift the cause of Christian Nigerians who are allegedly but are not under attack by Boko Haram. She's claiming, just
Hold
like the
on, hold
administration is
on,
claiming, that they're under attack.
hold on. That is not true. Boko Haram attacks everybody. To say that that Christians aren't being attacked is as disingenuous as Christians saying that they're being persecuted by Boko Haram, even though Boko Haram is in the northeast province, which is mostly Muslim, and then almost exclusively in the north of Nigeria, which is Islamic. Crazy. Kind of like how Sudan was mostly Christian, South Sudan. Yeah, similar demographic sort of, isn't it? Like South Sudan, North Sudan, Islamic Christian. That was like the whole divide.
Yeah, part of it.
And then Nigeria, I'm almost certain that Nigeria is segregated
But
the
also,
same
like,
way.
not only that, even if, like, the elite in Sudan are, like, they are, like, technically Arabic. It's
Mm,
because it would be, like, hyphenated,
yes.
Arabic. It's, like, I don't think it's, like, Saudi Arabic, Like,
Hmm.
like, they still oftentimes are black, so.
Yeah.
But, like,
Nuclear submarine doesn't require nuclear power. Hell
the
yeah.
general like right now he's a different ethnic group than Dougaloo as well. So
The guy in the charge of the RSF.
yeah, they're both
Yes.
different ethnic groups.
Yes, 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 yes.
Poundmaker
Mars
has a
colony.
giant death robot.
I have a giant death robot. I got
I
one
do
for
too.
free and free new. I got my heroic age gave me a bonus where I got free
Oh,
nuclear, free uranium.
that's one of the best heroic ages to get.
Mm.
I got a giant death robot, but the nuclear per turn thing as well is
Yeah,
very
so
good.
good because I have 0 uranium on my fucking continent. I've also completely Osaka. Hold on, does Osaka have an
I
aqua?
want to say if you have nukes, the giant death robot can throw them.
Uh, I hope that's the case because that's awesome. Okay, so let's see. Governor, let's see what our promotion is. Housing for every neighborhood and aqueduct. Amenity for every canal and dam. I have a dam. I have a canal. Great. Oh, that's an aqueduct. Do I have a canal? No, I do not. I was thinking about putting the Panama Canal, but the ice melted and I had access to the ocean now. Trains. I love trains. For reduction. Have we waged war yet?
No.
Deal proposed by Poundmaker. Cultural Alliance. Let's go. Um, you know how you can set trade routes to repeat? How do I stop the repeating trade route?
I think you have to click on the trader.
Like every time I try it, just there's no
I'm not sure because I never do that.
fair enough. Mm, aerodrome costs 1 production. Yes,
You might have
please.
to Google how to stop it. I can't
Yeah.
tell you.
She quote tweets Trump officials about the attack on Nigerians. Thank you, Donald Trump. This is amazing. She gets the invite to go speak on behalf of Christians in Nigeria. She's not from Nigeria, y'all. I think her name might be like Igbo, but like she's not Nigerian. She's from Trinidad Tobago. She's from the West Indies. Like she's not
Next turn
Nigerian.
war.
Anyway, so this has been escalating.
Francesca, why does
Nicki
this matter?
Minaj is elevating herself
I don't know.
as MAGA's
Francesca,
latest,
what are we doing?
token black woman.
Francesca,
there
please,
to
this
throw
is
all other people
leftist
under the
racism
bus in
coming out.
exchange
Please
for these kinds
avoid
of moments.
this. This
And
is bad.
there was a moment that even caught the eye of JD Vance, our vice president. And this was when Nikki is basically saying that...
Pause it. Like, she's... I don't... Since interviewing Jared, I've learned a lot.
Interviewing
And
who?
this... Jared.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mix what I
yeah,
like.
yeah.
Right? Since interviewing him, he's opened my eyes a lot. And I've been consuming a lot of black content from black creators talking about this kind of stuff. And this is just like, what do they call it? Colorism? Essentially, like, we're debating shades of black here. Is that really what's happening? Like, Nicki Minaj can support Africa all she fucking wants. If she's from Trinidad, I don't give a single fuck where she comes from. If she wants to support Nigeria, she can support Nigeria. If she wants to support the Christian persecution lie out of Nigeria, she can support the Christian persecution lie out of Nigeria. Criticize the position, not where she's from. I don't understand why this needs to be said. Like, what are you going to do next? Oh, you're from Trinidad Tobago? Support Venezuela? Is that the narrative that you're going with? Like, what is happening here? What did you do?
I don't know if any of those got it. You tell me.
What did you try and clip?
That.
The third one.
Well, they're all different times. Penguins. Oh my god. I'm gonna trade Caesar. Oh, that's all you got is
Yeah.
26 gold.
Did you want to get the bit where I'm like, she can support this, she can support that?
I mean,
one?
I sent everything I had there. Will you two stop?
Yeah. I'll screen record it to see if that's the one you wanted. Happening, like, Nicki Minaj can support Africa all she fucking wants. If she's from Trinidad, I don't give a single fuck where she comes from. If she wants to support Nigeria, she can support Nigeria. If she wants to support the Christian persecution lie out of Nigeria, she can support the Christian persecution lie out of Nigeria. Criticize the position, not where... Close. That's all right. Is that basically what you wanted?
No, I sent you 3 different ones. You can decide which one's the best. Interviewing
And
who?
this, Jared.
Oh,
I mix
yeah,
what I
yeah,
like.
yeah.
Right? Since interviewing him, he's opened my eyes a lot. And I've been consuming a lot of black content from black creators talking about this kind of stuff. And this is just like, what do they call it? Colorism? That's a good one. It's probably not exactly colorism. It's something else.
Good.
Like it's a different concept.
What are these little things?
You know what it is?
Are
You know what
these-
it is?
You think these are telescopes or something?
It's
What are these little
fucking
things?
it feels like that. It feels like the kind of attitude that people who really like Lennon have towards people that they don't think are that smart. It's this I'm better than you looking down on someone because they should have a single opinion but don't hold that opinion, and therefore they're now illegitimate as a black person. Like, that's such a strange narrative to go with. Like, oh, they're crashing out. They can't possibly have these things. Like, there are reasons that she's come to this conclusion, and there are avenues of information that she's been exposed to that have resulted in her taking this position on Nigeria and going on stage with Erica Kirk. Like, I didn't actually see what she said. I'm gonna look that up. Did Nicki
I think
Minaj
what really happens is like anytime Nicki
CP
Minaj did
USA?
something,
Mm.
she got offended that people were mad at her and looked at like
And then
who was
doubles
mad
down.
at her,
Mm.
and who was mad at her would not be like the Republican, like, since like they never paid attention to her to begin with because she's a black woman.
Yes.
So like until like
Yeah, I'll send you the link, and we'll play it after this one.
We have disparaged white women, that we've disparaged white beauty. And she's asked a question about young black girls, and she immediately turns it into a heralding of white girls and why lifting up black women in her mind has meant disparaging white women's beauty.
I can't believe I
She's
got
here
the
to
fucking
reclaim
Pantheon
white
to get a
women's
free
beauty.
settler
Take
in the
away.
beginning.
We're not being represented and not being admired for our beauty. If we felt like that as black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Amen. Why would we now need to make other people downplay their beauty so that we can feel, no, that's not how it works. I don't need someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my
So
beauty.
interested to see
Do
how
you
she
understand?
responds to this.
It doesn't bother me that a woman feels and says that she's beautiful. Amen. Why shouldn't she feel
Amen.
that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain
Wham.
kinds of people have to be afraid of loving themselves and loving the way they look? Like, isn't that wild?
Okay. Oh my God. I mean, this is coming from someone who has had a lot of surgery. I'm not trying to judge. Has had a lot of
Oh my
surgery,
God.
and let's be real.
Who cares?
Is like 3 shades lighter
Who
than
cares?
she used to be 3 decades ago. Like,
Like, you could easily say that like she felt like she had to do that for her career.
Because of white beauty standards, to be lighter.
Yeah. Not even that. Just like in general. Just like,
Mm.
you know.
I'm actually curious
They'll
whether
call it
that
what it- okay. So here we're
criticism
getting
is
Next
true.
turn, for fuck's sake,
but
bro.
she's got a point. I mean, guys,
Sorry.
how many of you remember when Black Lives Matter demonstrators were talking about how really need to start, dirtying their hair and putting, making themselves look frumpy in order to make space for black beauty? By the way, this is a question about like young black women, and she immediately makes it about white women being disparaged. Like, in no world did this happen. I don't understand what's going on. But like, I also feel like this is a little bit of a like reference to Sydney Sweeney. Like, don't you feel like there's a little bit of a like, Sydney, I got you? Like, I feel like that's coming here. especially 2025, and everyone's like, yeah, I can't help it that I'm blonde and blue-eyed and ergo beautiful.
Damn, Coupe's getting
Thank
hit by a
you.
Category 4
Woman
hurricane
who's
right now.
definitely not done surgeries to
That's
make
rough.
herself look whiter. Like, just so disgusting. However, the message resonated again with our vice president, who said this. Nicki Minaj said something
I've
at
got
AmFest that
two
was really profound.
aerodromes bordering
Nicki
his
Minaj, okay.
territory.
I swear to God, in what world?
I've got my entire
The
army
vice
sitting on
president
his
is
border.
tweeting.
Yeah, I
Nicki
can see
Minaj
it.
said something at
I have
AmFest
a
that was really
I-
profound.
I'm
I'm
putting
paraphrasing, but
spies
she
in
said,
his
just because I
capital right
want little
now.
black girls to think they're beautiful doesn't mean I need to
Poundmaker
put down
literally
little girls
has
with blonde hair
a
and blue
giant
eyes.
death robot in
we
his
all
capital.
got wrapped up over the last few years in
They
zero
might
sum
already be at
thinking.
war.
This was because the people who
They
think they
are.
rule the world
He has a giant death
hit us
robot in
against
Rome's
one
capital.
another.
He's already at
Nicki
war.
Minaj rejects that,
Make
and
deal.
we all should. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make sure that more
Okay,
young brown
here's
babies
the plan,
get swept
alright?
up by
I'm making the deal with
legions
Poundmaker.
of goons.
Okay,
For
I'm gonna
virtue
wait
of the
until his
fact of
troops have
being
moved out, and I'm gonna
Thank
sack
you.
his shit.
Thank you. We will be unconstitutionally stopping you based
Hey,
on
you
the
came
color
first,
of your
I came
skin.
second. Nice.
Thank you. We will be stopping and frisking you and disappearing you based on the color of your skin. Thank you. The color of your skin is criminal. Anyway, back
I
to
can't
young
make a deal
blonde
with him.
girls. I swear to God,
To go to
you
war.
know, just so
Oh,
good.
really?
Now, JD Vance played
Think
another
so.
role
Hang on.
in the Nicki Minaj
Hold
drama,
on,
which is funny
got it.
because he
I'm gonna
didn't
join his
comment
joint
on
walk.
this, but
Ready?
just to give you a sense of
Okay, let
how
me see.
And then you join me.
unserious Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA, and the entire right is about the murder of Charlie Kirk. Number one,
Why
I guess
can't
Candace Owens is the only one asking questions about Tyler Robinson.
I guess we
But
have to literally
here
declare
is
war
Nicki
against
Minaj
him.
saying she's asked a question about young
Just
men,
accept my
which
thing.
again, let's
See if it works.
judge Erica Kirk on a curve, okay? As we talked about last
Yep.
week, she has not been trained for this. She was trained for homemaking, and now all of a sudden she's thrust into the
Right.
national limelight. So she doesn't really know what she's asking here. She's not. What about young men? How can we help young men? And Nicki Minaj is basically like, well, there's hot young men in office, including assassin JD Vance. Take a look.
And what do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't
All right.
be new scum.
Hey, John, I am winning the space race. I am going to win this game. That great engineer just cleared the satellite and the Mars colony in two turns.
Barbarian settler down here. Is that what you were talking about?
Where?
Norway.
No, I was talking about Egypt. Egypt had barbarians fucking their day up. Okay. Plane air attack city. Wow, that city is very strong. I'm gonna have to get my bomber, I think. I use my jets to kill units. Use bombers to flatten cities. Actually, you know what? I've got a lot of gold. I'm just gonna buy a bomber. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bombers. Love it. Autonomous bombers? Offshore wind farms? I want that because I'm going to decommission all my shit too. Decommission all my power plants, get some oil back, start producing units. Yeah, let's do that.
Norway just proposed a deal for a military alliance with me, so I wonder if that brings him into the war. It did.
Food market, shopping mall.
Okay, so 7 declarations of war against Rome. Hong Kong, Azcapotzalco, or whatever it says, Megiddo,
Did you say 7?
Anti-Navarro, Nagas Magago,
Uh,
Bukhara,
I'm
Wham.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'm a suzerain of like 2 city-states. So
Yeah, so
Bukhara
7
and
city-states have declared war on him.
yeah. So that weird spelling one, I'm suzerain of, and Bukhara, I'm suzerain of. So they're both at war with us.
I have
Um,
Wham.
YM, yeah.
Wham.
I don't know where the other city-state is, though, to be honest. Hey, Coupe, and your cheeky little city there, huh? Ah, there it is. There's the city-state. It's right here. It's between the Cree and
Yes.
the
See,
Trojans.
dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president.
Cringe!
I love how that's kind of a laugh line, like because they all kind of know he looks like a wet sponge.
And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
Okay, so wait. She says assassin JD Vance because she means like his looks are like he's like an assassin. But then she immediately realizes what she said, and instead of like, girl, just power through. You got away with it. Nobody said anything. You couldn't even hear a groan. Just power through. She realizes she's just said assassin JD Vance, which I think we just gave Candace Owens her next conspiracy theory line. But she realizes and then goes, puts her hand to her mouth and goes, when I say that, and the audience doesn't gasp or isn't like, oh God. No, they give her a laugh line. Take a listen again.
Vance, our vice president. Those like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
They're laughing at the line assassin.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have
Dumb
not heard,
shit.
so you're fine.
Erica Kirk is like, don't worry, I will make this less awkward for you. She can't even, Erica Kirk doesn't even have the dignity to say, wrong choice of words, what were you saying? It's all good. It's like, no, trust me, I've heard everything. I mean, it's fine. I just pissed on his grave yesterday. Did you see how I came out here? It's just straight gold and pyrotechnics. Nobody's in mourning. Mostly people are celebrating. Trust me, I've made so much money since his death. It's fine.
Yes, we did.
Someone yells, we know what you meant.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you.
It's so weird. This is so weird. The silence is so loud.
Every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord.
I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. Bitch, you just met her. You just met her. I love this woman. It's okay. Like, you can't even be like, we all say, we all put our foot in our mouths, anyway. Like, make it less awkward. Now you're going like, she's a woman of God. I love her. She can absolutely, it doesn't matter. I love you. How can you love her? I love her more than my husband. It's fine.
And Words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. I do not
Ba
judge
ba
that.
ba ba
Thank
ba
you.
ba.
I
I
know
know your
your
heart.
heart. I just met you 30
Follow
minutes
your
ago.
heart. That's the Ninja
For
Turtle song.
boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay.
Be boys, guys. Be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys.
Boys, be boys. I had a long time to pause and think about something
Bro,
a
you're
little bit
still a
more
monarchy.
profound.
Oh,
But I'm
Norway's
just gonna say,
fascist.
boys, be
Nice.
boys. This is so beautiful. By the way, you know, you see the rumors circulating about Nicki Minaj and the people in her close company, like her husband and her brother. And turns out, yeah, that's true. Her husband is a convicted sex offender, a rapist, who only had additional charges because he forgot to register as a sex offender in
Hell
California, I
yeah.
believe. Her brother was
Oh,
sentenced to 25
oh,
years in prison
oh.
because
I
he
forgot.
raped an
I built the
11-year-old.
biosphere.
So
I'm
yes,
decommissioning my power
boys,
plants.
be boys.
But I think we can
I
only
am, man,
decommission them
I'm a
afterwards, right?
bastion of supporting, you know, disgusting predators in my immediate vicinity. Like, this is the mother of a boy. Like, this woman is so deeply ill. Like, she is so deeply ill and lost. I really do feel for her because I think she's talented. I don't like the tone of her voice. It's nasally and obnoxious, but her flow is objectively fire, okay? I'm just gonna, that's the nicest thing I'm gonna say about Nicki Minaj. She sounds awful, but her writing is kind of good, okay? I love female rap. I love her voice. I don't like her voice, but I like her flow. The point is, where are you? Where are you? And it's so sad too because you go to MAGA when your star is totally falling. Like, as someone who's like, let's trace this crash out to like when Cardi came out with her second album, which is amazing. It's not as good as the first album, but it's a very good album. Like, you go to MAGA when you're like, I can't come out with another album that's that good. Like, I'm done. I'm cooked. I don't have any more in me. I'm not actually gonna like put out anything that's like of worth. I'm just gonna go, you know, go to MAGA because they'll always love me no matter what. And by the way, I kind of feel bad for Charlie Kirk, and then I go, no, I don't. I don't feel bad for Charlie Kirk at all. These are the people that the right surrounds themselves with. These are the people that you decided to marry. You decided to these are your people who just openly grift and will grift on your grave the moment your body is not even cold. They will be grifting on your grave. They have loyalties that last as 5 minutes, man. Doesn't matter what you said about one another. And yes, there's clips of Charlie Kirk saying that Nicki
Units?
Minaj is a terrible role
Oh
model
my
for
God.
young women.
Pause it.
Erica Kirk doesn't care about that because they
So I just got probably one of the better things. It increases the cost of gold, but it doesn't use resource maintenance. So sounds pretty good to me. Um, ranged and cavalry. Yeah, let's do that one. Do I want experience? No, I don't. Fuck the experience. Um, more production. Yeah, baby. Okay. Near future governance. Hmm. A synagogue? Sure. Can I buy any great people? I can buy a writer. Might as well spend that shit, right? Well, space expedition.
I got a policy here that's giving me 200 culture. One policy card, 200 culture.
Damn. Okay. Well. Yeah. How far do they produce units? Hmm. Well, if there's no more,
They got
no more
another,
unit costs, I might
falling,
just.
failing celebrity to go endorse their bullshit. It's just, it's so beautiful. I really hope there is an afterlife so that Charlie Kirk can be looking up at all of this insanity. What's going on, Frantifa?
Looking
if you haven't
up.
already, subscribe to this channel right now. Hit
Frantifa.
that button. And also, you can become a patron and
She is
support
great,
the
but that's a
show
fucking- that
every
was a
single
bad
week.
video.
Get access to bonus episodes and exclusive merchandise. Patreon.com/bituationroom.
What's I hear stuff in the background. It's like swish, 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 swish.
Yeah, that's Chinese on a video. I can hear the video playing, that's all.
Barely. Can't
It's
actually
very
hear
quiet.
anything. It's
Yeah.
just a. That's what it sounds like. Okay,
Hello, how are you?
gonna fucking copyright us.
Yeah.
So those of you who know, Charlie was
Is this the whole thing?
Yeah, I think it's the full thing.
Fuck that. I don't
You don't want to
care.
listen to it?
No,
Fair enough.
not when I got this video.
You know what I've been dealing with in my single player campaign? So I'm playing Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah,
And the
he,
Rough
he,
Riders are pretty interesting. And I
you
decided
gotta
to
kinda, oh, you're doing Rough Rider Teddy Roosevelt.
So I built 5 cities. And only 5 cities. And I have about 8 city-states that I'm suzerain of. So I'm getting a ton of bonuses from the city-states. And then anytime somebody wages war on me, I've got 8 armies that I can just be like, hey, fight for me. Which is fucking great. So I don't actually have to maintain that many units, and I can focus on building culture and science. It's very interesting how it's worked. And I kind of fucked up by settling next to a volcano, but it actually has benefited me pretty well, surprisingly.
Boko Haram took shape and turned violent in 2009. They started razing villages, slaughtered men and women, and kidnapped children who were forced to carry out suicide attacks. The Nigerian government cracked down, but the group continued to grow. In 2014, they got international attention when they kidnapped close to 300 schoolgirls in Chibok.
Isn't Algeria packed with them too? My mother is a judge at the Algerian Supreme Court and she gets tons of terrorists. Oh, Algeria is unfortunately also a deep vein for, yes, this kind of, no, it's not a don't say that situation. Yes, like modern Algeria definitely has a lot of issues with this as well. Isn't France the only country that still has almost full power over their colonies and have their own Rothschilds that exploit the resources of the colonies? Yes and no. I mean, these colonies still have all of their finances handled by the French, yes. And if you know anything about the French, they never forgive a country for liberating itself, whether it be Haiti or even Algeria.
That's true.
By then, they controlled a huge swath of territory in northern Nigeria, where they imposed strict Sharia law and declared it an Islamic caliphate. In 2015, they became affiliated with the Islamic State, which had a caliphate of its own in Iraq and Syria. Within a few years, the group killed nearly 25,000
then they said,
people.
okay, we're not
They were on
Islamic
track to
State
become the
anymore.
deadliest
And
terror
then
group in the
ISWAP
world,
came and said,
eventually
we're
surpassing
Islamic
ISIS.
State.
5 African countries backed by the US, UK, and France formed a task force to battle Boko Haram. By April 2015, they'd liberated major towns and seemed to push Boko Haram out. But 3 years later, Boko Haram is still active. The group had shifted its focus to the Lake Chad region.
That, honestly, though, great strategy here, right? So, like, uniting all the countries in the region against something that they all can agree on a military alliance.
Yeah.
This is very good. Like,
how we're working against Rome.
Yeah, but
or are you
I'm
talking
talking
about the video?
like this furthers Africa being a unified bloc.
Yes.
Like, it is very good that every single country in the region came together.
Boko Haram is still active. The group had shifted its focus to the Lake Chad region, one of the poorest places in the world. The lake touches the borders of Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, but none of the state governments have any real presence here. This is where Boko Haram is operating. They've been raiding local villages for food and capturing men to serve as fighters. In 2016, the group split into two. As Boko Haram's attacks grew more and more violent, this group, the Islamic State West Africa, started offering protection to villages in danger. They also provided stability and even water supplies to a region collapsing under a food crisis
so the gunships
in
and
exchange for
the
attacks and recruits.
helicopters literally can't
In the
attack,
absence of a
they're
strong
just
central
raiders?
government, they've moved further into Nigeria and Niger, where they've launched attacks of the...
Is that right?
No, the gunships can attack, they're just not very strong.
Okay. Because I'm just going to use the gunships here to, like, raid the fuck out of it.
Yeah. Get all the bonuses first.
And then, at the same time, I'm putting rail through my entire city. Through my entire thing. And I'm also going to generate a few builders once I get some production. And I'm going to start essentially just dumping renewables all over my territory.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I had dams early on, right? And so, like, I tried to get hydroelectric dams going as soon as possible, and still climate change is maximum. It's probably a mod we have that's fucking it, making it that insane. Only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah. Okay, Kyoto. And then we're gonna build a preserve there, and then we're gonna build a neighborhood
Hell
right
yeah.
fucking next to it.
Their own.
And then
This is a
I
video from
won't
7
need
years ago.
Now
on
you're
Vox,
getting it.
production.
talking about Islamist militant groups gaining strength in
Breakwater.
Africa. And even Boko Haram itself is like... Boko Haram itself, if I'm not mistaken, is also an offshoot that turned into its own thing. Its own separate thing. But they're all offshoots of like the same Daesh, ISIS, Al Qaeda.
He said Daesh.
Style forms of militancy. We saw many different versions of this in Syria. HDS is a direct example of this. HDS was an offshoot of ISIS affiliated groups, al-Nusra, in Syria. And the common principle, I guess, is that they all are... HDS is an offshoot of Al-Qaeda, sorry. Well, yeah, Al-Qaeda. Al-Nusra was Al-Qaeda. And,
Yep.
And HDS is an offshoot of Al-Nusra, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Al-Nusra is an
Well
offshoot
done.
of Al-Qaeda in Syria. Yes, they left Al-Qaeda in 2016 and formed HDS in 2017.
He did have it all right, but right there at the end, like, this is like already above bar of knowledge, but he fucked up slightly at the end. and I would say
Mhm.
maybe misspoke.
Al-Nusra, isn't it? Yes. Al-Nusra is an offshoot of Al-Qaeda
Right there. Al-Nusra was Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, okay.
in Syria. Yes,
That's
they
all.
left Al-Qaeda in 2016 and formed HTS in 2017. HTS was an offshoot of an Al-Qaeda affiliate, and ISIS itself is an offshoot of Al-Qaeda as well.
Are officially affiliated with the Islamic State. Exploiting and terrorizing locals in ungoverned areas has become a successful strategy, keeping these militant groups active. But it doesn't stop here. The strategy is being used by terrorists all across the continent. Lake, a narrow band of territory
And now
that
the
stretches
suzerain of
across
Hong
North
Kong,
Central
too.
Africa. The conditions that make Lake Chad ideal for Boko Haram and ISWA extend across this whole region.
He said
Populations mostly
ISWA.
Muslim and vulnerable. Ethnic conflicts are rampant, food is scarce, poverty is rife, and most importantly, there's almost no presence of a government. Islamist
dear
militant
Miss
groups have
Corey.
been filling these spaces at a staggering pace. 7 years ago, Islamist militant groups took over northern Mali and declared it a caliphate for 10 months, before French military intervention drove them back into the desert. Today,
now the
they've banded
Russians.
together and are affiliated with Al-Qaeda. A group called ISGS broke away and is now affiliated with the Islamic State.
I like
This
to
part of
say
Mali
I
remains
practice
ungoverned and
militant.
violent 7 years after the intervention. Both of these groups are fighting for various militias in the conflict. Meanwhile, both are attacking foreigners, including the French embassy in 2018 and the 2017 ambush of the U.S. Special Forces in Niger.
Fox News is learning that 12 U.S. soldiers, mostly Green Berets, were ambushed by
Most of these groups in Africa were originally founded as unlinked before proclaiming allegiance to a leader such as Baghdadi or the Taliban. For Boko Haram, this was done during the height of ISIS power and was then rescinded. A lot of groups did this. Okay, but they're operational. They're the only operational forms of Islamic State militancy right now. And the main Islamic State telegrams and the main Islamic State propaganda outlets directly celebrate their operations in Africa. And now they are responsible for
Yeah, it's generally accepted that ISWAP or IS
Mm.
did he say ISWP or WAP?
I think he said
'Cause it's
WA.
like- because it's West Africa, but you can just do WP, ISWP. But ISWAP is generally accepted to be the most powerful cell of the Islamic State. But they
Okay.
are in Nigeria. Nigeria is not, like your average country
Mm-hmm.
in Africa. Like Nigeria is like one of the main powers in Africa.
Yeah.
90% of all ISIS operations. Because almost all of the ISIS operations, almost all the Islamic State operations in Iraq, Syria, and also all around the globe have been reduced to virtually nothing. Okay? And since last year, I think last year Africa was around 70%, and now it's 88%.
by a larger force of ISIS-linked militants.
Islamist militant groups are finding success in other uncovered spaces as well. ISIS claims to have launched 10 attacks in 2018 in Libya, where a civil war has raged since 2011. In Somalia, an ISIS-affiliated group split from Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, shouts out the fucking Hillary Rodham Clinton on that one. But ISIS is not a real organization at this point. This is what I'm trying to explain. It's like how right-wingers refer to Antifa as an organization despite having no central links or organizational ties. Sure, but they don't have to be.
My spy was captured in Rome, god damn
To
it.
be because they're doing what we understand as terrorism. And because of that, they don't have to have like a central governance structure at all. They can operate in a decentralized manner, and I don't even think that they're decentralized or as decentralized as you say they are. HTS, Taliban, Muqawama have been against Daesh since its formation. Ironically, Israel.
They've always, the part of the terrorist network is that it's decentralized. It's like, so like this goes back even with the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood was as organized as it got.
Yeah.
Still is as organized as it gets. So like, you'll see like CIA, Sarah, and a lot of these people who are really concerned with Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. They'll talk about how Hamza bin Laden is the new leader of Al-Qaeda. I'm not sure if the Sifan Center has made a declarative statement about this, but like, I'm not sure how strong a claim he has over Al Qaeda. And
Yeah, okay.
I think really at this point, Al Qaeda and ISIS, it's like we have a shared pool of resources together.
Mm-hmm.
And we can use those resources to aid in our goal. Because, like, everyone technically has the same goal. Like, they need to control it province by province.
Yeah.
So anything that furthers that goal, then you support it, you know? And they
Mm-hmm.
play up these attitudes
Yeah.
that you'll see. I'm not saying this is the same thing, but I'm just going to, as an example, if you look at how you'll see a lot of Muslims talk about Palestine,
Mm-hmm.
and like Al Qaeda will mirror that type of rhetoric for their own members, talking about how it's like the duty as
Mm-hmm.
Muslims to assist and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, Nagoya. You're gonna build my builder slave. Give me 6. I want an aircraft carrier. Mm.
Israeli funded the Middle East factions of Daesh. I would be surprised if Westerners and Israeli had proxy vendors funneling Daesh decentralized network. I mean, look at the RSF. Look at the RSF in Sudan. Okay, we know now, without any fucking suspicion whatsoever, that they are directly being funded by the United Arab Emirates. Someone is giving these guys weapons.
Group. It's made this whole part of Africa one of the most dangerous places in the world. The US and France have both stepped up their presence with several military bases across the Sahel. But drone strikes and special forces alone are not the solution to the Islamist terrorism
of my
Africa.
city, you son of a bitch.
As long as there are places with poverty, conflicts, and no government,
I'll take care of it.
Can I take them off?
Yeah, and then
no, I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
Obviously, as long as they're there,
are you just gonna put more?
There needs to be
No,
Western intervention
I'm gonna do
because these
something
countries are not
Okay.
wealthy enough, powerful enough,
you're talking
and
about
have
Hong
been
Kong?
kept poor
Yeah.
aggressively through colonial exploits.
It was just the
that
closest
they
one I
don't
had.
have the
That's all.
tools to be able to combat against this kind of terror. And
Great
we
God
here
of the
in
ants.
the West look at that and go, "Oh, it's because they're kind
Great
of
God of
barbaric
the
and they
ants.
just can't deal with it because they're just like, this is how it is, you know? They're black, they're aggressive. That's why there's so much violence. Or they're brown, they're Arab. They don't know any better. That's the reason why they're killing each other. You need a Western force to come in and tame the beast. Not dissimilar to how the British colonialists actually presented that argument. You know, the white savior, the
economic
white man's
alliance.
burden.
Do we need to renew that?
If they come in and
I'm not sending
attain
any
these,
trade routes to you.
these
Okay.
Actually,
well,
I could probably
cultured,
send one.
violent
I could probably send
barbarians.
one to this Maleden
according
place
to the government,
from
these attacks
Al
have
Mori.
not just
you still
and
give
that
me
could
really
maybe do
good
it.
shit for trade right now, so
impacted,
that's where I'm going.
Muslims
So I'm
also.
keeping
Okay.
that alliance.
Sokoto,
It doesn't
where
need to
this
be renewed,
happened,
though.
is a state
Okay, that's
seen
fine.
to have more Muslim majority. In fact, the Nigerian Sultan, that's sort of the spiritual head of Muslims.
Hassan, the RSF is an appendage of the Sudan military. They sell gold to the UAE. Then that makes its way into Europe. Wait, what are you talking
Cleopatra
about?
warned me.
I
Oh,
know all
no.
of this. I've talked about all of this. You don't understand the Sudan conflict on a fundamental level? My favorite, it was an appendage of the Sudan army, and now they're fighting what remains of the Sudan army. But what is crazy about this is like what's crazy about all of this is like it's just like chatters will come in and repeat the things that I've talked about before back to me as though I'm like, they are backwards though, not to say we aren't, but like they are. Fuck, dude, we need to do something about groups like this, in my opinion. Why the fuck can't we just like use the sats to drone strike these groups? I don't get it. The average Ameribrain. Man, these groups are one of the only times I don't like seeing US troops killed. These guys are true evil. 25-month subscriber. Brother, death and destruction is death and destruction. Like, what do you mean? How the fuck do you justify Western intervention in this situation? It's Western intervention that plays a role in developing the volatility to begin with. It's literally Western intervention that caused these places to be dirt poor.
production in
Okay? There is
all but
individual
2
mismanagement
cities.
from these
3
puppet
cities.
states in many
Damn.
instances as well, because they are puppets to the West.
What's your total?
That then bring in further economic Western
1,223.
intervention.
Oh,
IMF
damn.
loans and the
Higher
like.
production than me.
Relegate complete control over how things are supposed to be governed in these countries.
Do you have
that are
basically power
resource-rich
plants in every
countries,
city?
and therefore, they want to
Not necessarily.
So, like,
I did the technocracy one, which gives you 3 power for everything.
well, because, like, power extends from the cities. So sometimes if the city's already powered, I won't build power plants. Because it's just going to consume more of my coal.
Yeah. Because there is a few that are powered by power plants, but I'm slowly putting renewables in. And I've also built the biosphere, so my renewables are even more powerful. So I'm gonna once the climate thing comes in, the climate accords, I'm gonna start decommissioning all my stuff. Because I'm building 6 builders right now just to put solar and wind everywhere. I've got dams. My entire territory is covered with rivers, so I've got a bunch of dams. So they're all hydroelectric. So I reckon I could probably get rid of most of my stuff here. But that's in time. I'm still building my railways. Air attack. Whatever. Yeah, gunship.
You got gunships?
Yeah, I also got jet bombers and shit. I could have the autonomous ones, but I just can't be bothered right now. I'm working on one of these buildings here. Seastead. That's right, I got the Seastead too.
Nope.
Oh, you're way ahead in civics.
Yeah. I am the civic master.
How's your science?
Not as good.
Kyoto? Okay, let's not do that bonus because I'm not in. I don't think I have a spaceport in Kyoto. I do have a spaceport in Kyoto. Fuck yeah! 30% towards all space program shit. Could make a nuclear weapon in 2 rounds.
Leader to allow Western capital to come in and do whatever the fuck they want, so that you can have the cheapest resources, the cheapest minerals that you can possibly get, so your iPhone prices are manageable. They come in with the World Bank and IMF, and if someone doesn't comply with those demands, they kill them, and then they put a new person in charge that will comply. Nowadays, there's at least somewhat of an alternative out there that is offering better loans, loans that they will forgive, loans without the additional demands being made that play a better role in developing these countries, and America doesn't like that.
Do
And
I
instead
keep
of
his
competing
city or do I
against
raise
China,
it?
especially when these countries
Doesn't matter.
leverage the relationships that they have with China against the West, instead of competing with them by offering similar loans, for example,
Fuck it.
they
It's
just
gone.
go in and do what they do best, which is fuck shit up. But even the barbaric nature of the Sahel region is not because of genetic inferiority or cultural inferiority. It's a direct consequence of their material conditions. It's a direct consequence of these areas not being allowed to develop and improve on their material conditions, is because it's much better for whichever foreign interest to consistently dominate them and steal their natural resources. So the very fact that this volatility creates a breeding ground for extremist terrorism, for example, is also still created by Western intervention in the first place. You create the conditions for extremism to manifest. Then you might even help get them. You might help like with the logistics necessary to start building these groups. Then those groups wreak havoc. Then you turn around and say, hey, we now have to have direct military intervention here because you can't deal with it on your own because you have no fucking money. And another significant component to understand the conflict in
accept my
Nigeria is the
friendship so
farmer-herder
we can
dynamic.
create
A
an
significant
alliance.
portion of the violence is over land use. The pastoralist groups are primarily Muslim and the farmers are mixed but largely Christian.
Gotta wait for
This is
next
the angle
turn.
that right-wingers in the West are exploiting to create a religious
Oh,
dimension
well,
and
wait
genocide
until
of
next turn.
Christians.
It's
Yeah. I actually don't agree with
working
China's
right
loans
now.
either. They
We
only
can't
forgive the
move.
loan if the country had the loan, gives China whatever was built. That is definitely some America stuff. Yeah, but the level of intervention China demands is clearly, in the eyes of these countries and their rulers, far better than far better than the conditions that the United States is offering. Don't you think that these guys would still work with the United States of America, regardless of its history of chattel slavery or additional violence? They're not stupid.
Ow.
America's just not offering them better loans.
In the country resides there, and that's where that's sort of the background of what has happened. But many people see this. Some people from conversations we're seeing see this as a welcomed partnerships, as Nigeria has really been trying to clamp down on insurgency for years now.
Yeah, just talk us through a little bit more.
Oh yeah, Nigeria is also a very socially conservative country with a white savior attitude, so the national consensus of the strike is quite positive. Oh yeah, I didn't even get into that part. Yeah. All I'll say is this. If you look at every country on the planet, Nigeria, amongst African nations, is the only one where there is a positive approval of Israel. That's all I'm going to say about it. That doesn't mean that, Western intervention is justified. But if you do actually hear justifications for Western intervention from Nigerian mouthpieces that are doing propaganda for said Western intervention, understand that that's where it's coming from. That's not true. That's literally true. That is true. Nigeria is 50% Christian, 50% Muslim. That poll was done in the Christian area. I mean, certainly. I'm just saying that there is, there is an argument that, like, you will most likely hear in a similar style like Venezuela, you will hear from Nigerians being like, this is actually a good thing potentially. So I just hope you understand where that's coming from. All right.
You hear that?
The fuck? Why is this black? Hold
These
on.
people are too
I'm
stupid
gonna
to
read this
think for
Financial
themselves.
Times,
The sun needs to think for
article.
them.
Hold on. Okay. Why bomb Sokoto? Trump strikes baffle
Yeah,
Nigerians.
you
people
aren't
attacks on
capable
Christmas
of
Day hit a
thinking
part of
for
Nigeria's
yourself.
northwest that is almost
Silly-
entirely Muslim.
silly
It was around 10
Nigerian
p.m.
man.
on Christmas Day when residents of the mainly Muslim village of Jabo in Sokoto State, northwest Nigeria, noticed an object resembling a small aircraft flying overhead. Shortly after, we heard a loud explosion and a huge ball of fire, one resident told local media. Everyone was terrified. People rushed out of their houses with their families and started running in different directions. The scene, repeated in at least 2 other settlements in the Sokoto state, which borders Nigeria's neighbor Niger, were a part of what Donald Trump, U.S. president, called a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorist scum in northwest Nigeria. The U.S. military said in its initial assessment that multiple ISIS members had been killed in the strikes on extremist camps. However, residents of Jabo professed surprise at the strike, saying that the bombs had landed in empty fields, causing no casualties, and that Jabo had been relatively shielded from violence. The last attack by militants
Oh.
had occurred 2 years
you
ago,
accept
they
friendship?
said. Video footage on Nigerian television showed
hold on.
pieces of burnt metal in what looked like farmland.
Hurry up, so
One
I
man
can send
told
the
Arise
alliance.
News, a local television station, "Glory be to God, there was no loss of life." Major General Samaila Uba, the Nigerian military's director of defense information, appeared to confirm Abuja's close involvement. Nigeria's armed forces, in conjunction with the U.S., had carried out the strike based on credible intelligence and careful operational planning, he said. This came after, by the way, just so you understand. Like, the Nigerian government was like, oh, yeah, we were actually involved in this. They said it afterwards. Yes, Nigeria has, around all the countries, Nigeria has the one of the most positive attitudes about Israel. Where is it? One of the most favorable attitudes about Israel. Yeah. Nigeria's at 59% approval, with 24% saying very favorable, and 18% or 32% disapproval. Uba went on to say that the precision strike operations against identified foreign ISIS-linked elements had received approval from the federal government authorities. The operation underscored Nigeria's resolve, alongside strategic partners, to confront transnational terrorism and prevent foreign fighters from establishing or expanding footholds within Nigeria's borders, he said. Yet some Nigerian analysts questioned the defense ministry's official version of events, saying the choice of Sokoto State as a target was strange, given that its residents were almost entirely Muslim.
No.
Other states...
That is so precious. Silly Egypt. Which alliance did you want? Research?
Economic.
Deal proposed. Be right back. Play video.
Including Niger and Kebbi in the northwest and Borno in the northeast, where Boko Haram has historically been active, had been the victims of much more violence, they said. Nigeria has been subject for at least a decade to overlapping security crises, in a mixture of banditry, kidnappings, clashes between herders and farmers, and Islamist extremism. Last year, nearly 9,500 people were killed in political violence, according to ACLED, a nonprofit that tracks global conflict. Muslims, as well as Christians, have been victims. Trump said U.S. actions were in response to what he called terrorist activity directed against Christians, a long preoccupation of his White House. That's one way to put it. The strikes came a day after a bomb attack on a mosque in Maiduguri in northeast Nigeria, in which at least 5 people were reported to have been killed and dozens injured. In November, gunmen kidnapped at least 200 children from a Catholic school in Niger State. Mustafa Gembu, a security analyst, said the choice of Sokoto was highly questionable. Sokoto was more a victim of banditry than of terrorists targeting Christians, who were almost non-existent in the state, he said. It was not what he called one of the country's terrorist hotspots, but rather a predominantly Muslim enclave and the historical seat of the Sokoto Caliphate, a spiritual center of Islam in Nigeria. Since Trump in November threatened to deploy the U.S. military guns blazing in response to attacks on our cherished Christians, the Nigerian government has been under strong U.S. pressure to act against the violence. Bola Tinubu, the president, dispatched senior security officials to Washington to discuss the situation.
Not sure why we're watching
the defense minister with a former general.
But
despite
because it's just about what's going on in Nigeria. And he was talking about Al Qaeda and stuff, and very few people have gotten into the Al Qaeda stuff here.
Embu said he doubted whether the Nigerian forces have been closely involved in the planning of the strikes. I don't think they were. That's why I said I really trust the Nigerian government being like, no, totally, we wanted this. Umar Ado, an opposition politician, also said he was unconvinced that Nigeria was actively involved. The targeting of Sokoto State with no prior established ISIS presence raises questions about whether Nigerian military authorities do exercise meaningful control over the operation, or they are themselves mere onlookers, he said. Otto said Tinubu owed the nation a full and detailed explanation of the legal basis, authorization process, and strategic rationale for the reported U.S. airstrikes in Sokoto. Other branches of Nigeria's government were slower than the defense ministry to claim full responsibility for coordinating the operation. One senior government official, speaking on background, said he was trying to establish the facts, including precisely when Abuja had been informed about the timing and location of the Nigeria had been involved in intelligence gathering operations in conjunction with the U.S. in recent weeks, he said, but he acknowledged that Sokoto was not the most obvious choice of target. The foreign ministry was also more circumspect about its involvement, saying only that it continues to work closely with its partners through established diplomatic and security channels to weaken terrorist networks. However, it stopped short of saying explicitly that it had prior knowledge about when or where the attacks would take place.
Barbarian
Until now, the
settlers are
Trump
literally
administration's
in my
military focus
city
in
right now.
Africa has largely been in Somalia. There's some drama there as well, but that's
Buy
for
a
a different
helicopter
day.
to grab
In
it
May,
next
U.S.
turn.
Admiral James Kilby said Washington had launched the largest airstrike in the history of the world, 125,000 pounds from a single aircraft carrier into Somalia. After the strikes on Nigeria, the U.S. released a video showing what appeared to be a missile being fired from a ship. Gembu, the security analyst, said witnesses in Jabo had reported seeing both drones and missiles, and that the strikes may have been a combination of the two. Contrary to U.S. claims that multiple ISIS terrorists were killed in the ISIS camps, Gembu said no casualties have been reported. In Tangaza, scene of a separate strike from Jabo, one part of the bush that had been hit was still smoldering, he said. So, PR strikes, for the most part. And the reality of the matter is, when we're talking about Africa, when we're talking about African nations, there's even less interest in recognizing their humanity. So you're just like, I mean, I'm glad that nobody seemingly died according to the Financial Times reporting, but even if there were, you know, Muslim farmers or whatever that had been killed in these strikes, the American government would just say, oh, they're just fucking ISIS, you know? They were just killing ISIS people. And they'd most likely move on. Peace, President.
Of that background, I suppose some of the history that's led up to this.
Well, for more than 10 years, we have seen groups, jihadist groups like Boko Haram, Islamic State, West Africa Province, popularly known as ISWAP, and other groups that have been cropping up, launching attacks on people in schools, in churches, in mosques. In fact, just a couple of days ago, there was what was said to be a suicide bomb attack in a mosque. While no group has claimed responsibility for it, this sort of situation isn't entirely uncommon in Borno State, which is where this mosque attack happened. So for more than a decade, Nigeria has been battling this, and it's been from groups that are trying to sort of install their ideology in the region, but the Nigerian military has been pushing back, and there seems to be sort of another rise of these attacks in recent years, which is potentially why I guess the U.S. government is now.
Why no socialistic reform happening in Nigeria and all these African countries? What the fuck do you mean? Brother, these are places that had endless revolutionary potential. There are many countries in Africa that actually did successfully have not just like a socialistic reform, but a straight up revolution. They got killed. They got destroyed. They got slaughtered. And then puppets were placed in their stead over and over and over again. They're still researching it in the science tree. It takes some time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump said the
Look,
That's how
sit
it
around
goes.
friends.
South Africa has some socialist tendencies. Unfortunately, that was supposed to be a successful socialist revolution, but
Where's
due to
my
it being
housing?
a reformist movement at the end of it, it
No
actually
idea.
Can I get
completely
housing
dropped
on
all
these
of
yellows?
its socialist tendencies, and that is the
Was it a
reason why
green
South
that was
Africa
getting
still
housing?
has a fuck ton of economic issues, and basically re-solidified the exact same economic disparity that existed in the country in the apartheid structure. All you got was you know, a couple new black billionaires on top of the primarily white billionaires that run the country. This is a major issue with South Africa still to this day, is all of the arable land, all the valuable land belongs still primarily to the white population, which is what, under 10%, but they own 90% of all of the most valuable land.
The U.S. hit Islamic State in Nigeria because they were targeting primarily innocent Christians. But is this true? We fact-checked it. The U.S. has targeted IS in...
One missing aspect is that Nigerian separatists have been funding lobbies to promote the narrative of Christian persecution to the Trump admin. Nigeria scrambles for U.S. influence without ambassador or lobbyists. Nigeria's lack of a senior diplomatic presence in Washington under President Bola Tinubu and an absence of lobbyist support has left it vulnerable to U.S. President Donald Trump's threat of military action over alleged Christian persecution. It is pretty fucking crazy that if you don't have like a couple $1 billion laying around where you can just like give them, I don't know, like gold-plated armor or like a gold-plated plane or something, you're just completely left out in the dark. And Trump will literally just listen to anyone who has enough money to reach his ear.
Over himself.
Great. It's awesome. What a fantastic way to operate, dude. What a fucking fantastic way to operate. Abuja is scrambling to appoint an ambassador to the U.S. after 2 years without one. The move is part of a broader push by Abuja to appoint ambassadors to missions abroad this month. Regulatory filings examined by Semaphore show the Nigerian government has had little to no lobbyist representation in Washington since Tinubu took office in 2023. Instead, Nigeria has been outspent in Washington by Biafra separatist groups who, according to the filings, have focused on Capitol Hill to chime with a long-running narrative of conservative Christian circles. One longtime Washington lawyer who has worked with African governments described Nigeria's lack of senior representation of lobbies in Trump's first year as shocking.
What are these little pods?
By the way, they literally did do this with white genocide
what are
in
these
South
supposed
Africa.
to be here?
And instead, because South Africa does have lobbyists and South Africa does have ambassadors and a relationship with the United States of America, they were able to cut out the middleman, and it wasn't even lobbyists. They did it through white supremacist influencer network, which is even fucking dumber than
I think that was edited by AI. Just a Hassan upload channel that's edited by AI.
That wouldn't surprise me.
In today's show in Nigeria, where fear has paralyzed a farming village in northwestern Sokoto State after a series of U.S. military strikes on Christmas Day, which President Trump claimed targeted 2 ISIS camps in the region. But residents of Jabo, a predominantly Muslim community, say there's no recorded history of anti-Christian terrorism in the town. Bashar Issa Jabo, a lawmaker representing Tambuwal in the Sokoto State Parliament, described Jabo as, quote, a peaceful community, saying in an interview with CNN that the town has, quote, no history of ISIS, Lakurawa, or any other terrorist groups operating in the area, unquote. The strikes, carried out by the U.S. in collaboration with Nigeria's government, come as Trump has repeatedly falsely claimed a Christian genocide is taking place in Nigeria. In a post on Truth Social last month, Trump wrote in part, quote, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria, may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, Trump wrote. Organizations monitoring violence in the region say there's no evidence to suggest Christians are killed more than Muslims and other religious groups in Nigeria. President Trump touted the Christmas Day strikes in a call into WABC.
He said, on Christmas Day, it'll be a Christmas present. We hit ISIS. It was terrible. They're butchers.
Nigeria's information minister said, quote, portraying Nigeria's security challenges as a targeted campaign against a single religious group is a gross misrepresentation of reality, unquote. This all comes as a suicide bomber detonated an explosive inside a mosque in Nigeria's Borno state Christmas Day, killing 5 worshippers and injuring 35. Jennifer Kavanaugh, a director of military analysis at Defense Priorities, said, quote, the U.S. action taken in Nigeria while Americans celebrated the Christmas holiday is an unnecessary and unjustified use of U.S. military force that violates Mr. Trump's promises to his supporters to put American interests first
another city down
and
here.
avoid risky and wasteful
The Maori have
military
another city here.
campaigns abroad. Meanwhile, the U.S. Africa Command confirmed strikes on Somalia, which took place over the course of 4 days.
That's
from
not surprising.
December 22nd to
The
Christmas
Nigeria
Day.
strikes are
For
surprising.
More, we're joined by Yinka Adegoke, Africa editor for Semaphore, an independent news platform. He was the founding editor of Quartz Africa. Thanks so much for being with us, Yinka. If you can talk about what President Trump said this was a Christmas gift. Explain what's going on in Nigeria, with so many saying, including the foreign minister of Nigeria, that there is not a campaign, a genocide against Christians, that as many or more Muslims are dying as Christians.
Right. Yeah, no, you're very right. This has been Nigeria has a very serious problem of insecurity that affects a wide range of Nigerians, especially those who live in the more remote parts of the country, which tend to be in the north. And the north of Nigeria is predominantly Muslim. And therefore, when these insecurity problems happen for a variety of reasons, and we can get into some of those, they tend to impact Muslims more so than Christians. But over the years, of course, Christians have also been attacked. Some churches have been attacked, just as mosques have been attacked, because obviously churches and mosques tend to be fairly vulnerable and easy targets. But there was almost a sort of a callousness to the way President Trump referred to a Christmas present when, there are real lives at stake here. People have been killed. People are living really insecure lives, and it's not just because they're Christians or because they are Muslims. It's because there's a general problem of insecurity in this region, often fueled by, frankly, just poverty. Lots of young people without work to do are easily engaged in these kinds of violent acts in order to survive, frankly. But it's the thing that is overall that is really problematic about what President Trump is doing here is that you have a country that definitely does have a problem, and in fact, maybe some of these strikes will have a short-term impact, but they don't really address the sort of underlying problems. And it feels
I just paid
like,
Cleopatra to enter the war.
The U.S. is almost exporting its own sort of culture wars about, the kinds of things that evangelical Christians have pushed for a long time, about Christians being persecuted around the world, and sort of, projecting this onto Nigeria.
And to what extent do you think this is to appease them, Christian evangelicals, who've not only been talking about this in Nigeria, but in other places as well?
Yes.
Nigeria, what, evenly divided between Christians and Muslims, Yinka?
Yes, correct. Correct. Evenly divided between Christians and Muslims, and it really does feel like this is more so. If you use his term of Christmas present, it felt more like a Christmas present for the evangelicals, parts of his constituency, that his base, as we say, right? More so than the actual Christians in Nigeria. Not not something that. The people over there, listen, there are real concerns about insecurity there. So I really want us to be careful not to make it seem like, Christians have not been attacked. It is of concern.
See?
But it's not like they have been targeted.
You hear that?
It's like what I was saying.
The actual Christians in Nigeria, not something that the people over there, listen, there are real concerns about insecurity there. So I really want us to be careful not to make it seem like, Christians have not been attacked. It is of concern, but it's not like they have been targeted simply because they are Christians, which is a nuance that is important to understand.
Can I ask you, though, most people would say, how could this possibly be related? What impact did USAID cuts have on different parts of Nigeria?
I think that's such a fantastic question, because I think I think this is the thing that everyday Americans do not sort of appreciate, the work that that America had done for decades with USAID. Had kind of kept a lot of these things under, had prevented them from spinning out of control, because really at the core of many of the problems you see around in places like Northern Nigeria, but not just Northern Nigeria, many other African countries.
My policy
well,
got wiped, and I don't know
problem
why.
of development, and
If you research an upgraded form of that policy,
development in certain
but I lost 5
certain regions of certain countries, and Northern Nigeria is a classic example. Where if you're in somewhere like Lagos or Abuja or somewhere like that, you would, even as a visitor, you would not expect USAID to have much of a role there. But in these parts, these remote areas where there's climate change, where there's competition for resources, as people look for farmland, which leads to some of these conflicts that end up targeting farmers who happen to be Christians. There are real issues here, which agencies like USAID and many other sorts of NGOs and charities and organizations from both the local domestic ones and international ones have played a really effective role in helping everything from humanitarian efforts to health and other sorts of development aid has been really important. And I think there's just a feeling these days that has been spread that, you know, the only way to work with these developing countries is to see what we can get out of them, right? Rather than understand that actually, you know, these development agencies have a really important role beyond just a sort of, you know, an investment and profit kind of approach.
So here you have President Trump saying there's a Christian genocide in Nigeria. But the Trump administration has denied entry for Nigerian refugees, as well as virtually every other refugee group, with the exception of white South Africans. A total of 19 countries are now banned from all immigrant visas and all tourist, student exchange visitor visas, including Nigeria, from the American Immigration Council. So they are allowing in white South Africans, they say, because white Christian South Africans are targeted, but not allowing in, even though they bombed Nigeria, black Nigerian Christians.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to that point, that earlier point, right, about the sort of the exporting of the, you know, American culture wars, right? Like this idea of they're killing Christians, let's go, there's a Christian genocide, or there's a white genocide in South Africa. Neither of these things have been, you know, by every sort of expert, anyone who pays attention to the details, no one believes this has said this is true, right? But it's just, let's say the thing that keeps our base happy and export this sort of concerns. Meanwhile, it creates all sorts of, you know, terrible outcomes in the long term, right? The relationship between the United States and South Africa, you know, the United States, you know, in the end came around to being one of the great supporters of the early days of democracy in South Africa. And now it sees itself at loggerheads with the ANC. Then you look at Nigeria, you know, the largest African population, you know, and they just, a country which is, you know, exported all kinds of, you know, important people and great talent to America as well. And suddenly you're saying no students, no.
Norway's really trying with these rock bands.
Student visas, no tourist visas, a real kind of change. And it's not really clear that this is how this benefits America in the short or even the long term, other than to keep a certain sort of ideology sort of satisfied, if you like.
Ian Gadagoke, I want to thank you for being with us, and also want to note, you know, the U.S. is attacking these Venezuelan boats. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves. And then you have Nigeria, the largest oil producer in Africa. We'll talk more about those connections in the days to come. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on.
You heard it here first. It's always oil.
Welcome to Democracy Now!,
Do
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The
Amy,
U.S.
please.
conducted.
See anyone reporting on the protests in Iran?
Have not, no.
Okay.
Have you?
Another strike against a boat in the Pacific, killing 2 people. The U.S. Southern Command announced the strike on social media and did not provide any evidence of alleged drug smuggling. Since September, the Pentagon's claimed 30 attacks on boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, killing at least 107 people. This comes as the Trump administration's built up military forces in the region as part of a pressure campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Meanwhile, U.S. officials say the CIA carried out a drone strike on a port facility in Venezuela last week. It's the first report of a U.S. attack on a target inside Venezuela. CNN reports the strike targeted a remote dock on the Venezuelan coast that the U.S. government claims is being used for narco-trafficking. President Trump revealed the strike.
Anti-tank with 1 promotion.
Okay.
modern anti-tank with a single promotion.
Strike last week, and when questioned, repeated it Monday without providing any evidence of drug smuggling.
There was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs, so we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement.
That's where they implement.
No longer around.
President Trump was speaking next to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump expressed support for Israel's threats to launch new attacks on Iran. Trump's remarks came as he hosted Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago. It was the fifth visit by the Israeli leader to the U.S. since Trump retook the White House. Responding to Netanyahu's claims that Iran's rebuilding its nuclear industries following U.S. and Israeli attacks last summer, Trump said, quote, "we'll knock the hell out of them," unquote. Separately, Trump warned Hamas will, quote, "have hell to pay" if it refuses to disarm during the upcoming second stage of the U.S. brokered ceasefire agreement.
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm, as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them.
Trump made no reference to the hundreds of times Israel's violated the ceasefire since it took effect October 10th. Trump also claimed he'd recently spoken to the Israeli president, Isaac Herzog, about a pardon for Netanyahu, who faces charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust in 3 separate cases in Israel. President Trump said Herzog promised a pardon is, quote, "on its way," though Herzog's office later denied the claim. Meanwhile, Netanyahu announced President Trump will become the first non-Israeli citizen to receive the Israel Prize, the nation's highest civilian award. The announcement came as President Trump was caught on a hot mic complaining to Netanyahu that he'd been denied a Nobel Peace Prize. We'll have more on this story after headlines.
What?
Hamas has officially confirmed its longtime spokesman, Abu Obaida, and former leader in Gaza, Mohammed Sinwar, were killed earlier this year, confirming Israel's announcement. Back in May, the Israeli military said it had killed Mohammed Sinwar, the younger brother of the former Hamas leader, Yahya Sinwar. 3 months later, Israel said Abu Obaida had also been killed. In a video statement, a new Hamas spokesperson appeared on camera masked and announced the group remains committed to the October 10th ceasefire, but, quote, "will not give up their weapons as long as the occupation remains," unquote. Since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took effect, Israel's killed at least 414 Palestinians, wounding more than 1,100.
Equal to its adjacency bonus.
Somalia has condemned Israel's recognition of the breakaway region of Somaliland, calling it a, quote, "direct and grave threat to international peace and security," unquote, in a letter to the United Nations Security Council. The letter also took as long as the occupation remains, unquote. Since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took effect, Israel's killed at least 414 Palestinians, wounding more than 1,100. Somalia has condemned Israel's recognition of the breakaway region of Somaliland, calling it a, quote, "direct and grave threat to international peace and security," unquote, in a letter to the United Nations Security Council. The letter also says, quote, "we further note with deep concern reports that this recognition may serve as a pretext for the forced relocation of Palestinians to northwestern Somalia," unquote. Last week, Israel became the first country in the world to recognize.
What do you think?
About which part? Killing people?
No. Do we need me to rewind again?
Yeah, please.
Palestinians wounded. Israel's recognition of the breakaway region of Somaliland, calling it a, quote, "direct and grave threat to international peace and security," unquote, in a letter to the...
I've actually been seeing this. I literally... Okay.
Next turn.
I'm so... I'm so glad this has come up.
Hit
So
next turn.
I have been seeing people claiming that Somaliland is illegitimate because the US is now wanting to recognize it. And it's like, are we really
Hit
discounting
next turn.
Somaliland because Donald Trump has finally turned his attention to it? This is fucking stupid. Like,
Advance.
truly, I'm picking shit. Like, truly fucking dumb. And it's just, I can't figure out why these people are so fucking beholden to just the biggest pieces of shit. It's just reactionary. It's just reactionary shit. They do nothing but reactionary dog shit, and it literally drives autonomy into the ground. And the other thing is, all these people are doing, like, these people do nothing but whinge about the fucking UN, right? All this does is reinforce the liberal world order and the UN and their hatred of autonomy, right? And I was looking at this in relation to
Look at how
Taiwan.
wide Portugal's borders are around here.
And I was looking at this in relation to, like, Taiwan and China and that sort of stuff. And I was just looking at how when Nixon went into China in the 70s to open them up, that's when
I'll
everything
open you up.
started. That's when Taiwan was delegitimized out of the UN. It's when China was added to the UN Security Council. It's when China opened up to capitalism. It's when America opened China to exploitation. It's when they agreed, you know what? Yeah, let's do that, and let's actually you know open the billion people to exploitation. And it's like, why? Why are we doing this? Aren't we supposed to be supporting the little guy? But now we're what? Supporting Somalia, who has spent how long delegitimizing Somaliland for its own personal gain? 10 years? Something like that? How long do you reckon they've been at the whims of Somalia and not being able to become
Their
autonomous
entire
because of
existence.
Somalia?
Their
When did
entire-
Somaliland declare?
Hang on. Somaliland has had 5 presidents.
5.
I think.
Okay, so it's a decent amount of time. Okay.
Let me just go to
Because I'm genuinely curious. Man.
There's so many videos on this shit. More people are gonna know what Somaliland is now than ever.
Because of this, yeah. Holy shit, I
There are
can hit
lots
the
of
city with
micronations
my
in the
giant
world.
death
Territories
robot
or
from like
groups of
4
people that
squares away
claim
with
to
the
be
drone.
countries, but
Yeah.
That's
How it's done,
awesome.
bro. Put it on your artillery and your ranged units, always. Plus the general that gives it the range. And then you get if you get, like, the artillery piece, you can get the upgrade that gives it another 1 range, and you can, like, shoot from 5 tiles away.
Holy shit.
That's what I'd
fucking
like to do a
crazy.
lot.
Yeah.
just aren't. There's this place, the Free Republic of Liberland, which claims a disputed bit of riverbank between Croatia and Serbia. Down south, you've got West Antarctica, the micronation that claims a very large chunk of otherwise unclaimed land in Antarctica. And then, of course, you've got about a dozen of these places in Australia, because Australia is hardly a country to begin with. How do we know about all these places? Well, because you people won't stop asking us to make videos about them. But the fact of the matter is that there usually
Who are you
just
calling
isn't
you
much to
people?
say about most micronations. 90% of the time, it's someone saying something that's not true and making a whole flag about it. But there's one one major exception. A not quite country that, by all accounts, should actually be considered a real country, and it's called Somaliland. So let's talk about what Somaliland is and why exactly it isn't technically a country. Somaliland is here, the horniest part of the Horn of Africa. Now, you might look at this map and say, wait, that's in Somalia. And you'd be right, except you'd also be kind of wrong. You see, this part of Somalia and this part of Somalia have surprisingly little to do with one another, besides the fact that both of them have a lot of sand and not a lot of money. Way back in colonial times, which in the case of Africa means the 1950s, the UK and Italy were in a contest to see who could do the most irreparable damage to a part of the world that they weren't supposed to be. While the British were certainly the reigning champs, Italy was taking an impressive lead, at least when it came to this region of Africa. Italy and the UK each controlled part of Somalia. The Brits took a much more hands-off
These fucking
approach to their
skillet
half,
bands are
leaving
shitting
leadership
me.
in the hands.
Did you cut what you say?
I said these skillet bands are shitting me.
Skillet bands? Are you referring to the Christian rock group, or is that
Yes, I'm
Australian
referring to the
slang?
Christian... No, I'm referring to the Christian rock group. Because that's what it is. It's skillet.
Did you know that if you look up the meaning behind the song's Monster, it's about how the lead singer has fantasies of wearing women's clothing?
Really?
Yeah. Go look it up. Prove me wrong.
That is awesome.
Holy shit. Coupe.
Oh yeah, Coupe won me. I don't know what he's pissed about.
Coupe's got apparently been giving me a lot of aid. I couldn't tell you if he's been spending his production on it, but I hope he is.
Oh, you're the aid request, are you?
Yeah. We'll just buy it.
Of local elders, whereas the Italians were willing to actually put in the hard work of oppressing people. As a result, the two halves of Somalia actually gained independence a few days apart from each other. Somaliland was its own fully independent country for 4 days in 1960 until the rest of Somalia told Italy to shove a meatball in it and join up with Somaliland to form a single country. Now, if history has taught us anything, it's that jamming two completely culturally disconnected regions together and calling it a country is awesome and always works. But this time, for some reason, it didn't. Basically, all you need to know is that Somalia is broken up into 6 or 7 major clans, but most of those clans are down here and don't like each other very much, whereas Somaliland is pretty much composed of just one clan, the Isaac family, which has made it generally more stable, wealthy, and possible to form a secessionist militia, so they said, hey, let's form a secessionist militia, and then formed a secessionist militia. They fought a civil war with the rest of Somalia in the 1980s, and in 1991, Somaliland declared itself an independent country. The rest of Somalia, being poor, unstable, and having their own problems to deal with, didn't say yes, but they also didn't have the bullets to say no. So, since 1991, Somaliland has operated as its own country. We have a whole separate video on what makes a country, which you can watch after this if you don't have anything better to do with 6 minutes of your precious and fleeting life, but here's the gist. The world generally agrees on 3 basic qualities to define a country: an independent government, a defined territory, and a permanent population. And Somaliland,
Dude, I have so
very
many
clearly ticks
amenities.
all 3
None
these
of my
boxes.
cities
They have very well-defined borders with Somalia,
discontent.
although most countries refer to these as administrative boundary lines. They have a permanent population of
I
5.7
literally
million
have
people,
12
and they have a stable
ecstatic
government
cities.
with democratic
What is
elections.
happening?
They also issue their own passports, they have their own flag, they mint their own currency, they have their own national anthem, and they even maintain some degree of political contact with Ethiopia, Djibouti, South Africa, Taiwan, Sweden,
Djibouti.
and yes, Liberland. Remember Liberland from all those minutes ago? They might have a population of 0 and an economy entirely composed of a cryptocurrency
guy's
that can
very
be traded on a website
condescending
that
in this
doesn't
video
exist anymore.
today.
But hey, at least they're recognized by a country that isn't actually a country. But that gets us back to the question we've been meaning to answer. If Somaliland truly has everything that a real country needs to have, why isn't it a country? Well, the short answer is that they're not a country because other countries say so. The only true definition
It's
of a country is
Somalia's
one that's
problem.
internationally recognized as such. Like, sure, we all know that France is basically just a glorified province of Belgium, but as long as most major nations call it a country, it's a country. So I guess a better question would be, why don't other countries want to recognize Somaliland? And the answer to that is a little more complicated. The main reason has to do with international organizations in the region, like the African Union and the Arab League, both of whom have tried very hard for many years to
Wow,
get
you
everyone to
mean
pretend like
liberal
Somaliland
orders
doesn't exist.
fucking
After
over
all, fighting a
autonomy
decades-long
again?
civil war to split a country
Wow.
in two isn't exactly something that these groups want to reward with national recognition and a pat on the head, and their general position is that Africa's colonial borders should stay as is for the sake of stability. The EU has also generally turned a blind eye to Somaliland because, well, Italy still has some sentimental feelings for their old colony, as long as you replace the word sentimental with economic and feelings with the word feelings in quotation marks. And generally, there just aren't any countries out there that have any particular reason to stir the pot in the region. That is, until Somaliland finds that oil that they've been talking about. Now, if this video made you realize that you don't know a whole lot about what's going on in Africa, I would recommend checking out Africa is Not a Country by Deepo.
Can't relate.
It was published
Can't relate.
To the United Nations Security Council. The letter also says, quote, "We further note with deep concern reports that this recognition may serve as a pretext for the forced relocation of Palestinians to northwestern Somalia."
Coupe's warning
unquote.
me.
Last week, Israel became the first country in the world to recognize Somaliland as an independent state. Meanwhile, other countries refused to recognize Somaliland. The Arab League's UN ambassador told the Security Council it's rejecting, quote, "any measures arising from this illegitimate recognition aimed at facilitating forced displacement of the Palestinian people or exploiting northern Somali ports to establish military bases," unquote. In Somalia, demonstrations against Israel's recognition of Somaliland spread across the country as protesters waved flags and called for national unity. In Iran, protests erupted Monday over the country's falling currency and dire economic situation. Merchants and shopkeepers near Tehran's Grand Bazaar closed their businesses and joined demonstrations. Footage posted on social media showed demonstrators chanting Azadi, the Farsi word for freedom. Another video shows security forces in riot gear confronting the protesters and firing tear gas. Since Iran's 12-day war with Israel back in June, Iran's currency has lost 60% of its value. On Monday, the head of Iran's central bank resigned as protests spread throughout Iran. Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered his army to take full control of the Zaporizhzhia region of southern Ukraine after a Russian commander said his forces were less than 10 miles from its capital city. Putin's order came as the Kremlin accused Ukraine of launching a drone attack on one of Putin's presidential residences. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky rejected the claim, calling it, quote, "a complete fabrication intended to justify additional attacks against Ukraine," unquote. Meanwhile, many residents of Kyiv remain deeply skeptical that President Trump's discussions with Putin, Zelensky, and European powers would bring Russia's war on Ukraine any closer to an end.
Poor Rome. He's got nothing.
Oh yeah, he
We
got
see our
fucked.
enemy. We know that talks don't stop him. Only real strength can stop him. Our soldiers now provide this strength, so it is unlikely that these talks will stop the war.
China launched large-scale military drills around Taiwan for a second day Tuesday. Taiwan says it detected 130 Chinese aircraft and 22 vessels near the island. It's the highest number recorded on any day over the past year, according to an analysis by the South China Morning Post. Beijing called the deployment of forces a, quote, "stern warning," following the U.S. sending an $11 billion arms package to Taiwan. In Kosovo, the Albanian Nationalist Party of Albin Kurti has won a landslide victory in snap parliamentary elections held Sunday.
What?
Kurti has called for an expansion of social services and higher salaries for public workers. His party's victory breaks a 9-month political deadlock that's been in place since inconclusive elections in February
Did you
left
win?
Kosovo without a functioning government. Voters in the capital, Pristina, were hopeful
Did you get a
Sunday's
Diplo
election
victory?
marks a turning point.
But because dignity belongs
No
one
living in
No
Kosovo
shit.
or those from the diaspora have been satisfied with the political blockade.
will be the foundation.
Crazy. Damn. Buildings, cities captured, fucking winning.
Okay, well,
cities
we'll hit
founded,
just one more
you
turn.
are winning.
We'll do the just one more turn, but I just want to look at
Districts
some of the stats.
constructed. I fucking destroyed you. Great people earned. I beat you as well. Number of combats, I'm low. Player culture, you're way ahead. Player era score, you're only slightly ahead. Player faith, mine seems to be the highest. What the hell? Player gold, I am by far the highest. Player science, I am far beyond it. everyone else. Player score, you are above me. Player gold, I think we did that. Cities destroyed. Who's purple? Ah, Rome had the most cities destroyed. Governor titles, I had the most. Total governors, I was equal. Religions founded, I didn't found one. Units killed, units lost. Hey, both for me were low. War declarations, I got one. Wonders constructed. I think I have 5, 7, 8, maybe. No, 7. Okay, one more turn.
Diplo victories don't count.
No.
I mean, that's why I just hit just one more turn.
Mm-hmm.
I got it. The point is that I won.
Yes. Right when I was
that existed,
building my,
and perhaps eventually there will
Just
be
hit one more
positive
turn.
results, and the political parties will be forced to find a solution because this is holding the country back.
In economic news, new data shows U.S. corporate bankruptcies surged this year to levels not seen since 2010. At least 717 companies filed for bankruptcy through November, a 14% increase over last year. This comes as a new poll commissioned by The Guardian found nearly half of U.S. residents say their financial security is getting worse, compared to just 1 in 5 who say it's improving. 57% believe the U.S. economy is currently in a recession. Meanwhile, President Trump's continuing to blame Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell for the state of the U.S. economy. On Monday, Trump called Powell a fool and said, "I'd love to fire him." A federal judge in California has dismissed an indictment against a TikTok streamer from South Los Angeles who was shot by ICE agents who surrounded his car during an immigration enforcement operation in October.
I will keep this
Carlitos
one, though.
Ricardo Parias had faced charges of assault after agents accused him of using his car as a weapon to ram 2 of their vehicles. But newly released body cam footage from the ICE agent who fired his gun shows Parias did not move his car. Instead, the footage shows the agent smashing through a passenger window, pointing his gun at Parias and threatening to shoot him if he didn't get out. The agent then fires, striking Parias in the elbow. A deputy marshal was struck in the hand when the bullet ricocheted. On Saturday, U.S. District Judge Fernando Alguin ordered the case against Parias dismissed, saying he was deprived of his constitutional rights when the government moved him to an ICE processing center 90 miles east of Los Angeles following his release on bond. The Trump administration is set to use a public health regulation drafted during the early days of the COVID pandemic to deny immigrants access to asylum. The regulation taking effect Wednesday will allow the U.S. to deny asylum claims at U.S. ports of entry based on, quote, emergency public health concerns generated by a communicable disease, unquote. This comes on top of a broad asylum ban Trump imposed on his first day back in office, despite U.S. obligations under international law to provide pathways for resettlement or asylum to those fleeing persecution.
What?
And Bangladesh has declared 3 days of state mourning after the nation's first female prime minister, Khaleda Zia, died in the capital, Dhaka. She was 80 years old, longtime leader of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, and served 3 terms as prime minister. Bangladesh's interim leader, Muhammad Yunus, wrote on social media, quote, "Through her uncompromising leadership, the nation was repeatedly freed from undemocratic conditions and inspired to regain liberty. The nation will remember her contributions to the country and its people with respect," he said. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, Democracy Now!
No.
Guess we'll go here. Give me some music.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Hi, Amy.
Israel's banning more than 24 international humanitarian groups, including Doctors Without Borders, MSF, Oxfam, and the Norwegian Refugee Council from operating in the Gaza Strip starting New Year's Day. Israeli authorities say the organizations did not meet new registration requirements that include sharing detailed information about staff, funding, and operations. We'll speak with the Norwegian Refugee Council after headlines. Israel continues to claim without evidence that Hamas is infiltrating the distribution of aid, a charge the aid groups have repeatedly denied. The announcement drastically harms Gaza's residents who rely heavily on the aid groups for medical care, food, and shelter. For instance, MSF is responsible
they killed my giant death robot.
of the hospital beds and supports a third of all births in Gaza. In a statement issued last week in anticipation of Israel's announcement, MSF said, quote, if Israeli authorities revoke MSF's access to Gaza in 2026, a large portion of people in Gaza will lose access to critical medical care, water, and life-saving support. MSF's activities serve nearly 500,000 people in Gaza through our vital support to the destroyed health system, they said.
Warning me.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon awarded Boeing an $8.6 billion contract to build and deliver 25 new F-15 fighter jets for the Israeli Air Force. The announcement comes after President Trump met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, the U.S.'s largest supplier of arms to
The
Israel.
volley player loses
Saudi
Diplo
Arabia carried
victory
out
points.
strikes in Yemen's
Too
port city
late.
of Mukalla
I won
Tuesday
right before
after
they could have
accusing the
voted
United
out
Arab
all my
Emirates of sending
Diplo
a
favor.
shipment of weapons and combat vehicles to separatist forces known as the Southern Transitional Council.
Vote for the climate
Shortly
accords.
after the strikes, the
Yeah, I
UAE
will.
announced it's withdrawing its remaining troops in Yemen. The Southern Transitional
And
Council
I am,
initially supported Yemen's internationally recognized government against the Houthi rebels, but earlier this month, the separatist forces
think
launched
I
an
went to
offensive against the Saudi Arabia-backed government
Digital
troops.
democracy. But I'm not
Russia
sure.
launched an overnight drone attack on the Ukrainian port city of Odessa, injuring 4 people, including 3 children. The strike comes as Russia claims to have moved a nuclear-capable missile system into Belarus a day after Russia accused Ukraine of carrying out a drone attack on Russian President Vladimir Putin's residence. Russian officials doubled down on the claim on Tuesday, but refused to provide
Vote to
any
ban coal
evidence.
again.
Meanwhile, national security
That's funny.
advisors from several European countries are set to meet in Ukraine on Saturday, according to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Speaking to reporters, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine could be reached within weeks.
The key outcome of recent days is the American declaration, and this is, of course, something new. Some were even surprised. The American declaration of the United States' readiness to participate in security guarantees for Ukraine after the conclusion of peace, including the presence of American troops, for example, on the border or on the line of contact between Ukraine and Russia.
In Iran, mass protests over the country's dire economic situation, including a collapsing currency and high inflation, have spread from businesses to universities. According to social media posts, students protested Tuesday at 6 university campuses in the capital, Tehran, and as well in Isfahan and Yazd. The post showed students chanting freedom and don't be afraid, we are all together. Clashes broke out between students and security forces near the University of Tehran. This comes as Iran responded to President Trump's threats that he would support new
partisans
against the
were just
country
recruited
over its
in Rome.
nuclear program. On social media, Iran's
The Kree have
President
2
Masoud
spies in
Pezeshkian
Rome right now.
warned that any
Crazy.
actions against Iran
Yeah,
would be, quote,
and they just
severe
recruited
and
partisans in Rome.
regret-inducing, unquote. This is the head of Iran's parliament Tuesday.
Oh no, I lost my Diplo victory.
I emphasize that Iran does not seek permission from anyone to defend itself. The Iranian people's response to any widespread adventurism and evil is unapologetic and even unexpected.
At least 2 oil tankers have reportedly arrived in Venezuela in recent days, with other vessels navigating toward the Venezuelan coast despite the Trump administration's blockade. The 2 other tankers approaching Venezuela are not under sanctions and are part of a fleet from China. It's unclear whether China will press the Trump administration to secure the safe passage of the vessels as the U.S. ramps up its military forces against Venezuela. This comes as a New York Times investigations offered a glimpse into the physical evidence following mounting U.S. military strikes on boats off the Caribbean. The Times reports days after a U.S. boat strike in November, a scorched 30-foot-long boat washed ashore a Colombian peninsula, followed by 2 bodies and dozens of packets, some of which had traces of a substance that smelled and looked like marijuana. The damning new details contradict President Trump's claims of targeting cocaine and fentanyl traffickers. Marijuana is legal in at least 40 U.S. states. The U.S. Treasury sanctioned 10 people and firms from Iran and Venezuela over allegedly supporting Iran's drone trade and ballistics program. It follows President Trump's announcement of a maximum pressure campaign against Iran over its nuclear program earlier this year, which led to U.S. strikes against 3 nuclear enrichment facilities in Iran over the summer. Iran continued to claim its nuclear program is peaceful and for civilian purposes. In Bolivia, protests led by miners have entered a second week, with police forces on Tuesday firing tear gas at demonstrators in the capital, La Paz. Protesters have condemned new austerity measures issued by the government of President Rodrigo Paz Pereira, who took office in early November. The decree has doubled gasoline prices and tripled diesel costs, with labor leaders and workers saying the new reforms will also skyrocket food and transportation costs for communities living in poverty. This is one of the protesters.
We've been repressed with rubber bullets, with weapons. We are fighting for a just cause. It is for Bolivia. We will fight to the end until we get this cursed decree repealed.
Honduran presidential runner-up Salvador Nasrallah has formally filed an appeal to challenge the results of last month's contested Honduran election. There are mounting accusations of fraud after the conservative Nasri Asfoda was declared the winner nearly a month after voters took to the polls, an electoral process that was riddled with technical issues and a lack of transparency. Asfoda was personally endorsed by President Trump, which was widely criticized as a way to intervene in Honduras's election. Nasrallah lost to Asfoda by less than 1% of the vote and is seeking a review and recount of voter ballots. The state of Florida executed 19 people on death row this year, a record high that nearly doubled the national average. That's according to the Death Penalty Information Center, which said Florida's executions accounted for about 40% of the country's total this year. Advocates calling to abolish the death penalty have warned many of those put to death suffered from mental illness or were not given access to proper legal representation. Others were victims of abuse. Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has been accused of expediting executions for political gain. Unlike other states where the courts are more steadily involved in the process, Florida's governor has the sole authority to issue execution warrants. A newly unsealed order in the criminal case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia revealed Justice Department officials pushed for his indictment, calling it a top priority after he was wrongfully sent to El Salvador's mega prison, Secat, then returned to the U.S. under court order. Meanwhile, ICE says it will not rearrest him again as long as a federal judge's order blocking his detention remains in place. The Justice Department brought human smuggling charges against him for driving in a car with other undocumented immigrants. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is seeking to dismiss his case on the grounds the Trump administration is targeting him. A federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from ending deportation protections for 230 immigrants from South Sudan. The decision by Judge Angel Kelly came about a week before their TPS, temporary protected status, was set to expire, citing in the ruling, quote, serious long-term consequences, including the risk of deadly harm if the immigrants are deported to South Sudan. The United Nations has warned of escalating armed conflict in South Sudan and widespread food insecurity in the region. The Trump administration announced it's freezing all child care funds to Minnesota. The Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services, Jim O'Neill, said the move was in response to the work of right-wing anti-Muslim influencer Nick Shirley, who published a video claiming he found that daycare centers operated by Somali residents in Minneapolis had committed fraud. Shirley's video provided scant evidence of his claims, but was retweeted by Vice President J.D. Vance and Elon Musk.
Even my mom has brought this up to me,
New York
asking me about it.
Socialist Zoran Mamdani will be sworn in as mayor of New York City by New York Attorney General Letitia James in a private ceremony at an abandoned subway station under City Hall. Then, on New Year's Day, Vermont's independent Senator Bernie Sanders will publicly administer the oath of office to Mamdani on the steps of City Hall. Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will introduce Mamdani in the midst of an inauguration block party, which is expected to have some 40,000 revelers. Democracy Now! Will be streaming the inauguration ceremony at democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy.
Oh, that can move. Nice. Get out of here, rock band.
Who's Rock Band?
Purple one.
Rome.
Yeah.
This 42-minute video posted by Nick Shirley on X has garnered...
Surely you can't be serious.
110 million views over the course of 3 days. It is currently December 29th as I'm recording this video. So 3 days ago he posted this. It's at 110 million views as a 42-minute video. That's got to be setting records. That's got to be setting records. It's up there with like Justin Bieber tweets. Anyway, Nick Shirley went around and he filmed an expose in Minnesota. And he posted this to his YouTube channel as well. Check his YouTube channel out. The video, like I said, was 42 minutes long, and it was titled, quote, "I investigated Minnesota's billion-dollar fraud scandal." Now, I don't know exactly when he recorded this, but it was probably within the past month, more than likely, because he travels around the country day to day, depending on what's going on. And he is extremely hard to get a hold of, especially right now, as you might imagine. But Nick is a 23-year-old independent YouTuber and independent journalist who's been traveling all over the country for the past, like, at least for, I think, 4 years, 3 or 4 years. I first started seeing his stuff pop up because he was traveling to protests that were happening all over the United States. And he was just attending these protests with an iPhone and a GoPro and just interviewing people out there, asking them what they're doing there, asking them like what their opinions of things are, and, you know, just interviewing people at protests. I don't know how he's going to manage to do that going forward. He's going to have a security team. I think that in his...
Shut up, Bands.
So annoying.
I know, right? There's a policy you can get from communism that bans the rock bands, but it reduces your happiness or something.
That's fucking awesome.
YouTube description for the video. He even has like, hey, here's my security team that I'm needing to raise money to pay for. So whatever you guys can help, you know, whatever you can do to help me pay for security. He's going to need a lot of security after this point. I've watched all of his social media accounts grow by like 400,000 followers and subscribers across all platforms within the past 3 days. It's been insane. I've never seen anybody have more explosive growth than this young man right here. And he 100% deserves it, because this expose exposed so much stuff happening in Minnesota, and we're going to get into it because there's a lot to talk about in regards to that. Now, like I said, Nick's a 23-year-old independent journalist, independent YouTuber. He's been doing this for a little while, and he's been crushing it. He's been just him and like a small crew, maybe 1 or 2 people. And in this most recent video that he filmed in Minnesota, he worked with a guy that was identified only as David, who was a local dude who raised suspicions after years of observing empty facilities up in Minnesota, specifically these child daycare centers, these licensed child care centers, and also adult care facilities, some healthcare providers, and non-emergency medical transport businesses in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And they did that during weekday business hours. They visited up there during weekday business hours. Many, if not most of them, appeared to be locked, empty, or inactive despite receiving substantial public funding through programs like the Child Care Assistance Program, which is a government subsidized program that taxpayers pay for in order to subsidize like childcare. Some of the big examples from the video that he put out there was the Quality Learning Center, which was misspelled. It was supposed to say Quality Learning Center, but the sign was literally misspelled saying Quality Learning Center. And that specific establishment reportedly was receiving $1.9 to $4 million, but showed zero children activity, and it was licensed for up to 99 kids. Basically, they're claiming that they had 99 kids in attendance at that facility or were regularly attending. Other sites or businesses that were, out there that they investigated were registered at single addresses with no visible operations at all. And there was confrontations where staff refused questions or accused Nick Shirley of being, immigration's customs enforcement, which obviously he's not. He's just a, YouTuber, independent journalist. Throughout the video that Nick Shirley filmed, he claimed that his team documented over $110 million in payments to suspicious entities in just one day. And he framed it as part of a larger scandal potentially involving billions in taxpayer funds linked to Somali-owned or operated businesses in Minnesota. Now, while he was up there, he was pretending to essentially be a parent that was seeking enrollment of his children. And as he covered this, he called it, quote, the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history. Now, this video, like I said, has gone completely viral all over the internet. Unbelievable. The dude's blown up the internet completely. Like I said, it's already got over 110 million views on X alone, millions of views on YouTube within days, spreading rapidly through, conservative circles, reaction streamers. Vice President J.D. Vance retweeted this, praising it as better journalism than Pulitzer Prize winners. Elon Musk commented on it and retweeted it multiple times. FBI Director Kash Patel highlighted it indirectly. And also, in addition to that, the FBI Director Kash Patel said on Sunday, December 28th, that the Bureau would, quote, continue to follow the money in Minnesota and protect children, adding that the investigation very much remains ongoing. He also said, quote, however, even before the public conversation escalated online, the FBI had surged personnel and investigative resources to Minnesota to dismantle large-scale fraud schemes exploiting federal programs. Fraud that steals from taxpayers and robs vulnerable children will remain a top FBI priority in Minnesota and nationwide, he wrote. He also additionally said, quote, to date, the FBI dismantled a $250 million fraud scheme that stole federal food aid meant for vulnerable children during COVID. So I posted a video back 1 month ago that I titled Inside America's Craziest, Biggest Fraud Scandal. And it was about the Feeding Our Future scandal. So if you haven't seen that, it's only 18 minutes long, 18 minutes and 33 seconds. You can go check that out. That kind of goes into really descriptive detail on these food subsidy programs that were supposed to be feeding children that were living in impoverished areas that didn't have enough money to cover food. And it's bananas. This is what the FBI had investigated for a while, and there was a bunch of charges and people that were thrown in prison. It was probably one of the largest fraud schemes in U.S. history, but this childcare thing is a whole nother addition to that iceberg. This Feeding Our Future scandal might just be the tip of that iceberg. Anyway, as a result of this video that Nick Shirley posted, there's been heavy criticism of Governor Tim Walz, which, by the way, on the 27th, one day after Nick Shirley posted his video, Governor Tim Walz posted this picture on his X account that said, Happy Catter Day. And if you look in the comments, he got absolutely roasted. I mean, you can look at these comments. People are saying tone-deaf bastard.
I mean, that's all they do.
One of the most offensively tone-deaf posts we've ever seen. And then people were like, Grok, make the cat Somalian sitting on piles of cash and gold. Stop using your cat as a distraction to massive fraud you allowed in your state by Somalis and your party depends on for your votes. Are you aware that fraudsters in your state have been submitting fake claims to divert billions of taxpayer dollars to fund wild spending sprees and to max out donations to Democrat candidates? Just thought I'd let you know in case you hadn't heard. Anyway, happy Catter Day. Your state has $18 billion of fraud going on that you refuse to address or take accountability for. Instead of talking about cats, why don't you actually signal that you care? I mean, it goes on and on and on. He gets absolutely excoriated in the comments of this post. It was insane. Ballsy of them for them to post that while like one of the most viral videos ever on X is literally blowing up the internet. Anyway, he followed up on the 28th saying, quote, "No one should have to make the decision between a paycheck and taking their child to the doctor. With paid family leave, Minnesotans won't have to." Anyway, basically he tries to deny, distract, delay. So the first time that Tim Walz actually responded to this whole massive fraud investigation happening, this is what he had to say.
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
So basically, he was trying to say that somehow this fraud being exposed is being done as a result of white supremacy. Here's Nick
What's the
Shirley
bloke's
being
name?
interviewed on Fox News this past weekend, saying the big weekend show. And this is what he had to say in response to that.
So it sounds to me, Nick, that Governor Tim Walz is saying that you and others that are out there trying to expose this, you know.
How does it spell his name? Nick Shirley. Like, are we talking about like "Don't Call Me Shirley"? Shirley? Like, is that the kind of Shirley we're talking about? It is. It's "Don't Call Me Shirley." Okay. Okay, let's have a look at his Twitter. Let's see who he follows. Rob Schneider. Ash Patel. This is all pretty standard stuff. There's nothing too red flaggy about who he follows. Candace Owens, Stephen Crowder, James Woods. Here we go. We're getting somewhere. Patrick Bet-David, Brandon Tatum, Asmund Gold, Cat Turd. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's see who he interacts with, actually. Wow, he has 1 million followers.
Yeah, well, that's what they were just saying, is that he's blown up because of this video.
Jason Collins. Next, Patrick Bet-David. I mean, he seems like he's just a standard chud type.
Yeah, he said that so what he did is he just was recording protests on his iPhone. So he's just someone who just went out and recorded protests, posted online. That's like Elijah Schaefer did the same thing to make himself.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a pretty standard growth model.
Yeah.
You can never plan the future.
You're doing it because you're white supremacist. What is your response to him?
Yeah, Tim wants votes. There are entire apartment complexes where white people have been pushed out of these apartment complexes because Somalians have taken over in their inside of these
there you
towns
go.
like Minneapolis.
Didn't even need to look him up. He's
get
already
votes
saying
from these
fuckhead
people.
stuff.
And if you have 100,000 people that will vote for you because you're going to enable and let this stuff happen, and because you're going to call a white person racist for calling out facts, this is what's going to happen to a state like Minnesota. Minnesotans,
there it is.
They say Minnesota nice, but they are very upset, and I fully understand why they're upset, because they don't have a governor who's actually working for them. He's actually working against them.
Nick, your video's been viewed 93 million times. What do you think will be the result of this? Do you think things will change because of bringing attention to this, or do you think it'll be much the same? Sweep under the rug and keep moving forward?
Yeah, there better
He's
be
on your
change.
show, isn't he?
People are demanding it. The investigations
I should
have been
leave
launched
Rome alone,
just from
shouldn't
that
I?
video
I should
alone.
take out all the other
And
cities.
so there better be change because, like I said, we work way too hard to be paying taxes. We work way too hard to be not knowing where our money's going. And at the end of the day, the people in the government, they work for us. We don't work for them. And so it's their responsibility to hold these people accountable. And so if there's not something that's happened, people are going to be very frustrated. And so if President Trump's watching this, it's time to really get down to nitty gritty and to make a difference in this place of Minnesota that is pretty much like Somaliland right now.
Now, one of the things that always happens
my
anytime
God.
something goes extremely viral or, becomes a big topic in the news, people start, making wagers on it and guessing at what things are going to happen as a result. One of the things that happened on Polymarket is somebody introduced will anyone be charged over daycare fraud in Minnesota? And right now, as of the 29th of December 2025, Polymarket is predicting a 44% chance that anyone will be charged over daycare fraud in Minnesota. Now, I can tell you right now that there's a lot of people out there that are expecting the federal government to respond viciously and quickly. Now, I know some people are like trying to say, oh, well, there was nobody there because it was the holidays, or there was nobody there because it was during holiday periods. It's like, no, there'd be at least somebody there. If there are employees there, but there's no kids there, that's a little suspicious to me, I'll give you a small story. My brother used to be an elementary school teacher. And when he was an elementary school teacher, there were like
I don't know. That's a good point. I kind of poked a lot of holes in this story right there, didn't you, pal? And then, you mean these people didn't want to let this random dude in when there's tons of pressure on the Somali community right now, and ICE is everywhere during the holiday when kids wouldn't be at daycare?
Crazy.
Government-assisted breakfasts, essentially, which was like subsidizing meals for impoverished students. He worked at a school that was in a very poor area. I'm not going to say where or when or any of that stuff, but anyway, it was a very poor area,
something.
and
Lucky
they
I
do
have
school
900
breakfasts
Diplo fiber.
for, essentially, it's like subsidizing food for impoverished communities. And a lot of the times, that was the only time that those kids would get breakfast because their parents didn't take care of them. Their parents wouldn't feed them. Oftentimes, the food that kid eats at school might be the only food that kid gets the entire day because the parents are either inept or they're just completely not present or they just don't care. So that kid might only get to eat during the time that he's at school, which is really unfortunate, but that's just the fact of the matter in some of these impoverished communities. It's a systemic thing. If it's happening in one part of the country, I guarantee it's happening in a lot of other parts of the country as well. So that being said, if kids from poorer areas oftentimes don't eat except for the subsidized food that they receive at school, I guarantee you, if those same types of parents are in other major cities or major urban areas and stuff like that, have the opportunity to send their kids to a daycare to get them out of the house so they don't have to look after them, they're going to take advantage of it. So even if it was during the holidays, if they were able to send their kids out there to a daycare to get them out of the house, they're going to do it. And if these daycares were specifically targeting impoverished communities, essentially as subsidized daycare for impoverished communities that the federal government was paying for with taxpayer money, those people are going to send their kids out there to be put in daycare because that's what's going to happen. That's not like a hypothesis. I'm telling you, that's just plain facts of the matter. Now, like I said, Polymarket believes there's a 44% chance that anyone's going to be charged with fraud in Minnesota over these daycare stuff. Now, the problem is now that this thing is blown up completely out of proportion and been covered by tons of people all over the place, like independent journalists, which, by the way, something I think that's been interesting about this specifically is the fact that traditional U.S. mainstream outlets have largely not covered Shirley's video specifically as of December 29th. For example, the New York Times hasn't really talked about it. They talked about it a little bit, but it was very it was like very wave tops. Washington Post hasn't really made anything about it. CNN hasn't really talked about it. MSNBC hasn't really talked about it. ABC, PBS, NPR. They've largely not covered it. If they did, it was like very slightly and just like kind of dipped your toes in the water and left it largely alone. Most of the coverage of the video has largely come from like Fox News, The Daily Caller, Red State, PJ Media, Times of India, Hindustan Times, Live Mint, Daily Mail, of course, because they jump on everything because if it's viral, Daily Mail jumps on it. Axios briefly mentioned it in the context of the administration's responses. But yeah, it's largely not been picked up by a lot of mainstream sources, surprisingly, especially considering how insane it is. Like, the problem is, though, I look at it like this. If there is not a federal response, like a serious investigative federal response to this, if nobody gets charged with a crime after all of this stuff has been exposed and nobody goes to jail, that's going to be a significant blow to the credibility of the federal government to respond to corruption. That's not like speculation. That's not like me taking a shot in the dark. I'm telling you right now, if after this thing has gone completely viral, like we're talking about, hundreds of millions of views across all platforms, shared millions of times by tons of people. If the federal government doesn't respond swiftly and nobody gets charged and nobody goes to jail and nothing happens to these people who have literally been stealing taxpayer funds to funnel into their own fake front companies, it's going to be a significant blow to the credibility of the federal government to deal with corruption. That's just what's going to happen, because people are going to lose faith that folks are going to be held accountable if they commit crimes like this. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I know that FBI Director Kash Patel announced that they were going to be pursuing this stuff. The U.S. Labor Department also mentioned that they were sending a strike team in one report, but details tie more to state/federal oversight. Now, here's what my assumption is. I think that there's a possibility, because the fact is it is explicitly legal and required for government officials in Minnesota to conduct in-person visits to these licensed or certified care providers, including for the purpose of verifying compliance, investigating potential fraud, or ensuring the use of public funds under the Child Care Assistance Program, and just making sure that everything's up to snuff and that there's no sketchy stuff going on. If these care facilities are like sitting there existing as like physical locations and there's a bunch of fraud happening and there's no kids actually being taken care of, what that leads me to believe is that there is nobody visiting them to ensure that there is compliance. And where does that have to start from? Well, if they're coming from the government, either they are being threatened not to go.
It seems like there's a lot of holes in this already. I don't know about you.
Or they're just extremely lax in their maintaining compliance standards and stuff like that. Because these programs are coming from federal funding, that's a real problem. Because if state employees, their state government employees are not enforcing federal laws, the only people that can go up there to make sure that they are in compliance with federal laws and that they're enforcing federal laws is by physically going there. Now, the Minnesota Department of Children, Youth, and Families, formerly part of the DHS, and county licensors are authorized and mandated to perform unannounced annual inspections of licensed child care centers per Minnesota statutes and rules, including federal CCDF requirements. Additional unannounced visits for complaints, maltreatment reports, or investigations is also warranted. Licensors have the right to enter facilities during operating hours to review records, observe operations, and verify compliance with health, safety, and attendance standards. Results of those visits, like annual inspectors find, are publicly posted on the DHS licensing information lookup site. Now, for the
He wants to make peace. He wants to make peace with me. He's offering me. He's offering to cede cities to me and great works and a spy.
Well, it's a spy you already had. If you just destroy him, you'll get those things anyway.
That's true. You going down, Ryan? Oh, so that was making peace and keeping the cities I've taken.
Yeah.
I see. Well, I'm about to take another city. I'm so close to getting this science victory. It's three turns. Try and get through this shit as fast as possible.
Damn, Coupe has no progress in the science. What is Coupe even doing over there, you know? Someone sent me a deal.
The Child Care Assistance Program specific fraud concerns. The Office of Inspector General within the state government has the authority to conduct audits, investigations, and site visits when there are suspicions of improper payments, false billing, or overclaims, i.e. billing for children not present. Like billing the state government to provide them with federal funding or taxpayer money for children that aren't present. Providers must grant access to records and facilities. Refusal can trigger payment suspension or other actions. State law allows withholding of payments or administrative disqualifications based on fraud findings, often involving on-site verification. Now, they have all these rules in place, right? There's a lot of oversight things in place to prevent this fraud from happening. But why isn't it happening? Why isn't it being enforced? Well, most of the critics believe that this comes from the governor's office, and that the governor's office, who's been also accused and implicated from FBI investigations, have pointed to lax enforcement or infrequent inadequate inspections as contributing to potential fraud, not to any legal prohibition on visits. So a lot of audits that have been done have also found massive gaps in oversights, including not enough unannounced checks or record validations. But the authority to conduct these audits has always existed and is supposed to be exercised routinely. So if government officials have to visit these places in person to verify against fraud and are legally required to do so as part of the licensing and program integrity efforts, why hasn't that been happening? And who's preventing that from happening? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe somebody out there does. Now, I've also seen some other folks talking about like speculating that some of these institutions have made political campaign donations to elected officials. I haven't seen anything personally about that, so I can't verify if that's accurate or not. I would be careful trusting anything that says that or makes those claims without following up and doing some actual due diligence to look up on, because campaign donations are supposed to be open source, transparent. You should be able to view that. So before you assume that's fact, I would definitely do some due diligence and check that out. Now, I will say that some of the critics against this note that locked doors or limited visibility does not prove fraud, and that full verification of fraud actually occurring is going to require official investigations. But again, if the state government is not enforcing laws because it's benefiting them, because everybody's just passing the money around, if it's like a big washing machine for money and they're just passing money around, not saying that's what's happening, but if that's what is happening, if that money gets washed and it's being used to do other nefarious activities, of course that state government is not going to enforce compliance with laws that would then stifle the amount of money that they're getting washed to conduct whatever nefarious purposes they're conducting. So the only real way to verify that this is not happening is by sending in oversight people to ensure that there's compliance with federal law, especially for things and programs that are paid for with taxpayer funds. Now, the last thing that I'll leave you with is this. Apparently, some viral social media posts and videos, primarily on X and TikTok, shared around December 29th, today, involving the allegations of fraud in Minnesota's Child Care Assistance Program, highlighted the Sweet Angel Child Care Incorporated, which was a licensed child care center in Minneapolis that's been active since 2021. Now, this is one of those other places that folks have been saying is potentially a ghost daycare that's receiving public funds. Multiple reports and posts allege that Sweet Angel Child Care received approximately 1.
Is 5 the maximum speed you can go?
I don't know.
I guess we'll find out.
I think you can.
The
keep
U.S.
going and
just
going and
seized a
going.
Chinese-linked oil tanker in the Caribbean, and everyone is pretending it's not a major escalation by the Trump administration.
Explain a little more about this Venezuelan oil tanker and share a little more information.
Well, I'll let the people do it, but you see the result, and I guess they probably have released the pictures by now, pretty soon. You'll discuss that with the appropriate people later on, but no, it was seized for very good reason.
Over the weekend on December 20th, the U.S. Coast Guard seized a second oil tanker in the Caribbean. That now brings the count up to 2 oil tankers seized by the U.S. Coast Guard in just the past week. This is, of course, coming after Donald Trump called for a blockade on all sanctioned oil tankers leaving and entering Venezuelan waters. But this second oil tanker, captured on Saturday, really shakes things up for the United States. Because according to Reuters, although the ship was not Chinese-owned, it was carrying oil bound for China, being bought and transported by a leading oil intermediary between Venezuela and China. Now, this is a major escalation by the United States, getting China even more involved in a conflict they already play a key part in. But China has remained vocal during all of this, just today reiterating their condemnation of America's bullying of the global south. With China's foreign ministry spokesperson saying on Monday, the arbitrary detention of ships of other countries by the United States is a serious violation of international law. China always opposes illegal unilateral sanctions that lack the basis of international law and are not authorized by the UN Security Council. Venezuela has the right to independently develop mutually beneficial cooperation with other countries and believes that the international community understands and supports Venezuela's position of safeguarding its legitimate rights and interests. Now, some US adversaries like Iran and China had much more provocative things to say in response to America's actions against Venezuela, and I'll touch on that in just a bit. But first, I want to take a quick look at how the media is covering all of this, specifically the second seizing of an oil tanker, the one linked to China. Because mainstream media, as you all know, is where consent is manufactured. Just don't Google that. Its creditor is in a bit of hot water. Let's first look at ABC7 in Los Angeles, which is strangely one of the few local news stations still owned and operated by Disney. These local stations tend to be a great source to better understand the type of vanilla liberalism propaganda being plastered across America.
The U.S. Coast Guard today seizing another oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. It's the second time this week the Coast Guard has done so. It's part of the Trump administration's campaign against drug cartels and the flow of drugs into the U.S. and, according to the president's own chief of staff, a means for regime change in Venezuela.
So they're still going with this drug narrative for all of this, but they're also very vocal about the fact that this is really a means for regime change. This is a really important piece to this entire puzzle. I mean, the United States is just posting unclassified footage on their Twitter page right after this took place. They're boasting about their power in the Caribbean. Why? Why are they so confident about this? Nothing is really trying to be hidden. Nothing is brushed under the rug. Why? It's possibly a means to make Americans feel like they're being taken care of, they're being made safer by the American government. Who knows? It really is the million-dollar question.
At least 15 sanctioned tankers full of oil are floating off Venezuela and could be targeted if they enter international waters, experts say. A move that would choke Venezuela's oil exports, the lifeblood of President Maduro's regime.
They continue to use the word regime, which I'm honestly surprised that mainstream media is still calling entire countries' governments a regime.
They called it a regime.
I mean, it almost seems like you're kind of calling your own cards. It's like,
we know what you're doing when you're using the word regime. Like, what even makes a government a regime and not a regime? It just seems a little bit too on the nose for these people. Like, we know what you're doing, ABC7.
Maduro calling the U.S. actions criminal piracy. And Maduro ally Russia saying the U.S. is now threatening international shipping in the Caribbean.
Now, really, the only reason they're quoting Putin in this moment is to remind people that Venezuela is allied with the big bad Russia that everyone and their uncle has been conditioned to fear.
We've always expected them to provide rhetorical support for them.
They are literally
now, this statement
engaging in
from
an
Secretary of State Marco
imperialist
Rubio is really
fucking
interesting.
invasion.
They always
You stupid cunt. I'm so anti-imperialist. I'm a fan of Russia because America bad. Shut the fuck up. Like, we spent 4 hours deconstructing your fucking Iranian propaganda, and now you're here telling us that Russia isn't the bad guy? They're an imperialist invader, you stupid cunt. I'm so sick of these people. I have zero time for these people and their fucking retarded fucking opinions and positions siding with scum. Fuck off. America exists, like, Russia existing does not, sorry, America existing as a bad entity does not make Russia good. Things can be all bad at all one time. So frustrating. Absolute dumb fucks.
expected Russia to provide rhetorical support to the Maduro regime. Perhaps Venezuela isn't the primary target, but rather a secondary target caught in the crossfire currently being used as a battlefield. Really, despite Donald Trump being in office, the self-described peace president, the media hasn't talked about Venezuelan oil much at all. And when they do talk about this seizing of oil vessels, they're all very careful with their wording, continually framing Venezuela as the bad guy and not the United States. And not even Donald Trump himself, which is actually—
I love that these people who always talk about regime change, when it actually fucking happens and it's literally a regime change motive, they're like, it's the oil? Shut the fuck up. You actual morons. Like, it's a regime change. They're sieging, like, it's a literal siege. Is it siege? Blockade. It's a blockade. They're seizing revenue from Venezuela as a blockade of pressure. It's got nothing to do with taking the fucking oil and everything to do with
Trump
getting rid of
continually
Maduro.
says that. That's the issue.
Yeah,
Trump is going, hey, we're doing it because of the oil.
Because Trump's as stupid as these people. Like, it's the same kind of intelligence level that we're dealing with. Continue.
Come on. Hang on. Come on.
The city-states have all made peace with him. And so did you.
Give it a second.
I'm waiting.
The game is just taking a minute, you know? Big turn.
Well, I'm winning next turn, so... You're pretty close to a cultural victory, too. Oh, shit, Oh, man, you're gonna win in a turn, and I'm gonna maybe win in 2. Fuck.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice. I was hoping after this load stops, it goes to the culture victory.
Yeah, it did.
I'm waiting.
Oh, no, it hasn't. I wonder who's gonna get it, because it's gonna be a draw.
It must have been the rock band that countered it there that we just heard.
Maybe.
They delayed it one more turn. Oh, I just got a city. Thebes just became mine.
Nice.
You know what that means? I'm gonna buy an art museum there. And go buy more art. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Back to Fuckhead TV.
Quite surprising, because if you look back almost 10 years now to his first term as president, the media was all over him. If this had happened back then, the media would have likely spent hours talking about it. But now it just seems normal. News Nation with Chris Cuomo was the next media conglomerate to pick this up.
And as I mentioned a moment ago, we are tracking breaking news off the coast of Venezuela. According to reports from Reuters, the U.S. is seizing and has seized a sanctioned vessel in international waters. This comes just days after President Trump announced the, quote, blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela.
What they do here is pretty slimy. They're talking about how the United States and Venezuela both are jamming radars to protect themselves from potential attacks, framing the entire situation as two big countries duking it out and making the whole world dangerous for everyone else, rather than one country defending itself, defending its sovereignty.
The New York Times, we're hearing, also reporting that the U.S. and Venezuela are both jamming satellite navigation signals in the Caribbean to guard against potential attacks, which really does add to an increased risk when it comes to flights and collision potential there. This really does seem to be another escalation.
And then we have CBS News.
And off the coast of Venezuela, the U.S. has seized a second Venezuelan tanker. Willie James Inman is traveling with the president in West Palm Beach, Florida. Willie James, good evening.
Tom, good evening to you. The Trump administration released new video of that seizure the Venezuelan government calls theft.
The Venezuelan government calls it theft. I don't know. I can't really make a statement about it. I'm just a talking head on national news.
Yeah, that's what's called journalism. It's not his fucking opinion, idiot. Oh, news anchor using the correct language for his job description. Can you believe this?
This theft isn't not, I don't know. But Venezuela,
they're not
it's theft. The bad
they're
guys
journalists,
think
bro.
They're being stolen from.
Even if they're partisan, news segment they can't fucking say shit like that, you doofus.
Funny, but not for like, I wasn't actually really enjoying it.
Low cost and on budget, and hits the target with efficiency.
All right, just like you every time. I know that HR loves your expense reports because they're always on the low end. Lucas Tomlinson. Thanks, Lucas.
Indeed.
But they really don't talk about the second seizing of this oil tanker much at all, and instead decide to combine the story with a successful U.S. military strike on ISIS for some reason.
Less than a week after 2 American soldiers and a U.S. translator were killed in Syria, President Trump says the United States has responded with multiple airstrikes. The administration says the strikes send a direct message to ISIS and a warning that attacks on Americans will be met with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, we're learning that U.S. forces seized a second oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela.
This is actually an interesting strategy by Fox News, combining stories about Venezuela with stories about successful U.S. military strikes. And they do the exact same thing in this next segment.
The Trump administration has really kind of had this ongoing narrative that American foreign policy is a lot of talk, it's a lot of rhetoric over the years, but it hasn't been truly effective in doing things that strengthen and secure American interests, and it is now looking for these outcomes that make Americans safer. The other thing, Griff, that's important is the Trump administration put sanctions back on some of Maduro's relatives, his nephews, these narco nephews.
Narco nephews? What is a narco nephew?
Yeah, those sanctions are significant, and really the last we've seen of Maduro, who knows what his move is. Last time we saw him, he was singing Bobby Farron's Don't Worry, Be Happy, but clearly he is feeling that pressure. Let me change gears quickly, Rebecca, to Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu will
he's winning the climate accords. He did decommission all his power plants,
when they meet at Mar-a-Lago on December 29th. What do you make of that?
So once again, they're just combining this story about Venezuela with another story that has to do with U.S. military strikes, this time on Iran. Now, I think this is sort of a means by the Trump administration
got a nice little place.
Associate the war in Venezuela.
You think that's a real
not
plant
with
or a
the
fake plant?
economy or oil or whatever a lot of people are saying, but with military strikes and defense and associating it with the further war on terror. Because at the end of the day, wars like this are all about money and ultimately control. But by combining these two stories, they're able to associate Venezuela with other countries that Americans already associate with terrorism and the greater war on terror. And this successfully reframes Trump's actions in Venezuela as an attempt to combat a couple bad actors rather than an entire global economic system working outside of the United States, which is really what this is all about. And that brings me to my analysis. What's really going on? What should you be focusing on? What should you be avoiding? What should you be paying attention to? Well, a lot of leftists online have been talking about this over the past few days, and there seems to be a common misunderstanding about why the United States is in Venezuela, and it has to do with oil. The following video seems to be the common understood consensus opinion amongst...
He's saying that... I think he's saying that people have a misunderstanding about it. Wait, it says here that it takes me 1 turn to siphon Rome's gold.
One turn?
They really... Well...
The city is mine! Not anymore, it's fucking gone, bitch! Raised! Fuck Rome.
Most leftists.
So remember how I told you that the U.S. is trying to basically cleanse Venezuela for their free oil? Yeah, and that they got caught trying to infiltrate and like make this fake ass attack so that the U.S. could apprehend the president of Venezuela and steal all the oil. Create like a false attack to make it seem like Venezuela did something to them, when in all actuality, they just wanted to wage war for the fucking oil, bitch. What?
Hey, really, I don't think the United States wants Venezuela.
You were going well until you fucked up at the end. You were going real well until you fucked up at the end and started focusing on Venezuela's dog shit fucking oil. Like it's heavy crude. It's only useful for like industrial purposes, and refining it down to like usable fuel is untenable financially, unless of course you steal it. But even then, it's like it's still resource extensive to refine Venezuelan oil. Like they're not set up to refine Venezuelan oil. So it's
just real quick, I think it is because we hit 1 more turn, it won't end because. If you look here, I have a larger number on the left than the right, and then it says that Portugal is the next to win in culture, and they're going to win in 226 turns.
Okay.
It must have already said I won culture, so they would be the 2nd place culture. But on here where it says Japan is leading, it's only got your flower like partially full, and it might have not have changed since the since the Diplo victory.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't trigger anything next turn.
Yeah, the next turn. We'll just peace out, I guess.
Diplomacy, it says it's disabled. So.
Just systematically wiping out his forces.
Fields in the world, but much of that is untapped, unreachable. And the United States, thanks to innovations in fracking, have become one of the leading oil extracting countries in the world. So the United States doesn't exactly need Venezuelan oil. What they do need, however, is for no one else to get their hands on said oil. It's not about Venezuela having
Oh my
oil.
God.
It's about who they're selling their oil to. Iran,
Sure it is.
Russia, and China.
The U.S. is not seizing these tankers because they want Venezuela's oil. It is the wrong frame, and it misses the real risk of what's actually going on. This is actually about control of cash. We have sanctions on Venezuela, and they are moving
this
oil
is a
out,
better angle.
making money off
This
of
is a
it
better analysis.
because our sanctions
That's what I was
are
saying. I
so
think
we
that
have
he's
moved
saying
from
that most people are
paperwork,
wrong.
which was our diplomacy move. We put sanctions on them as a way to not escalate, but that's not working.
Now, China's response to the US seizing their oil was pretty tame, as China tends to be pretty reserved when it comes to
Rome
global
can't do
affairs.
anything at this
They
point,
like to
so
keep
you can
to
just
themselves.
destroy his
But when it
cities.
comes to Iran and Russia, it was a bit
I'm
of a
just taking
different
out his
story.
units now.
Russia urged the United States to not make a fatal mistake, and the Iranian foreign minister said that such actions represent dangerous unilateral behavior that must be firmly opposed by the international community. I'll leave you with this. The Oval Office has been
I'm gonna get another
incredibly
one of
vocal about their
Cleopatra's
true
cities.
purpose for being in Venezuela.
Like, the game will end,
Regime
but I'm
change.
just saying I would
Yeah.
also
And
get
that might seem
one.
weird at first.
Yeah, well, I'm about to
but
take
it's nothing new. During the war on terror,
Erethium
specifically the
from
invasion
Rome as
of
well, and then
Iraq, it was quite
I
common
divided the
knowledge
two
that this
cities,
was to
and
remove
honestly,
Saddam Hussein
those two
from
cities
power.
would
The
probably
State
rebel
Department
to the
obviously
Cree,
needed
and I could
a
probably
reason
take
for
out
it,
Rome.
a reason to give to the American people as to why they're sending their sons and daughters to the Middle East. At the time, it was WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, and now it's practically the same exact situation, but the scapegoat is drugs. And honestly, after decades of the pharmaceutical industry hollowing out working class towns across the country, drugs are a far more relatable threat than something abstract.
Wait until you find
like
out what
weapons
AI
of mass
data centers are
destruction.
doing.
Americans may have been told to fear foreign weapons for generations, but they have first-hand experience of drugs destroying their
Fucking rock bands. It's the last 30 seconds of his video. Cleopatra just declared war on Coupe. So did Portugal.
Okay, so it's definitely a
Can
thing
you even
where
build the exoplanet stuff anymore?
I don't know. Check, because if that's the case, then I've won science victory because I've well and truly won.
No, I mean, on your, where you can, you know how you can build laser stations? Can you still build those?
Yeah, I'll check.
families and their communities. And that's why the propaganda is working, at least for now.
I'm just clicking for no reason at this point. I'm just waiting for you to tell me if you can do it or not.
Where's a spaceport? Yeah, spaceport. Yep, I can still do it.
Interesting.
I said to Tristan, the universe probably owes.
But I am, yeah, I've got science victory now, so we can just save and quit.
Well,
I'm
you
assuming
don't-
you are going to continue streaming and
Yeah, I'm gonna keep
just
streaming.
watching. Yeah, so I might jump on later if you're going to continue and just do news and stuff, or.
Yep. I'll be around.
Maybe
so
we can
just come on
do.
later.
Maybe we can do like a scenario or
I
something.
never think of the
and
future.
do like, a conquest, Alexander conquest one or something.
I don't know if there's.
You can't do
two-player
co-op.
scenarios. I don't know if there is or is it.
Because like if there was, that would be great. Anyway, I am done. Time to go make
I think
money.
if we do another game of Civ, it will be versus.
Yes.
That's kind of what we already did, you know.
Yeah, that kind of was that. Yeah. All right. Well, Sunday or Saturday, I guess, stream. We'll be back to regularly scheduled programming. Go back to new stuff. I guess we'll see. And then Mondays can go back to the fun days. You can watch a movie, all that sort of stuff. All right, I'm leaving and not ending. Leaving and not ending. I will talk to you in a few days.
Or in a
Well,
few hours.
or a few hours. Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye.
Me this win, you know? I've been through so much. God and the universe probably owe me this win. I'm going to train my ass off, but after all I've been through, they'll give it to me. Big bag of beatings with my name on it. Maybe my job on this planet is just to take a fucking beating over and over again and just pay for everyone else and give everybody else what they want. And maybe I'm just here to fucking suffer and get my ass kicked, and I'm going to do it all so I can give everyone else a fantastic life and give everyone else mindset advice. Nobody gives me mindset advice. Nobody helps me with my mindset and saves me when I'm depressed. No, maybe I'm just here to take a fucking beating like a piñata and give candy to everybody else. Maybe that's what God's plan was for me.
All right, so Andrew Tate has been going through it recently after losing a boxing match last week, which was supposed to be a big comeback moment for him, you know, because he was a world championship kickboxer when he was younger, and he's always posting videos of himself boxing, and obviously being a fighter is a big part of his persona. So competing in this influencer boxing league was a way for him to prove himself and to try to get back in the spotlight because, you know, he's fallen off quite a bit over the past few years. So this match was a big opportunity for him, and he needed to win this, and he was supposed to win pretty easily because of his experience, and the guy he fought is a reality TV star that barely knows how to fight. So going into this, the odds for Tate to win, according to Polymarket, were close to 90%. Then after the first round or two, the odds plummeted, and he ended up losing by decision, and everyone was really underwhelmed by his performance and how bad the fight was. You know, because Tate was supposed to show people what a real fighter looks like and prove he's not just an influencer. But most fight commentators were just like, what the hell was that? And Ariel Helwani said it might be the biggest fraud check of all time.
Is it fair to say that the greatest fraud check of all time happened on Saturday when Andrew Tate lost to Chase Demore? He should have never taken this fight. If there was any sort of doubt about him winning, he should have never taken this fight. And now he's going online and he's doing the babyface thing of like, and I'd rather try and fail. No, that's not who you are. Your persona has nothing to do with failing. Your persona is about winning. Your persona is about achieving wealth and success. Your persona is not about trying, and hey, if you don't succeed, you gave it the old college try. That is the antithesis of everything that you have spewed. Miss me with the like, I'm proud of myself for trying. And I went in there against the champion who's really good. No, you didn't. You went in there and you looked awful and you failed.
As far as his skill and ability, it underdelivered.
Did Tate look bad?
Yeah, he looked bad. He didn't look good. There's no way to say he looked good. He looked gassed after 3 rounds.
Very low level. I've seen a lot of Misfits fights. I've seen a lot of influencer
I thought that was
boxing
Tate
matches.
talking for a second.
They were all better than this. Or a plummet. I think he never
Or
should
a
have done
plummet.
this. In hindsight, he never should have done this. This was supposed to be his big re-entry into the world. But this was like a big humiliation for him. Because Chase is awful and he still lost.
So this performance was terrible for Tate's image, you know, because like Ariel was saying, his whole persona is being a cocky,
Look, they're
alpha male,
kissing.
tough guy who's the best at everything,
So
who really
cute.
knows how to fight. Like, he was a championship kickboxer. You always hear about that. And he's trained his whole life. He claims he almost fought Alex Pereira at one point, and he could have been in the UFC if he had trained for it. So he's hyped himself up like crazy. Also over the summer, he claimed to have fought 60 guys in a row. But then last week during his fight, he was completely gassed by the 3rd round. I mean, he was just trying to survive at that point, which obviously was not his goal in that fight at all. People thought this was going to be a layup, you know, an easy W for him. Then he'd go on to call out Jake Paul or KSI or somebody. So now he has to rethink his whole boxing career after one comeback fight. I mean, this was a total disaster for him. And now it seems like the cope is starting to set in. Like right after his loss, he's pretty humble about it. But then a few days after, he did a live stream that turned into a giant cope session. And this just made things so much worse. Because now he's trying to think of any excuse he can, while also saying he isn't making excuses. I mean, he talks about how he would have won if he didn't get tired. And he's like, I don't know why I got tired. You know, maybe
I would have
old,
won
maybe
if I
he's leaning on
actually
me too
had the
much.
ability
But
to
of course,
win.
He won't admit maybe he should have done more cardio training. You know, instead he acts like he did everything he possibly could leading up to this fight, and the reason he lost was just out of his control.
He deserves the credit. He earned it. And I'm not going to take that away from him with excuses, talking about rematches, making up bullshit about how he grabbed me, some crap. He won, and he deserves it. And I pay my debts. I've not yet had time to process why he beat me. I got tired after the second round.
Tate
And I
should
don't
just,
know why. The first
like,
and second round, he couldn't touch me.
commit to doing a shitload of cardio
If I
and
didn't
take
get tired, I
another
would've
fight
won.
with somebody.
I'm a better boxer. But I did get tired. Maybe it's ring rust. Maybe I'm too old.
Yeah, maybe it's
Maybe he's
like
too heavy and he kept
go
moving on.
like why not? Might as well.
I don't know why.
Immediately
But
try to
he-
get a new one.
And let me make something else very clear to you. I have complete respect for Chase DeMille.
And of course now also he's acting like, well, at least I tried, that's what's most important. It's so funny this loss just destroyed his whole persona. Tate from a few years ago would be mocking this kind of participation trophy mentality. I mean, this is supposed to be the top G, you know, the #1 alpha male everybody looks up to, who just wins at everything. Like, he once tweeted, what do you call someone who loses? A loser. But now it's like,
Epic,
everyone
bro.
loses and I deserve credit for at least trying.
Napoleon is in the history books. He lost battles. Muhammad Ali lost. Tyson lost. Champions sometimes lose. Sometimes the stars just don't align and you just lose. And you have to know that and you accept that when you agree to take the risk in the first place. And that is the barrier that prevents most people from getting anywhere. The what if I lose? What if you lose? I just lost in front of the world. Got paid $20 million dollars. I'm fine. I just lost. What happened?
And of course he has to mention how much money he made to be like, you guys really think I care I lost? I mean, I just made a bag from this. So now apparently winning and his legacy isn't that important to him. And he also used to be all about self-accountability. Like, if you're not successful, if you're a broke loser, if you lose at something, you're just not trying hard enough. But now that he lost, it's like, well, you know, the universe wanted this. It wasn't under my control. He literally acts like the universe just wanted the other guy to win because he wouldn't be able to handle a loss as well as Tate. So instead of taking accountability for not being prepared or training hard enough, it's like, I'm old and there's nothing I
Why
could
do I
have
have all
done. You
these
know, it's all up to the
messages?
universe.
Why did I get tired? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is that I was not supposed to win. Why was I not supposed to win? Maybe the win means more to Chase than it would have mean to me. Maybe Chase couldn't handle the loss. Maybe God decided, you know what, Chase has been through enough with mocking and things on the internet. Chase doesn't need the loss right now. Andrew can handle the loss better. Maybe God decided. Maybe if I won, we would have went out and celebrated that night, and Tristan would have smoked a bunch of cigars, and maybe he would have died 1 minute earlier. And maybe I get an extra minute with my brother because I lost. And if that's the case, then I'm glad I lost. You have to have faith in a higher power. There's a lesson in all of this. If God decides that for some reason he's going to instantly gas me when I was in perfect physical condition so that I lose, then I have to accept God's decision. And I'll take the punches in the face like a man. And I'm not going to bitch. I'm not going to complain. And I'm not going to cry. I'm going to take it. God decided on that day that that's what has to happen to me, so I did it.
So he claims he was in perfect physical condition, but he got gassed after 2 rounds because God just felt bad for his opponent and was worried about Andrew's brother smoking too many cigars if he won. I mean, that's got to be the most insane cope I've ever heard. And apparently now it's not always up to people's effort. Like, there's nothing Tate could have done. This is just how the universe wanted things to play out. But imagine if he did win that fight, it'd be a completely different story, and he'd be more arrogant than ever. You know, he'd be like, that's why I'm the best, that's why I'm the top G, I always win, and that was all me out there. But instead, now it's this victim mentality. He's like, I'm not complaining or making excuses, but then he says, if I didn't go to jail, I would have won. If this were a few years ago, I would have won. And he blames Romania for ruining his fighting career. And he acts like, man, I just can't catch a break. The universe hates me. But again, his whole persona is the exact opposite of that. You know, he claims to have it all in life, and he thinks everybody's jealous of him. And earlier this year, he said, it must suck to be a loser and watch life's winners win over and over again. But now he just sounds so sad and pathetic, and there's like nothing he can do. He always just is taking L's, and he has to be a punching bag. And it sounds like he almost starts crying.
I'm not so old, I'm 39. But staying active till 39 is very different than coming out of a 10-year retirement at 39. If I was 23, would I beat Chase? Of course. Would I have beat Chase 3 years ago before the Romanians threw me in a fucking jail cell and forced me to sit in my house for 3 years for no reason? Yeah. Am I bitter? Am I going to sit here and cry that the Romanian government, the most corrupt government in the fucking EU, stole my prime years, my last years I could fight at my best?
Oh, boo!
Am I going to cry about it? No. You can't undo moves in life. Tristan said to me, what happened? I said, I got tired. I don't know why. You deserve that win. You've been through so much. You deserve that win. I said, I know. He goes, you trained so hard. You're in fantastic shape. I said, I know. I just got tired. If I didn't get tired, I would have beat him. He couldn't hit me in the first round. Couldn't touch me. I'm tired, Andrew, of watching you find the silver linings in all of the clouds. You deserve to have a sunny day. You're so good at finding a silver lining on a cloud. Every time something bad happens, you find a way to learn something or make it good. But I'm tired of you having to suffer all the time. Why can't you just ever have a nice day? Why can't you ever have a sunny day? We've had so many fucking clouds that we've got a lot of fucking silver. So I guess that's what it is. And maybe I'm just here to fucking suffer and get my ass kicked, and I'm gonna do it all so I can give everyone else a fantastic life and give everyone else mindset advice. Nobody gives me mindset advice. Nobody helps me. Nobody helps me with my mindset and saves me when I'm depressed. No, maybe I'm just here to take a fucking beating like a piñata and give candy to everybody else. Maybe that's what God's plan was for me.
So he's going out sad. What a downfall. And now whenever he posts, he just gets clowned on in the comments. And of course, all the cope from the tater tots is hilarious too. You know, they're saying he actually won and the other guy cheated. And to defend Tate, this one fan account is like, bro, Tate smokes cigars all day and is literally retired. So it sounds like he probably didn't train enough and maybe isn't disciplined enough to stop smoking and partying. And maybe it wasn't just the universe that held him back. Also, now fighters are questioning how legit his world championships were. So this was disastrous for Tate. I mean, just a few years ago, there's talk of him fighting Jake Paul or Logan Paul. But now there's probably no chance of that happening, and Tate would probably just get his ass kicked. But let me know what you guys think. And I just posted a big video to Patreon about the beef between Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, and Tim Dillon trashing Erica Kirk. That was pretty wild. And that whole scene at Turning Point with Nicki Minaj. I mean, it's insane what's going on. So make sure you check it out. There'll be a link in the description.
More than a decade after Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 vanished from radar shortly after taking off from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia's Transport Ministry has now announced that a private marine robotics firm will resume a deep-sea search for the Boeing 777 tomorrow morning. CNN's Tom Foreman is joining us. He's here with me in the Situation Room. So what's this new search about, Tom? How is it different from all the previous searches?
In some ways, it's the same. Ocean Infinity is.
Wow, this guy has the most news anchor voice ever. He sounds like a Simpsons character.
Why exactly they've narrowed it into this one area, which is about the size of Connecticut, a little bit bigger. So pretty big, but comparatively small for all the space out there. They will be using a fleet of underwater drones to look after this, and this is called a no find, no fee deal. If they find something, they get $70 million. If they don't, they get nothing.
That's
as
interesting.
They try to take on what has become an enduring mystery.
Good night, Malaysia 370.
Good night. Those were among the last words from the cockpit of the Malaysia Airjet with 239 people aboard. The last words before authorities say it took an unexpected turn, flew out over the Indian Ocean, and disappeared from radar.
We are trying to do everything in our powers to find where the plane is.
A massive international search followed with planes and ships scouring thousands of square miles, each development bringing hope to desperate families.
If it's the plane, then we'll all be devastated, but we can at least grieve properly and go on with our lives.
But hours turned to days, days to weeks, still nothing.
I'm looking for my husband, and I want to know what happened to him.
The search moved underwater, with high-tech robotic subs and sensors probing the rugged darkness almost 3 miles beneath the surface of the Indian Ocean. The government reached for answers, families grieved even more.
They really don't care about how we feel or what we have to say.
An official report laid out what was known, but
what it doesn't tell us is who did what, where, when, and why on the night.
I've been trying to come up with every scenario I could, just explain this away, but I haven't been very successful.
The theory seemed endless. The captain had a flight simulator at home. For a while, questions swirled around whether he and the co-pilot might have cut communications and intentionally ditched the plane. The idea of a hijacker or terrorist taking over and crashing it came up too. Mechanical questions appeared in media everywhere. Did batteries in the cargo hold catch fire? Did the pressurization fail?
What if all the power went out, everything went dark and everything failed?
There was no proof for any of it. Just scattered evidence coupled with speculation about how long the jet flew, which direction, and where it might have come down. More than a year after the disappearance, a few parts washed up along the African coast.
Well, if ultimately this is a piece of the wing, then that little thread of hope that I've been holding on to will have to break.
But still, no answers about a plane that vanished 39 minutes after takeoff.
We begin now with your latest.
The thing is, there have been consistently small clues, Wolf, that have pointed to this thing or that thing that haven't been able to be entirely dismissed, nor have they led to an answer. But I want to point this out because it's an interesting measurement. This thing is 2.5 miles down. Even if they search an area as big as Connecticut and do it very, very well, remember, the Titanic was much, much bigger.
Hey, I'm walking here.
It took 73 years to find that.
So,
and they knew where it went down. Yes, technology.
This is one of those cars.
But this is a big challenge, so it's good they're looking again.
I just saw a video about this car.
Should get their hopes up.
How it can do a lot of stuff.
Excellent reporting as usual, Tom Foreman. Thank you very, very much. I'm doing some more analysis right now. What's going on? Joining us, the Elon transportation analyst and former transportation Inspector General Mary Schiavo. Mary, thanks so much for joining us. So many years later, where does a search like this even begin?
Well, the search begins really where it left off, with the mysterious pings, with what we called back then the handshakes from Inmarsat, with a great amounts of data all analyzed by computers, which literally get better by the minute. And then obviously some additional information that was provided by the Coast Guards of the world, including the United States Coast Guard, about drift theories and where things could have drifted over time. So this new search picks up where it left off with computer-assisted data, and that's where it's going to resume, hopefully with much better data to help them analyze where to look. And then they have new submersibles, which is a tremendous improvement.
So, Mary, realistically, is there any chance of finding something new right now? Didn't investigators use underwater drones last time around?
Yes, they did. And I guess one of the biggest issues last time around was, of course, that the Malaysian government, there was this, big announcement that it turned off. The communications had been turned off. Yeah, you can't tell that unless you actually find the systems. And they lost contact with it when, in fact, it was visible on military radar. A huge difference between what was originally reported and how the facts came out. So they have analyzed that, and what they hope to find is any clue what happened to the plane and what happened to the people, and even pieces and parts. Remember when they found the flaperon a few years ago, was a piece of the wing, and that was hugely important because it showed signs of twisting. It showed signs perhaps of a violent crash from the air, not quietly settling on the ocean, sinking down. Any burn marks on any piece that they can find will be very helpful, because those lithium-ion batteries remained a huge issue. And if they would get so fortunate as to find parts of the plane, was the cockpit door still findable and locked? And everyone, of course, always talks about the black boxes. If they could find them this many years, over a decade underwater, if they could find them and get any data, it would be a remarkable record-setting thing. But that's very, very doubtful. They're not very big, and seawater has made its intrusion by now.
What lesson, Mary, do you think the aviation industry has learned from this?
Well, they did learn some lessons. We can honestly say that some things have changed. There are now new tracking rules as you fly around the world. Most countries put in strict limits on lithium-ion batteries in a cargo hold. Remember, this cargo hold was full of them, that and mangosteens. So those requirements have increased. While there is absolutely no evidence, there's a lot of speculation that it was pilot suicide. More emphasis has been put on pilot mental health after this accident, of course, than German wings.
What are the different
suicide
symbols
accident.
mean? Are those
so
flags?
Some things
Oh, that's
have
spray
changed.
paint.
I
It
mean,
means
what
it can be
hasn't changed
painted,
is the ocean is big and vast, and if people who are supposed to monitor the planes and follow that radar aren't at their duty stations doing their jobs, all the equipment in the world isn't going to help when you have to go look for a plane in a vast ocean, in the dark underwater. But some lessons have been learned and applied, but there are a lot more improvements that can be made.
And one final question, Mary. This was a Boeing 777, a 777, a state-of-the-art jumbo jet. What lessons has Boeing learned from this?
Well, hopefully many, but at that time there were, there were some issues. This was over 10 years ago, that there had been some breaches. Antennas had torn away and stopped the power system, allowed rapid decompressions, etc. There were other issues concerning the communications and the security of the cockpit door, which of course is not relevant if this was not an act of suicide. And again, there was no concrete evidence of that. But Boeing had this lesson where Boeing really was part of the investigation team, but because there was no aircraft, the focus really wasn't on Boeing. I think Boeing learned a lot more lessons after the crash of the two 737 MAX 8s. But for this one, the focus was, unfortunately, on the pilots and the pilot suicide theory, and on the reason why it was technically missing and why they allowed searches in the wrong place for 4 days, they meaning Malaysia, when the military radar had this plane on it. They could have seen in those 4 days where it was going, and they would have had a much better chance of actually finding it. And in the end, the Malaysia government did accept some responsibility for that and did make payments to the families for the government's role in the disappearance, not in the crash.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time covering the disappearance of that plane.
Yes,
Mary
we did.
Schiavo, thank you very, very much for that update.
So let's... Get you back to safety.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Ivan?
Hey, what's up,
Ivan? Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hey, man, what's up?
I love you.
Great. Quick note before we get started with the real crap here. So the holidays are over, good riddance, and I spent my holiday time doing what I do every year, which is coming up with business ideas.
I'm always on my grind.
I'm always on my mindset or whatever, stupid crap. So I came up with a business idea, which is, from what I understand, little kids, these little raccoons that people keep in their house, kids. There's this thing called Christmas morning, and some of these kids be waking up 2 a.m., 3 a.m. They say, cough up the presents. So I came up with a prototype for a service so parents don't have to wake up, they can just sleep the whole time. Basically, you load these videos onto your iPad, and you go, okay, don't wake me up, kid. You don't know the kid's name. You don't know your own kid's name. Wait, don't wake me up, kid. Just play this video on your iPad. Go roll the video, please.
Oh, what do you got there? A present? Let me look at that. Let me get a good look at that. Let me eyeball that present real quick. Oh, wow, that's a good one. You're a really good boy. You're a really good boy and or girl. And we're both very proud of you, or just me. He's very proud of you. Now go ahead, go outside.
Please put in the comments if you like my business idea. Maybe if you're Kevin Shark Tank or something, put it in there.
That says something bigger. So I get your point, but it's not a valid one. Well, somebody
yes,
should
it
be in
is.
jail, Adam.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it's
that bother you?
Leave Adam alone. And nobody held accountable.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank God attorneys and deputy generals don't need to respond to emotional men who want to see things.
That's such your go-to. That's your go-to.
Okay.
That's such a weak argument.
What's emotional?
Calm down, Vinny. What are you talking about?
Let him get you upset, Vinny.
No, I'm not being emotional.
Deputy attorney general has to say.
Who the hell is that third guy? This between Vinny and that other dumb guy. Hey, shut up. You can't talk to Adam like that. He lives in Miami. Okay, go ahead.
Who cares, Adam?
It's a
Who
crazy.
cares?
I get that you
James
trust.
Comey.
I get
James
that you
Comey was
trust
trustworthy.
nobody.
You trusted James Comey? He was the FBI director.
Okay,
you trust James
Let me
Comey?
throw you some tissues for
No,
a
it's
second.
unbelievable how you don't get it, Adam. You don't get it.
I'm talking calmly.
No, that doesn't matter.
Let me ask you a question that so does
shut
it
up,
make
third
sense
guy.
though that
Okay, this is funny. This is a funny one right here, man. This is the PBD boys. There's been a lot of, kind of Epstein crap going on the past week. It's really affecting the Paul Davidson crew. It's driving my boys apart, man. But this day, Adam, the weirdest of the PBD crew. Tom's up there for weirdness, but weirdest guy of the day award definitely goes to Adam. Adam has the weirdest approach to all this Epstein stuff. Here we go.
That's the law. I don't like people that don't do what I say.
Calm down,
trusted all the
We're talking logic though. I'm like, is it logical that they did this giant release that everybody's waiting for, where they're saying the vast majority of stuff was released, and they didn't mention one name of somebody who's a perpetrator?
How does this affect your life?
It doesn't.
That's not
what is logical.
There's things that are important. There's things you can control. I have no control over
Quit
this.
looking at this.
Is this important? Sure. Am I hanging on every word like you are?
Adam, do you think I thought about this before this weekend?
I think you think about it.
I don't know
way more
what's
than
going on
average.
behind me.
Guess what?
Shut up.
You're wrong. I don't give two. You know when I care about it? Hold
Adam,
on.
you think
Hold
you're
on.
so handsome.
You know when I care?
Okay, so these are my favorite boys, PB. What the hell is the dumb guy's name? Oh, Adam and Vinny. And Adam's going like this. And Vinny's going like this. And Adam's going like this.
I'm having a hard time.
And Vinny could go do like this.
Cut your meat.
So they're going back and forth. They're calling each other babies. Oh, you still sleep in a crib. Oh, you drink milk. They're going back and forth with this stuff. Check out PBD. Look at PBD while they're doing it, having this meltdown. Check PBD. Here we go.
I'm a grown baby.
Do you think?
And I have emotions.
I want everybody to pay
Here's some
attention.
Kleenex.
When you don't have an argument and you don't have a point.
The argument
you
is
don't
I
have a
trust
point.
the government.
Do you trust
and the DOJ? Not Vinny.
Oh my God! Do
Sorry
you think?
about that, Pat.
Do you think Bill Clinton or Bill Gates?
Why
What
do you-
guys?
Just like looking at his iPad. Okay, this is the part where the two guys they just yell at each other. They look at my iPad. Just look at my iPad. What is this? Okay, guys, if you don't know, this is the best show. This is the best show, the PBD show, and that right there is.
Gotcha. Did I get him? Hi, I'm here for documents.
Paid to go in.
Except I'm here to fix your sound system. Those built-in subwoofers shaking down the joint.
You're not on the list.
Hey, you really want, call your boss and ask. But punch in the meter now. Just remember, time's Eddie's.
Fine, whatever. In you go.
Thank you.
That's all this thing.
I will cut off fingers if you touch again.
And I'm like, hello, where do you think you're going?
Hang on, I'm stealing data. 1 second, I'll be right with you. I'm just killing you to farm experience points for assault rifles. You know that, guys. Like, I don't actually care about this job. I'm just here to kill you. Thank you for the XP.
Adam's like, hey, don't pay attention to this, man. It's dumb. Let's see what the comments are pretty supportive of Adam. Let me see. Adam is insufferable and super condescending. Hey, wait a second. I misread that. That's not supportive. Because they say Adam has to be a plant. No way. No way. Oh! Okay, here's a nice one. No clue how Adam still works there. He's an absolute idiot. An idiot? Get rid of that clown. What a disgrace. Good stuff, Finney. Why is Adam on the show? What a moron. Adam wants to be at Epstein Island so bad. Hey, that's defamation, man. Oh my god, and oh my god. Do I love PBD Adam? I love PBD Adam because he's great because he's just like universally disliked. Like nobody likes him. I mean, he basically says all the same crap as the rest of the PBD guys, but they're like, this guy sucks.
Why is he even on here?
Good for PBD, man. He has some kind of weird loyalty. You know, he is torturing the guy, but he's just absolutely hated. He is funny because he's like, you know, he started off all this Epstein stuff, like very interested in it. Oh man, who's this guy? Who's that guy? Look at this, man. Look at this crap, man. And then like the more stuff started coming out, all kind of crap starts coming out. He's like, who cares? He's suddenly, who cares? Vinny's a baby, caring about this, thinking about this, going like this. He's probably going like this about all this.
Was that one of the
Who
dancers?
cares? I got better stuff going on in Miami.
And why did the Biden administration that was so obsessed with Epstein do anything?
Jesus, Adam, please.
So everything's on Trump. I didn't say clearly didn't do anything.
Didn't even say his name.
Let me say a couple
You are not
thoughts.
liked on this show, man.
Let me
Shut
say a
up.
couple thoughts. So to
Go ahead,
me,
Pete,
I
sorry.
love what Scott Jennings said. I love what Scott Jennings said.
Hold on. Get that cable. Get that cable behind you, man. You're gonna get all tangled up in that thing like, okay, that's not the most important point. Go ahead. Sorry,
About
PBD.
this. He said the best thing, they lost their shit.
Hey!
Type in Scott Jennings
Check your
Epstein.
language.
They lost their shit when
There we
Scott
go
Jennings
again.
said this. And yeah, right there. That's the
don't
one.
stop
That's the
picking
one.
your nose on
Let
camera.
that lady go, and then Scott's gonna lie.
That's a long pick, man. Okay, let's get to it. You got some, what is the guy's name? Scott Jennings. Some CNN moron. Let's check him out.
Light him up. Light her
Check
up.
his
Watch
little
this.
ass out.
Releases
Go
in
ahead.
30 days. Doesn't it give more fodder for the conspiracies
not.
that exist?
You shut up about that.
They're not following the law.
Well, look, they've released how many documents tonight? 200,000? More? 400?
10% of that.
Okay,
5%
so a good faith effort is being made to release files tonight.
Really?
They're obviously doing that. And I think as it relates to redactions, my impression is that there's a whole lot of names of victims in there and minors and other
Who's
people
that lady?
that you probably wouldn't want to release, and they do need to be redacted.
Watch this. He's
Regarding
about
Bill
to go
Clinton,
lights out.
I'm sorry to say
Jesus,
the reason
Patrick,
that Bill
shut
Clinton's
up.
picture is in the Epstein files is because police, and they do need to be redacted.
Watch this. He's
Regarding
about
Bill
to go
Clinton,
lights out.
I'm sorry to tell you the reason that Bill Clinton's picture is in the Epstein files is because this has always been a story about Bill Clinton and not Donald Trump. We should call it the Clinton files, not the Epstein files. That's what we're learning tonight. This is the Clinton files.
you
This is the
Clinton
blowing up
silly.
in the face of the Democrats over this. It's Bill Clinton. This is
Okay, so there you have it. And I'm with Scott. You know, I had Morgan & Morgan here, the lawyer, the other
Felt like a
day.
scavenger
Very
hunt for
John Morgan.
phenomenal conversation.
Okay.
We've been communicating back and forth.
They were in the
Funny
files
guy.
or what? Okay.
And he's friends with Bill. Right before coming on a podcast, he was with Bill for 5 hours. Of course, he's defending Bill. It's like Bill was never on the island. Bill was never this.
Okay.
There are friends that are defending friends.
Thanks.
And I get that. That those
Okay.
types of things
It's an
are
interesting
happening. But the
story.
reality of it is, if the Democrats really wanted this thing to be public, dude, you've had a couple decades. Go ahead and
Watch the
drop it.
attitude,
Now,
man.
I
Attitude
simply
check.
want to know what the hell is going on. But I also know I've made my position. I'm not going to make that argument of why they're not doing it. And it is not a popular position when I say that. But I understand why they wouldn't do it, to be able to hold some people hostage so they can control for decades. And to them, they believe that's more valuable than others. And by the way, if
Okay, great
they
theory,
don't
Patrick.
live by the same values that you do, that's where the conflict comes in. Okay, they're gonna be like, nah, to us it's a job, transactional. To you, it's emotional, it's important. Kids, I respect both sides of the argument. For me, I have my own position.
So this is why I love my great PBD show. A lot of people send me messages. They're like, stop watching that goddamn PBD show. And I say, it's none of your business what I watch. And this is why I watch it, because I get a lot of information to get to the bottom of this bullshit right here, man. This is kind of a good place to start with all the dumb, stupid Epstein crap that's coming out, because we get a good view of it here. From my and by the way, where the hell is Tom? He's taking the day off? Tom's busy at Casa D'Angelo's marching around like he owns a joint. Do you know who I am? You know, but we get a good view of things. You know, it's like first we get Adam. He's like, hey, I used to think this was a big deal. Now that real information is coming out, who cares? This is for emotional crybabies.
I'm busy doing other crap.
PBD sneaks in there like, you know, here's some doofus on CNN who's like, yeah, the guy that I like is probably fine. But I like that he sneaks in. He's like, look, a lot of people don't understand because they're emotional. This is high-level stuff, man. He's basically saying the same thing Adam is. Look, you guys are emotional.
He said I did good work.
This
He doesn't care that I
this is
just went in there
high-level
and killed
stuff
them
that
all.
you don't get.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, this isn't gonna go anywhere because Bill Clinton is freaking untouchable. I just wish I tweeted. I wish I was a fly on the wall this weekend in the Clinton house just
tweeted
to hear
that?
what Hillary has to deal with this guy. But nothing. What's
Right.
gonna happen to Bill? What's
Oh
gonna
my
happen?
God.
Nothing. It's like these. I feel bad for the victims.
Everybody in the comment is like, God bless you, Vinny. Yeah, stick with it, Vinny. You can do it, man. Hey, to you, Vinny, we say,
God bless you.
The PBD audience really likes Vinny because he's not letting up on this, man. But it's funny because Vinny's only, I guess, Vinny's only...
You can't change anything. We know who you are. We know what you are. We know what you want. You are playing with fire. Don't dare cross the line.
Okay.
Fuck.
Was that like a scripted event when I go through that random construction site? What the fluff?
allowed to talk about certain crap on the PBD show, you know, so he's like, oh man, Bill Clinton is not good. I can't remember what he said. I think he said Bill Clinton's not great, man. And Bill Gates, the bills, those bills are disgusting. So, you know, that's the PBD rules. So, somehow Trump, you know, he's got nothing to do with this. He's actually good, doing good, somehow. That's my man, Vin. I think this is a good place to start with all the new Epstein crap that's been coming out. Because Vincent T. Pendejo of the Paul Bet Davidson program, he's sort of like the conspiracy guy of the group. He's like, we need to get to the bottom of this crap, man. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on here. Get to the bottom of this crap right here, man. So he's like the most interested in this, but he doesn't seem to be that interested because there's these big stories, mostly from Drop Site News. That's Brian Grimm, also known as Brian Toilets. No, I don't know why I did that. Don't do that. And if you go read these articles, I read one, it took me a long time because I'm stupid. You know, it's 4 trillion words long. Literally 400 trillion words, million words long. And they start off one of the articles, you go read it, it's on Drop Site News. One of the articles kind of starts out making fun of the New York Times because the New York Times, they were kind of avoiding this, and finally they wrote a story. They're like, man, this guy was a bit of a scam guy. It was a real catch me if you can type guy, this guy. You know, and they left out a bunch of stuff. Drop Site News is kind of flexing on the New York Times. They're like, they guys kind of missed a lot of stuff here. And they're basically putting together that there's no way that this guy, there really is no way that this guy was just a scrappy scam artist, you know, who happened to have a side interest into trafficking, all this stuff we know about. There's really no way. Like the New York Times, it's not great. But if you read these articles, it's like, yeah, there's no way. There's no way that a guy who was like in the middle of all this like shadowy government arms deal stuff, yeah, there's no way he was just kind of a random financial scammer. Sorry. Okay, wait. There's one more funny Vinny part here. They're looking at some of these pictures, Clinton pictures that came out. Let's check that out. Vinny says something funny here. Here we go.
That's unbothered. These guys with their silk, disgusting shirts.
Jeez.
You know,
Look at those shirts, man. Look at those silk, disgusting shirts. Okay, Vinny, not a big fan of, what's a guy's name? Bill Clinton and Epstein wearing these disgusting silk shirts. Ugh. Those shirts out here like... So yeah, there we go, man. Getting some information from the great PBD.
Paul Davidson.
But it's funny because these guys hate the news. They're like, oh man, the news sucks, except for the guys we like on there. You know, whatever that dumb guy, that dumb smug guy on the CNN. They love CNN now. But they're basically kind of saying the same crap. You know, they're like, who cares now? You know, who cares now? Or it's probably good. Or in Vinny's case, those silk shirts are disgusting. Get better shirts. And it's probably just the guys that we don't like that are doing bad. But the story that Brian Grimm's website is telling is like, basically this guy was part of like the shadow government. He was all wrapped up, all tied up, all connected to a bunch of shadow government people, which is why he was above the law, which he was. Even in the New York Times story, they're like, hey, he's kind of above the law. He kept getting away with stuff. Who cares why? So that's why he was above the law for so long, and there we go. It's kind of like, you know, it's funny that the New York Times is like, we're still trying to figure this out, man. I don't know. And then Vinny's like, I don't know, man. We need to figure this out. And then PBD's like, that's probably good. I don't know. But it's like, seems like if you read the drop site news stuff, I think we get what's going on with this guy. I think we basically have the story here. We got a guy who's all wrapped up in this shadow government, doing all these arms deals, all this crap all the way back to the 80s. I think that's why he was above the law. Okay, well, wait, before we move on. This is unrelated to the Epstein.
Contemplation is like the silence in the eye of the storm. You start to fade. You have no...
Okay, you can upgrade this? Maybe I will break down some stuff.
Crap, but this is a very funny PBD moment. PBD's pissed off. Check this out.
100 messages. It's a small number of people saying this is fake, and I kept saying.
You are losing touch with yourself. You must purify yourself, regain your equilibrium. I can help you. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm listening.
In the city, you are cut off from nature. Metal, concrete canyons, neon eyes. The filth of the world suffocates you.
Sure isn't no Zen garden.
You must become still. Restore the bond within yourself. You are the source. All what you must do is draw from it.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready to draw.
I'll give it a shot, why not?
I will give you a meditative brain dance that will liberate your consciousness.
Okay.
Give me?
You can pay me however much you wish.
Okay. Is this how much I have? No, I have a shitload. Here you go.
This should cut it.
Very well. The initial techniques of meditation are best undertaken with supervision.
I gotta give
Let us
chinchillas
begin.
hay.
I will guide you.
Yes, you too. They're knuckleheads.
This is a meditation of the earth element. Spirit of nature, Mother Earth, I send you greetings. We are of one blood. I am you. You are me. Oh, Mother Earth, I and all other creatures from you created. Cleanse my body and soul from pain, sickness, impurity, and the negative energy from negative people, worlds, and dimensions. Give me the energy of life. Give me health, youth, wisdom, knowledge, strength, joy, happiness, and inner peace. We walk the earth, through meadows, nature in full bloom. We remove our shoes, feel our bare feet touch the soil. We absorb the earth's energy.
Great time to get up to feed the chinchillas.
Tranquility, lightness, purity, our heart and soul. We walk the earth. A butterfly rests on blooming flower. Bees are gathering nectar. Warmth and joy surrounds us. Our legs absorb the earth's energy, filling every cell of our bodies. Our souls and spirits are cleansed.
Okay.
We thank you, Mother Earth, with our mind, body.
Okay, we're just gonna skip ahead. I don't got all day. I do, though.
Hello? Nice vanishing trick.
Hey, these guys just respawn. Neat. I'm Assassin's Creed 3. Ouchie. Civilian, why would you run in front of the shooter? I love trash. I love collecting trash.
Report to Facebook that it's fake. The video is still not out today, and I'm just gonna run it from this side because I can't hear.
Before sundown, out front of the mega tower. Gonna be there?
Of course I will.
See you then.
What it's saying. So
no audio.
Yeah, no audio.
Dom,
Mind.
we get it.
Let me just play it for you from here. Listen
Shut
to
up.
this, folks.
Next 90 days will make millionaires in 2024.
Rare ones, Scandium rods. Fell into the hands of a junkie who's got no clue what they're worth. I couldn't bear to see them go to waste. Read the attachment and get to work.
Okay. This isn't your run-of-the-mill dig. Okay. I think this is going to be run-of-the-mill. I just got a feeling.
These are the top 3 stocks to buy in a turbulent market. I guarantee that some of them will surprise you. You don't need to rush to act or buy immediately. You can join my group to see my real investment cases. For example, the Palantir stock I shared in the group before has risen by more than 300% in half a year. I don't charge any fees, and if my advice doesn't meet your expectations, you can withdraw at any time. Next night.
But by the way, check this out. You know what the handle is? The handle is called PBD stock. I don't do stock recommendations.
Yes, you do.
It says PBD stock.
Oh.
And
this is pump and dump in the new world.
Facebook knows this is happening.
Let PBD
and it's been reported by so many
you little
people.
jerk. Okay, I just thought this little part was funny because a bunch of people were emailing, I guess, PBD, and they're like, "Hey, man, what the hell is your little ass doing on Facebook selling some kind of stock scam course?" And he's like, Rob, can we bring that up of me saying that? Basically, there's somebody AI'd the little butt of
Paul Davidson
to sell some kind of stupid stock, dumb, probably Discord group crap. So that's a little unrelated, but it is very funny.
Just assume everything's a scam.
We gotta use PBD's likeness to sell this crap because he's a very trusted individual. And not just an absolute scammer himself. People trust this guy. We gotta AI him.
The fallout from the Jeffrey Epstein file release was on President Trump's mind over Christmas. He used one of his dozens of holiday posts to wish, quote, Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleazebags who loved Epstein.
It's a little harsh.
As the Justice Department...
Wait. What are these things called? Truths. Let me read this truth. Merry Christmas to all, and to all...
It's weird. He's a sleazebag.
Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleazebags.
He's a sleazebag.
Who loved Jeffrey Epps. Gave him bundles of money, went to his island, attended his parties, and thought he was the greatest guy on earth.
There's a little different than the other jobs. All right? You were right. It wasn't run-of-the-mill. I only had to shoot one guy. You got me. Fuck me. Always pressing the wrong buttons.
Who's he quoting here? Drop him like a dog, unquote. When things got too...
It's weird.
Falsely claimed they had nothing to do with him, didn't know him, said he was a disgusting person.
Disgusting.
And then blame, of course, yours truly, President Donnie J. Trump, who was actually the only one who did drop him like a dog. And long before it came fashionable. I was way ahead of my time on that one. Now it's cool. It was not cool, but I was being cool.
He's a sleazebag.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Ryan Grimm, who writes at Drop Site News, which has done the best reporting as just an introductory statement.
Yes.
For the uninitiated.
Go ahead, Ryan.
When you look at this new dump of Epstein files that just came out, number one, tell people, surmise for people what exactly you think the Epstein operation was.
Yeah.
If there was one.
The guy's been doing a lot of operating for many decades.
No, he hasn't.
And at some point, you're going to have to call that an operation because he keeps becoming involved and he keeps being found from Iran-Contra all the way up to the things that you were talking about, the Syrian civil war, like a lot going on in Africa.
Okay, this is kind of interesting, because you look at like the New York Times and CNN and all this stuff, and they, they're not really telling a lot of this story. It's all being put together by people like Ryan Grimm. So it's kind of interesting, Tim Dillon is one of the biggest, he's one of the biggest guys. He's a big boy. He's a big boy, and he has to kind of be careful with his audience, it seems. He's kind of all over the place. Seems like he's always trying to figure out what his audience wants to hear a little bit. But this is an interesting move, because he does have a massive audience, and he got Ryan Grimm on. Oh, wow.
Wow.
So it's kind of interesting. It does seem like most of the news, and unfortunately for me, my favorite show, PBD, they are kind of trying to cover... They're trying to cover this story up a little bit. Oh, it's probably good. Look, this is bad, man, but Trump's probably good. Like CNN and all that crap, they're not talking about this part of the story, but they are kind of talking about Trump.
Looked like
if you
that
go
blood
to
came
Vinny's
out of my
show,
mouth.
and I do consider it Vinny's show, they're like, oh, man. Bill
I'm surprised
Gates,
I
Bill
lived.
Clinton is bad. But our main man, who has like a scrapbook of pictures all over that thing, and Steve Bannon was all connected to this guy. We don't need to pay attention to that. It's probably fine. But I guess props to Tim Dillon, because he is helping spread this part of the story, which it does seem like we kind of got the story now. We kind of got the full picture. Seems that way when you read the drop site news stuff. It's like, yeah, I think we got it. This guy for decades and decades was, just totally tied in with this shadow government that operates, undemocratically, yada, yada, yada. So that's probably a big part of how he made all his money, connected all these people above the law. That's what protected him when it came to all the terrible trafficking stuff, da-da-da-da-da. But if you go look at like Vinny or CNN or whatever, they're like, oh man, this is weird. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what the hell's going on here? But some of it's bad. Probably.
Who also had ties to Iran-Contra. So Epstein is right in the middle of this.
Right.
And this is a seminal kind of global intelligence scheme.
Right.
That
it is?
That now we all acknowledge. Like, oh, Iran-Contra was a thing.
Nah,
like, they did all these things. And actually, they did more than they've acknowledged. But even what they've acknowledged
and
is
how does he end
insane.
up in business with Stan Pottinger? Do you think it's that?
Okay, there we go. It's kind of... Maybe this shouldn't be shocking, but it's still kind of shocking that like a Rogan-verse comedian has to help spread this telling of the story, Because if you read the New York Times, which should be out of business, no one should be reading that crap. Because you read that giant story that they wrote, it's just like, you're just more confused. You're just like, oh, okay. This guy was a tricky guy doing tricks. It just like makes you more confused, They should shut down New York Times. What a piece of crap. But this telling of the story actually totally makes sense. I mean, like every part of it. Yeah, and if you go watch this, Tim Dillon. If you go watch this Tim Dillon, how many views? 500,000 in one day. Solidly in the news category. In the views equals news theorem, solidly news. Like the story that Ryan Grimm is telling is like, no, this guy was just part of the tippy top of society. That's why it's like, why did he know this guy and that guy? He was part of the tippy top of society. There's a part where Tim Dillon asks, well, was he the intelligence this and the intelligence that? And Ryan Grimm's like, no, they were working for him, basically. And that's also why he was all wrapped up with Donnie Trunk, who do like this.
It's weird.
So like I gotta kind of hand it to Tim Dillon on this one. If you read like any other news, basically any other news source, it's like, oh, what the hell is this? Who was this guy? But it's like, we know.
The whole thing, it's really just amazing. I said when I was on Megyn Kelly's show, I said something along those lines, and then I said I think they've handled this worse than the Biden administration handled his senility. And people were giving me a little bit of shit for that. I got some pushback for that, which I understand what people are saying, but like, I'm not saying like, and look, you could make an argument here because the Jeffrey Epstein thing is really, really bad. Like, okay, you could make an argument it's a worse scandal that the president of the United States of America, the sitting president, is senile and everybody's covering that up. And I understand you could make that argument. Although, It is debatable. Jeffrey Epstein is really, really bad.
Okay.
But that being said, I think what people heard rather than what I said is I wasn't saying the scandal is worse. I'm saying the handling of the scandal is worse. This is at least, look, saying there's nothing wrong with Joe Biden and he's sharp as a tack behind closed doors.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it's not the worst thing you could say about it from a propaganda point of view if you're just trying to get past this. Like, all right. For the inability of this administration to kind of like at least have a press conference and explain what the hell is going on here, make it some type of.
Oh man, I love this guy. This is another Rogan verse. Another Rogan verse boy right here. Tim.
Mr. Jefferson.
Hello, V.
You're the president or the mayor? Hang on, let me put in my mayoral outfit. Oh, those are like so posh and obnoxious, you know? Like it looks bad in a good way. Like she's super cunty about it.
Need to talk.
Yes, I know. Elizabeth filled me in. Sounds like I was right to hire a professional.
Elizabeth, what did she tell you exactly?
Didn't get specific. Just that SSI was spying for that son of a bitch Holt. Guess you got more, though.
Strange as it may sound, don't got much.
There's gotta be something. You didn't find any hard evidence?
Sorry, it's all hearsay and speculation.
Like what?
SSI took money from all kinds of people, Holt among them. But it's a weak lead. Too weak. Nothing that can help you, Jefferson.
Damn.
Like, I'm pretty sure the lady told me not
I'll
to
handle
tell him
things from
something, so I don't know
Meaning?
what I'm supposed to be telling him and what I'm not supposed to be telling
First,
him.
I'm gonna win this damn election.
Okay.
Then, I'll find the motherfucker who spied on us. And if it was Holt, I'll find every last speck of dirt on him and bury him under the heap.
Well then, good luck.
You'll get your fee soon. You already got my gratitude. Goodbye, V.
Bye-bye.
So, thoughts?
Somehow I doubt it's people who are behind this.
So aliens?
Where is he?
Very funny. You're too young to remember this, but not so long ago, people talked about rogue AIs prowling cyberspace.
So, not aliens.
Doesn't matter who or what. Our guy's outmatched. They can do whatever they want. He's fucked, V.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Dylan, Roganverse, boy. And this is Dave Smith, also Roganverse, boy. But he's like quite the character, Dave Smith. He's just all over the place, you know. What is he? He's like one of the most famous libertarians. I guess he wants the government doesn't exist anymore. He's kind of one of these guys like, oh man, the government's always up to some crap, man.
We gotta get rid of it, man. He's always up to some stupid crap, my friend.
But here, at the end, he's like, man, by the way, I'm a guy who thinks the government sucks. It's always lying. It needs to go away. But I wish they would come out and explain what the hell is going on here with this thing that I'm acknowledging is some kind of a creepy cover-up crap. Why did they explain it? He's hilarious. This video came up for me, recommended.
That's on YouTube.
Thank you, YouTube. This whole part, there's like 5 minutes that are hilarious when he's like, yeah, put up there, this is a worse scandal than that guy Joe Brendan. You know, they were covering up that he is very old. Then he goes into this thing like, I'm not saying that Joe Brendan being an old man with dementia is not worse. I'm saying that they've handled it quite rather poorly. Okay.
And how crazy is this, Rob?
Pretty crazy.
I saw Trump the other day.
Oh, sorry. You had more. Sorry.
Trashing Thomas Massey again.
That son of a bitch.
For pushing for the Epstein files to be released. It's like he hasn't even updated his software in his own web of lies.
Oh.
Like, wait, you're still mad at Thomas Massey for co-sponsoring the bill that you signed into law?
What?
You signed it into law. You didn't veto it.
No, he didn't.
So what are you like? Don't you have to drop that beef now? Like it just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So
right.
I don't know. I guess my biggest takeaway by this whole thing still is that I'm flabbergasted by the sheer incompetence of the whole thing.
Don't be
all right, guys. Let's take a moment and thank our sponsor.
I could get some of this sheath underwear. 20% off? I am actually going to pause and go now. I need that underwear so I could go. Dave Smith seems very confused by all this. He's like, what the hell's going on here? But, you know, it is true that people who are kind of on the other, I don't know, political end or whatever of Dave Smith, it does seem like they've been less confused about this since the beginning. Like TrueAnon. I think TrueAnon is one of the biggest, biggest podcasts? And from the beginning, they've been saying basically like, yeah, this guy's part of this ultra-wealthy, politically connected, They're above the law, they're above the government. The government exists kind of for them. And now it seems like that's kind of the story here. And obviously that's how this guy got all wrapped up with Trump, too. They're like, what the hell's going on? What the hell is man, they're handling this quite incompetently. But now we kind of know what happens. Is like, okay, part of this ultra-wealthy part of society, the tippy top of society, he gets caught, you know, and a whole bunch of people are implicated, including Trump. And now they're, now they're scrambling, trying to figure out what to do. That's pretty much the story.
In the latest piece of evidence that Donald Trump's government is engaged in a systematic cover-up of the Epstein files to protect Donald Trump, an email was just released with the subject line, GM photo on Bannon phone, with GM likely standing for Ghislaine Maxwell. Did is to protect Trump. That's it. Meaning we're not only witness.
Oh man, hold on, let me check this out. How many views on this? 250,000 in 3 hours. Whoa. I never really look at these channels, but this is like, it's sort of like a David Paxton kind of channel. That's the guy who do like this.
Arun Brown?
What the hell is this guy's name? Brian Tyler Cohen. I was searching around for stuff, and so I watched some of this guy's videos. This guy's a view king. This guy goes off like a king, view-wise. But I watched a bunch of this guy's videos, and mostly what this guy's videos are about, 100 billion views. Most of what it's about is like, oh man, the Trump people are really hiding this crap. And if we could get some Democrats in there, they'll stop hiding the crap. God damn it, It's kind of weird though. I mean, this thing is getting a lot of views, this guy's channel. I couldn't find, unless I just couldn't find it. These kind of channels are also not talking about like the history here, that this guy Epstein has been like tied up at the top of tippy top of society and like corporate power and all this crap, the wealthy, since the 80s? What the hell? I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's like, why would you not, it's kind of, maybe it's just like not their kind of content, but it does kind of explain the whole story, let me look at this. Hold on, let me look at this is how I look at stuff. One of this guy's videos got 1 million views in one day. Oh, could you imagine?
That's on YouTube.
And that's on YouTube.
And like a lot of what he's saying is true, yeah, they're covering stuff up. You know, when they release these documents, you know, they're like, I don't know, throw a picture of Michael Jackson in there. That'd be funny. They're throwing pictures of MJ in there. They're throwing AI-generated crap, throwing a picture of a dog wearing a hat in there. You know, they're like, look at that. People are like, what does the dog in the hat mean? What is the hat says something on it? You know, so a lot of what these kind of channels are saying is true, you know, like, yeah, they're covering stuff up, you know. They're lying, you know, all this crap, doing shadow work, shadow magic, dark chaos magic. But it is weird to leave out, you know, this guy's kind of been operating in this world since the 80s. And I think that's kind of the problem with some of these channels. It's like, you know, I think they don't really want to get into, because some of these channels are like, hey, if we get Ro Khanna to do something, then it's gonna be fine. I think there's more to this story, which is kind of obvious if you read the Ryan Grimm stuff, which it is like this kind of concentrated, basically corporate power. That's the top. That kind of tells you the whole story. Why was he able to keep getting away with this? Why is Trump involved? Where'd he get all the money? Blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of weird. They're like, man, we got to get to the bottom of this. So you got to get this information. But really, if you just go read Ryan Grimm's thing, it's like you do get, I do kind of think the whole story is there already, you know? You have all this concentrated, basically corporate power above the law. Jeffrey Epstein all tied up in that. He got caught because these victims started speaking out, and it kind of exposed this whole thing, and now it's going all the way back to the 80s, you know?
Piers Morgan, for example, who is a pretty vocal fan of Donald Trump, even tweeted, quote, memo to the Trump administration, the longer you drag out the Epstein files and the more of it you heavily redact, the worse this scandal will get. What we're seeing now, as many of your own supporters are saying, is the opposite of the full transparency you promised. And again, there will be no full transparency, because full transparency would mean that Donald Trump himself gets exposed. And clearly, thanks to Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino, that's never going to happen, because Trump has something to hide, and they know it. Think about it. Why would Donald Trump...
You don't talk about the president like that. How dare you, man? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. A lot of this is fine, you know? It's like, yeah, they are doing a cover-up. It is stupid and goofy and dumb. You know, this is dumb old man coming out there like, why are you looking at this? Who cares? It's dumb. I gotta go to the bathroom. You know, whatever. Like, it is true. They're doing a goofy, stupid, ridiculous, sleepy, people say, not me, cover up. All that's true, but it is sort of like, it's kind of confusing if you don't know the full context and the whole story, and that this has been going on for decades. Because it sort of feels like, oh, look, if we pass the right bill, or do this and that crap, you know, if you sign the right government document and all this crap, it'll all be cleared up. But it's really like, I mean, what this really looks like, and the story all makes sense if you look at the full story, is like, I mean, if you look at the Ryan Grimm stuff, this sort of a, like, class of
get
people,
to the point.
you
He's
know, all
tripping
this,
over
like,
his...
concentrated... There's no way
tripping
around
over his
it,
words
kind of,
more than
all
he's
this
doing a bit at
concentrated
this
corporate
point.
power and all this. If they're really the ones controlling world politics and all this crap, if you just leave that in place, you're gonna get stuff not unsimilar to this over and over again. And yeah, this guy Donald Trump,
It's weird.
He's definitely part of that, and he should have his little ass thrown in prison, you know, and he's caught, and they're kind of all caught, you know. But I don't know, yeah, it's weird to not tell the whole story here, because, you know, this is why they're probably never really gonna, you know, none of these people are gonna go to prison, and why they're just throwing pieces of trash and pictures of MJ and all this crap is because this is kind of like, these people are kind of above the law, you know?
What about the ruling class, in your estimation, makes that the case? That they, if they're not partaking, they're hanging out with human traffickers, and that's okay.
Right.
I think if I had to put them on the couch, the way they have lived their life suggests to them that there are no rules.
So yeah, that's the thing, man. So yeah, man. I'm Joe Rogan. Yeah, man. Wow, man. Wow, man. That is weird that Tim Dillon got famous, you know, from Joe Rogan. You know, a guy who's kind of like hanging out with this group of people now. But yeah, it's crazy, and that's kind of why the New York Times is a bit, you know, that's why they're a little bit about this because it's kind of hard to write, hey, you know, this whole thing is kind of controlled by this, you know, corporate power and all this, and they're all above the law, and, you know, one of them kind of got caught and then disappeared, and now one of those guys is the president, and he's too stupid to figure out a way to cover it up or whatever. And by the way, newspapers like ours and media like ours has been kind of supporting this kind of structure and you know, it's kind of hard to write that, so it's easier just to be like, oh, this guy was quite the character. But anyway, guys, there we go, an absolute fire, another one. Hello?
Hello?
It's Monday. You know, we had all these holidays where we do whatever the hell we want. We feel like we're above the law on the holidays. I'm doing whatever I want. I'm gonna eat a whole cake. All this kind of crap. Enough with that. No more of that. But I hope you guys are doing great. Oh, new merch in the merch store.
Link in description. Link to the merch store as aforementioned in the description. Thank you.
There's a let's freaking go. There's a let's freaking go sticker in there now. Upon popular demand, there's a let's freaking go. There's a new sticker in there that do like, let's freaking go. Mark Zuckerberg gave me a little spank on the bottom and he said, let's freaking go. And then he goes, let's freaking
ask you something, please.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Hope you guys are doing great. Talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Hey, wait, hold on a second, man. I got something to say. Oh, I wanted to let you know that you're missing episodes every single week. There's one coming out tomorrow, and then Thursday, and there's all kind of other crap in the Patreon. Get all the crap. Wow, amazing. All you gotta do is click the link in the description. See you there.
All right, let's move to the other, I mean, really sort of incredibly consequential case, the Slaughter case, which is about Donald Trump's ability to fire someone from the FTC, Slaughter. And the FTC is one of many supposedly independent agencies that make it hard for the president to fire. And these... Tell us about this sort of novel approach to agencies. Like, how long have we had this concept of semi-independent agencies?
Since 1790, when
so it's
Congress...
new. It's relatively new.
Yeah, only about 200 plus years old.
It's much newer than fire.
Yes,
right?
And maybe that's the benchmark that the Supreme Court is using now. You know, this is an interesting area of the law because what happened was in the 1980s, people like Antonin Scalia developed this theory of the unitary executive, that the president alone makes up the entire executive branch. So he has to be able to hold all the executive power, and that means being able to fire pretty much any executive official he wants, specifically the heads of any agencies. That included independent agencies like the Federal Trade Commission and many others. And in the intervening decades, actual historians, like real, credible historians, have looked into the history here and said, that's just not true at all. That's not what people understood the Constitution to mean. That's not in line with historical practice. That is just not the reality of our founding charter. And what they discovered is that starting in 1790, Congress started to create agencies that wielded a lot of power, whose members, or at least some of whose members, could not be removed at will by the president, including something that was called the Sinking Fund Commission that dealt with the nation's war debts, which was a really big deal that consumed a lot of political and legal energy in 1790. And Congress said, we're not going to put this all under the control of the president. We're going to make sure that some people on this agency can't be fired by the president. And it went on like that in a kind of unbroken chain through to today, when Congress has created a ton of different independent agencies and said the president can't fire their heads, at least without good cause. And
they get a term. I just want to be clear on this. Like, you get a term. You get appointed for a 5-year term or a 6-year term or a 4-year term.
They're not, yes. It's not indefinite. For the FTC, it's 7 years, and these are staggered terms. So you serve your term, and because it's staggered, because they aren't all appointed at once, every president eventually does get control over every agency, right? Over their 4 years. Like, eventually, if there's a Democratic majority and a Republican president, the Democratic majority on the agency will cycle out, and the Republican president gets to replace them. So it's not like they're entirely independent or nonpartisan, but they are designed to have some kind of insulation from the partisan pressures emanating from the White House, because Congress said, look, antitrust for the Federal Trade Commission, right? Antitrust is a really powerful tool. You can wield this tool to crush corporations, to block billion-dollar mergers and acquisitions. We don't want this to be at the whim of a president and his cronies. So we are going to create an agency, the FTC, whose leaders have a buffer from the president, who can't be fired because they don't do something that the president wants them to do. And that is the judgment that, in my view, in the view of a lot of people, the Constitution permits. The Constitution explicitly gives Congress the power to structure the executive branch, to create these federal agencies. But the conservatives, the unitary executive boosters, they all claim that the independence here is anathema to our constitutional design, and that the president simply must have absolute power to fire the heads of these agencies anytime he wants, for any reason he wants. That's the Slaughter case, and it's a guarantee that the Supreme Court is going to embrace that reasoning.
Okay, and also, to be clear, it's also to maintain at least some type of institutional stability. Right. I mean, like, you don't want the interpretation of antitrust to change every 6 months. It seems like straightforward in that respect. Okay. Well, so the Supreme Court's going to give the power to Trump.
Yes.
Which, theoretically means that President AOC or, or whomever in 2028, knock on wood, can come in and theoretically fire all the agency all of the people in these agencies, regardless of their terms. I mean, I'm not even clear why you have terms at that point. Really, because it seems to me, theoretically, if you can fire anybody at will, you could just rehire them and extend their terms.
How do I get out of here? There it is.
I don't understand what the restrictions are, but where does that leave us with the Fed? Because for some reason, if the president has this power, why wouldn't the president have this power? What would constrain it?
So I think this is where the whole theory really falls apart. You can set aside the history and just focus on the practical realities. Even the most hardcore unitary executives, like Brett Kavanaugh, who's been on this forever, will not accept the logical consequences of their beliefs, because you are correct that the Federal Reserve cannot be reasonably distinguished from the Federal Trade Commission or any other agency in the government. It does much the same thing. Rulemaking, regulations, it deals with monetary policy. It's been delegated a bunch of sort of tasks from Congress, and it carries them out to ensure that we have a stable market, a stable economy. And it has been understood for a very long time that independence is crucial to protect this country from being driven into a recession by every president, because all of the data and all of the history shows that when the president takes control of the central bank, when the central bank is directly subject to partisan pressures, then it leads to bad places. It performs worse. And you can see that now with Trump trying to pressure the Federal Reserve into slashing interest rates prematurely. So the Fed's Board of Governors are protected against removal, just like the Federal Trade Commissioners are protected against removal, but the Supreme Court has treated them differently. And it already actually allowed Trump to fire Slaughter, the FTC commissioner, over the shadow docket. So it's really inevitable how that case is going to go. But it didn't allow him to fire Lisa Cook, the Federal Reserve governor, when she was removed or attempted to be removed by the Trump administration. And the court has not given us a clear decision distinction there to explain why. What the court did, in my view, is essentially put out a call to very smart lawyers that read between the lines something like, hey, we don't want to give the president total control of the Federal Reserve, but we really want to go whole hog on the unitary executive theory for all these other agencies that we hate or that we don't care about. So can you, smart lawyers, please devise some kind of facially plausible theory for us that we can embrace to explain why the Federal Reserve is different? And right now, as we speak, very smart lawyers are trying to concoct that distinction. And I will be happy if the Supreme Court embraces that distinction, because I don't want Trump to be able to fire Lisa Cook or other members of the Fed. Like, it will be good for the country, but it will also be stupid and incoherent, because everyone with a brain understands that what they are doing there is just accepting that the unitary executive theory can't mean what they say it means, or else the consequences would be catastrophe for the country.
Is it is like a potential theory that if the second word of the name of the institution starts with an R, then you can't fire them? Like, what is, do you, like, let me put it this way. I imagine you have seen these smart lawyers attempting to work this out in some type of like law journals or articles or whatnot. Like, have you seen anything that even comes remotely close?
So when the Supreme Court put out this call, its sort of first draft of the idea was that the court said, we think that the Fed has a unique history and a distinct structure that may distinguish it from these other agencies. But every agency has a unique history and a distinct structure. Like, no two agencies are exactly the same. So that doesn't make any sense. So what we've seen instead is this effort to argue that the Board of Governors on the Federal Reserve don't exercise the executive power, that controlling monetary policy is more of some kind of quasi-legislative power or an almost judicial power. And so it doesn't slot neatly into the executive's authority. And so the president shouldn't be able to take control over that sort of functioning. But that is a dead end, logically at least, because what the court is going to say in Slaughter is that there's no such thing as quasi-legislative or quasi-judicial powers. There's only three. There's executive, legislative, and judicial. And every single component of the government has to fall into one of those three. And so I don't see how they can claim that the Federal Reserve is the one little piece of government that just floats around in this weird liminal space outside of the three branches. Like, I think everybody knows it's part of the executive branch. And so maybe a smart lawyer will still come up with some backup theory. I mean, maybe they will say it's because the second word of the agency starts with R. That would be about as coherent as what I suspect they will land on.
Well, I want credit. If that's what they end up doing, I want credit for that. Because
it's what James Madison would have wanted, Sam.
I think you've read one of his treatises on the letter R.
Yeah.
And its importance. I mean, but we're really at that point, right? Like, I mean, obviously, I'm joking, but we're at that point. Like, they're just, that's the functional equivalent of what they're doing, is that they just don't even feel like they necessarily need to even write that in some of their shadow docket findings. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Oh.
Brian is saying that this Dan Goldman thing is better. Just want to be clear, we support, obviously,
don't like Dan
Brad Lander in this primary challenge. Goldman is a lawyer, though, and, you know...
He was a prosecutor. He was on the impeachment team.
Yeah.
He is, you know...
Well, that's like when Kamala Harris was at her best. Like probably her best strength was when she was doing, which is why Biden picking her makes very little sense. Like, her strength was doing the cross-examination stuff in the Senate, and Goldman has this strength too. So, do you want to play this?
They can hire him back as a staffer and staffer for these committees, and he.
God damn it! This site's a parking lot where gangs have been known to pop up. Gang violence is a maybe, sure, but my money's on
their heads are gone. Their heads blew up.
Do what you can to incapacitate them. I'll take it from there.
Hey, did you make those people's heads explode? Did I kill him? Did I kill him? Or is he still breathing? I think I killed him. He's not moving. I think I hit him a little too hard. Oops. Take this though. Hello. Regina. Okay.
Can do some of the questioning. He is he's the heir to the Levi Strauss of fortune.
Yeah, I think he'll be
and
okay.
He'll be okay. Yeah.
Do you want to play this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Secretary Noam, let's talk about the law. Do you agree that asylum is a lawful pathway to immigrate to this country? Yes or no?
There's an asylum program, yes, in place.
All right. So immigrants then with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Your question was?
Immigrants with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country.
There are individuals in this country that have applications that...
And they are legally here because it's a lawful pathway, right?
It's a lawful pathway.
Okay, so if your department then deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law, correct?
Joe Biden left us with...
I'm not asking about Joe Biden. I'm asking you a specific
million
question. If your department deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Is that correct?
It was greatly violated when they allowed...
I'm asking you.
...people to come
I'm
in and
asking
granted
you.
asylum applications.
Why are you filibustering? Why can't you answer the question? It's a simple question.
Your president...
If your department
and your secretary
deports
did not
anyone
follow the law.
with an ongoing
Ouch.
asylum application, you are violating the law. Isn't that correct?
The asylum program was broken under the last...
Mr. Chairman, I will reclaim my time. She's not answering the question. But the obvious answer is that, yes, if you follow a lawful pathway, asylum is a lawful pathway, if you have an open asylum case, you are here lawfully. But the problem that we are seeing around the country is that you are not following the law. Don't tell us to change the law. If you don't like the asylum system, you change the asylum law. Bring it to us. We'll work with you. I think it needs to be changed. But you can't...
But the Eddies are worth the risk, trust me. Need more intel? Check the attachment.
Whoa! Think fleas like you just get in for free?
Yeah. Okay, what's this text message say? Anything? Can't look at it right now? We don't need to.
Sweet Jesus. You hear that? Do you hear what they're playing?
Each to their own, Johnny.
That's what peeps with bad taste always say. Don't know what he did to deserve what's coming, but his music taste is reason enough to drop it.
A lot of civilians died in the gas that I shot all over the place. And the cops don't care. Toiler. It's over here. More toiler. Damn, he's not there. I can't believe it. Ooh, what's this? Toiler? Damn, he's not there. I can't believe it. Found him.
Heard whispers monster bit the concrete.
Yeah, I'm kind of the best.
Nicely done. Gig sealed. Your boy Dino needs a drink. Later, V.
Oh.
Just decide that you're not gonna follow the law, and asylum is a law, and deport people who have ongoing applications. Unfortunately, that is exactly what's happened.
I mean, I will say this, like,
Hey,
he's a
Dash.
good prosecutor, but the substance of what he's saying here is exactly why he's not somebody you'd want to support coming from an incredibly blue district in Brooklyn and in New York City, because he's just saying this is a procedural problem.
Yep.
He's saying, like, I may agree with you that we should lock the door for asylum seekers in this country.
Yeah.
I agree with you, he says, but you're not following the law in the way that it is. Rather than you are breaking the law, you are not allowing asylum seekers, whether they are coming, running from domestic abuse or running from criminal gangs or running from the Taliban or running from a theocratic regime in Iran where maybe they would come back and get hung. Like, these are the asylum seekers that we have, or they're whatever the reason is. We have these laws. They have worked in this country for ages. And he then has to concede in his mind, like that, well, you may have a good point.
Quit taking vehicles. No, I didn't answer. My bad, bro. Anyway, I'm sure I got it handled.
You fucking gun!
Stand right there. Thank you. Did I get it? Where are we going? Guys, Militech? Is that what that is? Is it a Militech base? Okay, reach the main server room. Okay. Carrying too much.
I mean, that thing's a rogue, but you're not handling it in the right procedure.
No side deals. I mean, it's the shoot. Like, we played that yesterday. Sam, that you saw what he said.
Venezuela thing?
Do you want to play it again? I mean, we can. It's only 30 seconds. It kind of fits into our conversation.
Sure, let's play it again, because this is Schumer again. Like, listen.
I want your take on this. I probably know it, but it's literally that what he was saying about Iran. Remember, I was texting you before my wedding or whatever?
No side deals.
Yeah.
No side deals.
Yes.
No side deals to avoid war.
Right. Yeah, he's all over the lot. He says he wants diplomacy, but then he bombs.
It's unbelievable. He's
but this was about Venezuela. Yep.
Do you disagree with President Trump's ultimate goal of regime change in Venezuela?
Look, the bottom line is President Trump throws out so many different things in so many different ways. You don't even know what the heck he's talking about. You know, obviously, if Maduro would just flee on his own, everyone would like that. But we don't know what the heck he's up to when he talks about that. So it's very, you cannot say, I endorse this, I endorse that, when Trump is all over the lot, not very specific, and very worrisome at how far he might escalate.
The problem is not what he's doing.
It's not organized. It's not organized.
Yep. The problem is that he's confusing me, and I don't know what he's doing, and I'm not going to define what my political opponent is doing and why it's harmful when asked about it.
I can't tell. Today he's hijacking and becoming a pirate and taking oil ships. Tomorrow it could be fishing ships. It could be, what kind of ship are you going to pirate? That's the problem. We don't know. Where are we going to put these ships? We haven't figured that out yet. I mean, this is the lamest. Like, hey, dude, don't go on TV. Don't go on TV. Like, if you're asked the most basic question, are you in favor of the U.S. engaging in regime change by breaking every single international law that we can find on any given day? That's the question. Well, he's doing it in a haphazard way. Like, I don't, I could endorse it, but I don't know which one I'm endorsing. Like, it would involve reading. I'd have to read things. Bring me a briefing book. Look, I can't be bothered with this. Jake, I've got to capitulate on 5 other things. I don't have time. I don't have time for this.
The thing about Chuck Schumer is he is pro-war and pro-regime change. Like, he literally...
He said Maduro if he flees on his own.
He said that Israel needs to have elections to get Netanyahu out before then later meeting with Netanyahu when he came here. Like, he's the one who's all over the map.
Yeah. Listen, all I'm saying is you've got your turkey, your peas, and your mashed potatoes. Do you want to mix them all up? Or do you just okay, bite of my turkey, then a bite of my peas, then a bite of my mashed potatoes? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We're gonna run on that.
and just wanna. I said this yesterday, but I want the hopefully free advice if anybody who works on Brad Lander's campaign is listening. This quote to the New York Daily News, where Lander told the Daily News about his disagreements with Goldman on Gaza, it's secondary to what he sees as Goldman's lackluster opposition to Trump. Quote, on Gaza, we have some disagreements, but the core rationale is because it's time for fighters, not folders. Dan Goldman is not gonna, those clips, his whole thing is the prosecuting Trump thing. Ooh. Right? Like, that's his biggest strength. And
the only core brand proposition.
Right. And what he says about asylum later on, we have, I think, accurate critiques of it, and we do this for a living so we can assess that is, his politics aren't good. But from a campaign strategy point, I really hope Lander reconsiders that, because Goldman's whole brand is I'm the guy that helped prosecute Trump, and I don't, and even clips like that make Goldman look good. So I think that Lander needs to reconsider that tactic.
It is so dumb, frankly, because it literally is like what he's fighting for is the problem. Like going after Goldman because he represents interests that are not going to corporate interests is really the only sort of like move for Lander, it seems to me. Like, what are you fighting for? I mean, I can understand like why he's like hesitant to highlight Gaza because he's already known for his critique of Israel, and I suspect to the extent that like from their perspective, and I think it's weak, but from a campaign perspective, just I'm gonna fight harder than him. Like what? Like what are you gonna fight for? What are you gonna fight for that's different? What is one congressperson fighting marginally more than Dan Goldman going to do if you guys are fighting for the same thing? You need to have some type of contrast. Now, he may think that he doesn't have to do anything. That it's a
Mamdani's endorsement wins the day.
Mamdani's endorsement, and that he's progressive. I don't agree that it would be enough. But
do
I
what
think,
Mamdani did then. Don't get off his neck. I mean, he was coming for Cuomo until until election day.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
When a government or a corporation cracks down on speech, whether it's from the left or right, I'm the first one saying, frick yeah!
Candace Owens is out there now telling her audience, the black people in her audience, you gotta wake up. You gotta wake up to what not Whitey is doing. Whitey was not responsible for...
What's going on? Who's crashing? What's going on over here? The fuck? They're all the same car too? What's going on here? What are y'all doing? Okay, they're not all the same car, I think. Yeah, the one in the center is different. What is happening?
Slavery.
It was the Jews.
It was the
says.
Jewies.
Gotcha.
The Jewies were responsible for slavery. You've got J.D. Vance at TPUSA telling people we're not going to kick Nick Fuentes out of this coalition because he's controversial, like his controversial opinions that black people shouldn't live amongst us and that Jews are shouldn't live amongst us.
Controversial calling my wife a slur.
Controversial in that he was like, basically called my wife the N-word for Indians. We're not going to kick him out. And he now has come full circle to where, I don't know if it's the full-on horseshoe within conservative, because it's really just more like this,
right?
Right? There's not really this. There's no gulf. But he comes out literally within a day or two of Candace Owens saying, we should not be demonizing white people for slavery because it was the Jews. Here is J.D. Vance with his own extolling of how America is back.
We believe in hard work and merit. Unlike the left, we stand against treating anybody, and I love what Nikki said about this. We don't treat anybody different because of their race or their sex. So we have relegated DEI to the dustbin of history, which is exactly where it belongs.
Can I just comment? Every crowd shot is very old. All the people here are not like Turning Point Youth Space is supposed to be a college youth outreach thing. All these people are like
good point.
55 years old. I mean, that's
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore. And if you're an Asian, you don't have to talk around your skin color when you're applying for college, because we judge people based on who they are, not on ethnicity and things they can't control.
Pause it for a second. Now, wait a second. This is contradicting itself, because earlier in the speech he's saying we're not going to police people who call my wife a Jeet. Mm-hmm. Well, is that not based upon, what is that based upon? That's not a compliment, right? Or is it? Is it a compliment?
Well, I mean,
he's contradicting himself, and this is the thing, is that it works in that room.
Yep.
But this is why J.D. Vance, and look, this is going to more than likely, going to be the Republican nominee. He could very well be president this time next year, or this time 2 years from now, in the run-up to the 28 election.
But alive. Without it, we'd all be at each other's throats. Corps, gangs, mercs, everyone. And where do fixers fit in? If one side starts to get too much power, a fixer can help tip the scales toward the other.
Actually come here to buy this shit.
Think about
Shut your trap.
balance.
Got a customer.
From running dry.
What? Want something?
Why the lecture, right? Because it's time for a little intervention. Check the attachment.
What do you sell?
Mr. Manager, the valued customer wants to know what we sell.
What? Oh, some wires, chips, other electronic shit.
You heard the manager.
Heard you sling some pretty serious tech around here.
Listen, you're gonna shop or you ain't. Here's what we got.
Slayer? Yeah, I'll sell you my junk. You like that? A lot of junk I just gave you.
That's some hefty price. Been. Lottie. What do you sell?
Random.
Am I supposed to buy something in here? Maybe Rogue is like, you secretly gotta ask for this product. Not you! Where's Rogue?
What do you sell?
Rent.
Look, I accidentally hopped behind the counter. It's not my fault. It was always going to end like this anyway, but I wanted to see if there was like a skill check thing. What's this guy? Oh, I see. He's just an animal. I thought he was in a big, like, mech suit.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah!
Is that a Valentino? Interesting. What are Valentino's doing here, guys? Hey, that's the girl I came to kill right there.
Excellent. Equilibrium sometimes demands sacrifices. Contract closed.
Whatever you say.
This is the contradiction that's not going to be able to hold. He's not going to be able to both maintain. I mean, if I was him, I would not want to be president before 2028 because he's got to stay subterranean to some level so that he can speak to the Nick Fuentes' people. And then later in the general, speak to normal people.
Yep.
But you cannot both say,
Yo, V,
I'm not going to disavow somebody.
Should be pretty spicy. Client's feeling generous too. What do you say? Intel attached. Don't make me beg.
Remain undetected. That's not going to happen. We're just going to kill them all, actually.
Yourself, terrorist.
They'll never know it was me here to install this virus.
I'll tell them we got the material on mess call. Gig shot. Okay. I'll count the job as done. But technically, just barely. And I ain't happy neither.
Whatever, bro.
Call my wife a G and everything that implies, because it's not just personal to Usha.
Yeah.
It is calling, we should say, Southeast Asian people, because I thought he was going to go there with Asian, but he wasn't. Southeast Asian people, Jeets, and he can't then turn around and go like, we don't judge people by their skin color. What? What is it? What is the essential part about his wife that is a Jeet, if not her skin color? Has she not acclimated to American customs? Is that what's going on? I mean, that contradiction is going to fall apart, and that's where ultimately he's got to be pressed, and that cleave has got to happen soon. Let's go to this number 7. This is also disgusting.
She's holed up in a corpo hotel.
This would be his last gig? Okay. Now we'll see what happens when you complete all the gigs for somebody. Oh, I got his too.
Security's tight, and I need me a merc who's up to the task.
Yeah.
Anyway, know you like a challenge. Deets attached.
Okay, kill this person. Is that what we're doing? Hi.
Hello. How can I help you?
Hi, I have an appointment.
Very well. No,
You don't say. I'd like to...
I'm...
Hey, calm down.
Surround the target. Surround the target.
Roger! Hit confirmed.
Surround the target.
You're no match for my fart gun. What is this? I thought these were rubber ducks. It says boots.
Pacified. Pacified.
Keep it together! Together! Insofar as, like, I mean, I don't know what decent defense attorney in the world will not use this speech as saying it is impossible for my client to get a fair trial in this country.
Oh, let alone the way that the FBI acted. I mean,
that aside, but
yeah,
the Vice President of the United States has now said somebody who is the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk is the killer of Charlie Kirk. There has not been an hour's worth of trial that has gone on. The guy just showed up and you know, and so like this is so textbook.
But do you think that they know almost that they bungled it so badly with the way that the FBI was leaking all of this false information that they don't care about justice for Charlie Kirk? They're doing a pyrotechnics display and like a booth about where he was assassinated because they are like, this is about getting some sort of political benefit from it, making a martyr of him for Christian fundamentalists in this country.
This clip is very, very strange in that way.
Yep.
And I mean, you also have to like tease out all the sort of like Handmaid's Tale Christian fundamentalism that's in there. But this clip is very, very like, you know, this guy's not an idiot. This was in some ways the most stunning thing that he said.
He said,
of a true Christian. Scripture tells us, by your fruits ye shall know them. And we might ask, what are the fruits of these people and their principles? And the answer is a man named Tyler Robinson who killed my friend. Think about it. He is everything that the far left want from our young men. He rejected the conservatism and the spirituality, the values of a small town family. He moved into a small apartment. He became addicted to porn. He became addicted to hate. And he ended up sleeping with somebody who doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman. That is the nightmare scenario, but that is the scenario that the left has actively advertised they want for American families. And the young men in the audience in particular. That is exactly why we have to fight them. Because the fruits of true Christianity are men like Charlie Kirk.
That was really dumb to say that, bro. I'm telling you, I said it from the start. He's gonna end up getting off.
Let's be clear. This kid was so bathed in weapons. Now, again, allegedly, he is he killed Charlie Kirk. But the idea that the Vice President of the United States would say that this guy's the killer without a single day of trial is sort of stunning.
It's prompted by Candace, I think, in what she's been saying.
that he's trying to get out in front of it.
Well, Erica Kirk, you know, before she referenced Candace explicitly said, you know, we're trying to prosecute this guy, and we don't want the case to be, you know, I guess unfairly influenced from the outside. Referring to Candace, because they're worried that Candace and all the stuff she's doing is going to mess up the jury pool. So now they're trying to say, like, you know, he is guilty. Like, and Candace last week said, no, they actually don't have any evidence. That's her one takeaway from the meeting for her audience, was that they don't have any more evidence than they're sharing publicly. So she's not going to stop asking questions.
But this incentive is kind of this. Well, I don't know if it's exactly the same because they look incompetent. If that's the case, then they can't get a conviction. But for Candace's purposes, if this is never resolved, it's literally the dream scenario for her.
And I mean, from their perspective, I just think they're just playing for immediate propaganda value and don't care if it, like even the Luigi stuff, like the way they talk about that is just insane. It's crazy the way that they open investigations get talked about by people who are supposed to be looking into it.
I mean, anytime an immigrant kills somebody, like a young white woman, they're using it in the exact same way that they would the Lake and Riley Act, or that girl on public transport in Chicago.
The Brown shooting. These are just propaganda opportunities for them.
All the conspiracy mongering around the Brown shooting by all of the right-wingers who decry Candace Owens' conspiracy talk about Charlie Kirk, and this guy going out there and sort of disseminating, for all we know, half-truths about any of this. Also, I should also point out that this guy was raised in a very conservative family, again, bathed in guns, gun culture.
How do you solve problems? Shooting them.
Exactly.
Well, there's a little site on the side, I guess. I thought that was just like a
Gunfighter Nation.
Bolt, but
yeah, we have a mass psychosis problem in this country, and the amount of guns that we have doesn't help.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
The U.S. just seized a Chinese-linked oil tanker.
Here. Escape the hotel. Okay, I've escaped. There it goes, finally.
At least 2 oil tankers have reportedly arrived in Venezuela in
just
recent days, with
take
other
the
vessels
call.
navigating toward the Venezuelan coast despite the Trump administration's blockade.
Okay, let's go to this
2
guy.
other tankers approaching Venezuela are not under sanction, are part of a fleet from China. Venezuela's state oil company has begun shutting some crude oil wells on account of the U.S. pressure on exports and storage
I also
space
gotta
being filled.
purge all
They've
this shit
announced
in my
daily
inventory.
production will be reduced by 15%.
This is so annoying when it.
Meanwhile, the
these
U.S.
items.
carried out a drone strike on a remote dock facility last week in the first report of a land attack on Venezuela by the U.S. since the Trump administration's military pressure campaign began. Since September, the Pentagon's claimed 30 attacks on boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, killing at least 107 people. The Trump administration claims without evidence the boats were carrying fentanyl bound for the U.S. and calls that people killed narco-terrorists. For more, we go
These carry
to
weight
Caracas,
even?
where
If
we're
they don't,
joined
then I
by
don't
journalist
care.
Adriana Chavez. Her latest piece for Drop Site News
No,
headlined
drop there.
War of the Entire People.
No, drop there.
Venezuela's grassroots rise
Like
to
they might be
resist Trump's
microweight, I'm
naval
not sure.
blockade. Andreina, can you start off by talking about the response to this latest news? President Trump said it himself last week that we didn't say there was
so I
a
never need to sell
CIA
anything here
land attack
unless I
on
want
Venezuela.
some bonus money.
He said there was a U.S.
which I don't
attack,
really need.
and now in the days, U.S. administration officials say it was a CIA strike. If you can talk about both that, the killing of people in these boats, and how the people of Venezuela are responding.
Thank you so much for having me. And yes, so as you know, in the last 4 months,
He's also
since
not taking
August
weight.
specifically,
Okay.
the United States has been amassing a large military buildup in the
I don't know
Caribbean
what this is, but we'll
under
sell
the
it.
pretext that they are fighting drug trafficking. And under that pretext, they have been bombing dozens of small boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific, and they have killed over 100 people. Now, there is absolutely no evidence so far that these people, these civilian boats, were actually drug trafficking. There is no evidence of that. And in fact, if you look at the data, international data, you will find out that
There's a secret thing
Venezuela
in here
doesn't
now.
produce cocaine or fentanyl. So the narrative that the United States is pushing that these boats were coming from Venezuela and were carrying drugs and they were heading for the United States doesn't really rely on any verifiable evidence. Cocaine and fentanyl are not produced in Venezuela. Cocaine is mainly produced in countries like Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and only less than 10% of that cocaine produced in those countries passes through Venezuela.
Maybe I should have just
Less
looked
than
up what you
10%.
get for
That means that more than
doing
80%
gigs.
of the cocaine that is produced in Latin America reaches the United States via land, via Central American nations that are actually allies with the US government, and via the Pacific. So the idea that these folks are carrying drugs that are coming from Venezuela and heading to the United States is not credible. And in the case of fentanyl, fentanyl is produced in North American countries and it reaches the United States by land through the Mexican border. So basically, the United States is killing people in the Caribbean and the Pacific with absolutely no evidence. In fact, United Nations experts have already made it very clear that these are extrajudicial killings. And even if there was the suspicions that these boats were carrying drugs, the correct procedure will be to seize and to detain the people, to detain the boats. And the United States is not doing that, they're just killing them. And why? You have to ask yourself, why is the United States simply killing these people, bombing these civilian vessels instead of doing the correct procedure? But because they don't really care about the whole drug trafficking issue. They know that these vessels most likely are just civilians and fishermen. They care about pushing the narrative, justifying the presence of the US military in the Caribbean. For what? So they can arrive to this exact moment right now, in which the United States, the President Donald Trump has announced that Venezuela is now under a naval blockade, a total blockade against Venezuela, and is now seizing oil tankers in the Caribbean, in Caribbean waters. The first oil tanker was actually seized on December 10, and the tanker was later taken to Texas to unload the oil because Trump said that the United States would simply kick the oil that these tankers were carrying. The second tanker was...
Andreina, I just wanted to ask you about this issue of Trump claiming that Venezuela in the past has taken oil that belongs to the United States. If you could comment about that. And also, you've written about the commune movement. Most people in the United States have no awareness of the vast commune movement that's developed in Venezuela in recent years. If you could talk about the communes, how they arose.
Indeed.
I guess they will call me.
What I was saying about the oil tankers, I mean, the point that I wanted to reach is that the United States said that they're going to target sanctioned oil tankers, and that's actually not true. They are targeting any oil tanker that enters and leaves Venezuela. And this is with the purpose of creating economic asphyxiation. That is the purpose. I was actually listening to an interview of Elliot Abrams yesterday, and he was saying, you know, he was the special envoy for Venezuela during Trump's first administration. And he was admitting that the purpose of the naval blockade is to asphyxiate the Venezuelan economy so that people will pressure the Maduro government and eventually overthrow the Maduro government. So why is this happening? The whole military operation in the Caribbean, what's behind it? It is the United States wants to control the oil in Venezuela. It wants the oil. And President Trump said it. He said that he believes that Venezuela owes oil to the United States, that the United States will rob at some point of all the oil that it belongs to them that is in Venezuelan soil. Why does Trump believe that? Because in early 2000s, the Venezuelan government led by Hugo Chavez nationalized Venezuela's oil industry. That meant that all these corporations that were working in Venezuela, they now had to transfer ownership to the state. So joint ventures will have a mixed ownership in which the state, Venezuelan state, will have a majority stake. And that was part of Venezuela's sovereign reindustrialization, sovereign renationalization of its resources, with the aim to be able to pour this money, this revenue of the oil export into the Venezuelan people. A lot of corporations, especially ConocoPhillips, ExxonMobil, they didn't like the idea that the Venezuelan state was going now to have a majority stake in joint ventures. So they decided to leave Venezuela, and they abandoned their oil facilities in Venezuela. And they began claiming through international arbitration, they began trying to claim some sort of compensation for this nationalization process. And right now, what Trump is saying is that Venezuela owns oils. The Venezuela needs to give the United States all this oil that, according to him, was stolen simply because we nationalized our own resources. So that is what Trump is saying. And actually, very recently, he claimed that he was bombing a drug facility in Venezuela, in a port in Venezuela. And just to clarify, there's actually no verifiable evidence that this attack happened so far. We don't have any evidence. There is no witness that this attack happened. We don't know the location of the alleged attack. The Venezuelan authorities have not said anything, acknowledged that there has been a strike in Venezuelan land. So we don't know anything about that, and it's important to clarify that we don't have actual confirmation about it. Now, when you're asking about...
Andreina, we only have a little bit of time left. Could you talk about the communes, how they have arose and their role in trying to prevent regime change by the United States?
Indeed. So the Venezuelan communes and Venezuelan popular organizations in general have responded to Trump's claims that he owns the Venezuelan oil with a very strong response, saying that they're going to defend sovereignty, they're going to defend Venezuela's self-determination. And they have also sent this message. I was speaking with Lana Bielma, who is a spokesperson for El Maizal commune, and she reminded me of something that is very true. Venezuela is not the same country that was 10 or 5 years ago. Venezuela doesn't depend on essential imports to be able, for people to be able to eat or to have medicine. We're now producing almost 100% of the food that we consume. And that is because Venezuela's popular organizations, during the worst times of the economic crisis, in between 2017 and 2020, when Trump applied the first sanctions against Venezuela, during those times, we learned that we needed to diversify the economy. We learned that we needed to create a sovereign production, that we needed to create sovereign distribution systems in Venezuela. So we couldn't be led to starvation, which is what the Trump administration is trying to do right now. They're trying to starve the Venezuelan population by creating this naval blockade. So Venezuelan communes are pledging alliance to defending the country from this imperialist attack. For those who don't know, Venezuela has a communal movement.
Lady, he said we're almost out of time.
Around 2009. And they were part of Venezuela's political transformation into a more society. The whole point of communes is that people from the same communities or who share the same territory, they unite and they organize to manage their own resources, to manage their own communities. In the case of rural communes, they organize to produce food, to produce services, to process food, and to distribute that within their own communities and even communities beyond the commune. So this is the response that Venezuelan communes and popular organizations in general are given in the face of this new
we want to thank you for being with us and encourage people to read your article at Dropsite News. Andreina Chavez speaking to us from Caracas. The article, War of the Entire People, Venezuela's Grassroots Rise to Resist Trump's Naval Blockade. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Bitch, you about to get scoped!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. At midnight New York time tonight, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani will be sworn in as mayor at a private ceremony at an old City Hall subway station, abandoned, under City Hall. He'll be sworn in by New York Attorney General Letitia James. Then at a public inauguration outside City Hall on New Year's Day, Mamdani will be sworn in by Vermont Independent Senator, Socialist Independent Senator of Vermont, Bernie Sanders, who is originally from Brooklyn. New York Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will introduce Mamdani. Some 40,000 people are expected to attend an inauguration block party outside City Hall. Mamdani is calling it the, quote, inauguration of a new era. On Tuesday, he announced a number of new positions in city government. Steve Banks, former head of legal aid, will be his corporation counsel. He was also head of social services under Mayor de Blasio. Mamdani chose as his chief counsel Ramzi Qassem, former immigration policy advisor to President Biden, one of the lawyers for Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. Tuesday's press conference took place at Elmhurst Hospital, one of the hardest hit pandemic hospitals. Mamdani also announced he's chosen Elmhurst Hospital's first Latina CEO, Helen Arteaga, as his deputy mayor for Health and Human Services. He's also announced public education leader Kamar Samuels as his school's chancellor. This is Mayor-elect Mamdani.
My sincere hope is that New Yorkers who have long felt on the margins of this city,
Man, this
the homeless
levels
veterans
up
straining to survive,
fast.
the patient searching for the care that they
like
need,
it's going
an
up
immigrant
so
trying to
fast.
get by,
I'm already about to
will
have a
feel
perk
that they
point
now have
from it.
leaders in their corner who understand their struggles.
Because it's
and
also
care
giving me
to
from the
fight for them.
dashes too. Now that I've
That
air
is the
dashing.
city I want to build, the prosperity I intend to deliver, and the leadership that has too long been lacking.
On Thursday, Democracy Now! Will live stream Mamdani's inauguration. It begins at 11, just opening music, and 1 p.m. Eastern is when he is expected to be sworn in. We'll be doing that at democracynow.org. On Friday's show, we'll air highlights from the inauguration. For more right now, we're joined by Grace Mauser, co-chair of New York City Democratic Socialists of America. Her recent piece for Jacobin headlined, "Building Municipal Socialism in New York with DSA." Welcome to Democracy Now! Tell us what you're expecting. Zoran Mamdani has announced his team, a number of members of the team, and the significance of what's happening this week. They expect 40,000 people at the block party that will be there at City Hall.
I think it's indicative of the type of mayor he intends to be. He really wants to be a mayor for the masses. We're seeing that with how he's approaching appointments of people who have served the public, often in progressive and public service-facing roles. And we see it in how he's approached transition teams and speaking directly with New Yorkers, and with how he's approaching the inauguration, inviting 40,000 people, which is still, less than half of the number of people who signed up to volunteer for him. That was 100,000 New Yorkers. So we're seeing
River. River. The fuck? Why did it make me go through that door?
Well, this is the place. Tick, 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 tick.
River.
Hey, V.
How you
What's up?
holding up?
Been better. I know. Probably not hard to tell.
So, what happened?
Needed someone to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
First, take a look.
Hello, my name is Arif Iqbal, and this is WNS News. Today's story. A routine roadside inspection led the NCPD to the trail of a dangerous abductor and murderer. The incident occurred at the intersection of 7th and 15th Avenue. The following police footage was captured at the scene.
1038, I repeat at 1038. Registration 2886244. We're exiting our vehicle now.
Copy that.
Out of the car! Hands up!
Easy, officer. Relax.
Shut your mouth! Oh, shit. We have a 1053 and a 1054. I repeat, a 1053 and a 1054.
Shoot him! Shoot him! Glacked.
The boy from the footage is LeVar Martinez, age 17. His parents reported his disappearance over a month ago. Unfortunately, LeVar's life could not be saved. His body could not withstand the severe septic shock he suffered. Autopsy reports revealed the teenager was given dangerously high levels of hormones, anabolic steroids, and stimulants. The possessions and genetic material of
They were
several
transing his
other
gender?
missing teens were also found in the car, belonging to one Anthony Harris. Unfortunately, their fates remain unknown. Although the criminal widely known as Peter Pan survived the gunshot, he has not regained consciousness,
What's the
making
problem if they caught the
interrogation impossible.
My nephew.
Please stay
Randy.
tuned to WNS News for
Disappeared not long
developments in the
past.
story.
And what you just saw.
Jim? Is that what that says?
Randy's shoes.
Oh, Jesus. What, they figured you'd get emotional and kept you off the case?
More like a restraining order. Won't let me anywhere near it. Gonigal took the lead on it. Lazy ass gonk. And so far, he ain't accomplished shit.
No way I'd let this lie.
I know. And that's why I'm asking for your help.
So what do we need to do?
Can't interrogate the guy because he's a veg, but we can view his dreams.
Sorry,
Okay.
Dreams?
You heard me.
Yeah, BD.
Come on, I'll explain on the way.
Got it. I know. We're gonna look at his. We gotta beat
experimental
brain
procedure, but
dance.
it's already yielding results.
Hang on 1 second, River.
Core dream that can be played back.
There's people I need to shoot over here for XPs. River, the cops might be after me.
Was that for a fairy tale?
Cool. They went away because I'm with my cool cop buddy. Alright. Come on. You gonna explain? Said you were gonna explain on the way. We gonna talk or we gonna fucking fart around all day? Okay.
Okay. Got an appointment?
Not exactly. We'll go in together, but
Oh, I already broke in.
not through the main entrance.
Yeah, I already broke in.
Gonna break the law.
We'll
Yeah,
find
I
a
already
different
did that.
way in, and then hustle out quick. Never actually been here, so I'll need your help.
Gotcha. I already broke in. For some reason, the quest marker took me here, so... See? It's not the door didn't even close.
Okay, shouldn't be anyone inside. The lab's in the middle of an audit, so make all the noise you want.
How are we gonna find this brain dance?
Look for a room with... Oh, okay. Good talk. Look for a room where they edit the dreams of autistic kids. Oh, and remember, Peter Pan's real name is Anthony Harris.
Okay.
They definitely don't store any VDs in this area.
I don't want to touch this sink. Hey, what's this? A clue. I never read any of these. I don't know if there's even a point to.
Got some kind of shard that's blank. Keep looking.
Hey, River! Think I got it.
Found something?
Not yet.
Anthony Harris. Let's try these drawers.
Say, River, why not just have a janitor crack a door for you?
Can't risk getting scolded for sniffing around somebody else's
River.
case. Yoan!
What are you doing here?
You need me to take her out? I'll snap her neck.
Suspended, actually.
And who might you be?
I'm calling the actual police.
Oh, wait here. Hear me out, please.
Seriously, River? You weren't in enough trouble already?
Harris kidnapped my nephew.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. But we store evidence here, and we have strict protocols.
Protocols. Talking about his nephew's life here. A child's life.
This is an ongoing police investigation. Go, please. Get out now. I'll say it one last time. Out!
Damn it, Yoan. Who the fuck do you think you are? Remember your first med school exam?
You need me to take her out, River? I'll snap her neck. Say the word, and she's neck snapped.
Ladies' room erupted in flame. They evacuated everybody for 2 hours.
I cannot believe you would throw that in my face. I never wish to see you here again. Especially
Man, I could probably do a Rubik's Cube that easy.
This man, he only takes. He never gives anything back.
River and I get
Fuck.
along. We're friends.
Fuck. Wrong
Hasn't
choice.
let me down yet.
Wrong choice.
Thought us friends too.
That why you're refusing to help him out?
Harris's dream, BD. Where is it?
He isn't dreaming.
What? Why?
A bullet damaged his cerebral cortex. We get only dissonant urges. Pieces.
I'd like to...
Try audiovisual stimulation.
But he isn't on the spectrum.
A favorite song or movie helps you reach the kids. Might be worth a try.
I am aware of the similarity. Hypothalamus stimulation and hormone production. But Harris is not a child. I have never tried the procedure on an adult.
Well, time to try.
Let's try it.
We don't even know his preferences.
I'll find something. That mean you're willing to try?
Just go. I'll open the front door for you.
Let's ride, V. I know exactly where to start.
Is there a max level in this? Do you just keep leveling up? Because I'm fine with that. Racy there, River. First.
him embrace how he actually won, which is mobilizing tens of thousands of New Yorkers, and he's going to bring that ethos in City Hall.
And Grace, I wanted to ask you, in the past, progressive or people's movements who have come to power in municipal governments often end up with their movement being effectively disbanded once the person comes into office. What are your hopes, or what are DSA's hopes for preventing that from happening this time, and how will that be done?
You know, we've learned a lot looking at past examples, like how Obama's volunteer army was disbanded after he became president. And we are working very hard to ensure that that doesn't happen this time. I think Zoran coming out of a mass movement like the Democratic Socialists of America is an auspicious start to that. He came to office mobilizing, like I said, tens of thousands of people. That was a very intentional strategy. And those volunteers were not just canvassers,
the question was,
but they were in
Charlie
many
Brown
respects strategists running.
Like, how will we
important
ensure
aspects
Charlie
of the
Brown
campaign.
kicks the football
That's
this
how you
time?
Scale to knock over 2 million doors. And we're going to, as DSA, as the Zoran administration, and as part of the broad coalition of groups and individuals that he's been able to knit together with his affordability platform, we're going to bring that same mentality into governance. I think it's really important that Zoran comes out of these movements, that we know he believes in these types of organizing tactics, and he's going to continue with that mentality as mayor. And of course, DSA, the outside groups that helped elect him, are continuing with these tactics as well. We know just getting a mayor into office, while impressive and very exciting, is not enough. We have to continue to keep pressure on establishment Democrats, on establishment politicians, to do things like taxing the rich to fund childcare. We know that's not going to happen without continuous outside agitation and outside pressure, and we are already working to do that.
I wanted to ask you also about the importance of police reform 5 years after the murder of George Floyd, and police reform, and some people calling for defund the police spread across the nation, but it was not a major part of the Mandami campaign. He did keep that as a police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, an heiress to a major American fortune. I'm wondering how you see police reform developing, and what will be the challenges Mayor Mandani faces from the police department.
Yeah, we definitely expect there to still be challenges with a socialist mayor being in charge of the largest police force in the country. That was known when we endorsed Zoran over a year ago. It was known by Zoran himself as he was campaigning for office. But of course, those types of challenges can't be a reason for us to shy away from trying to seize and wield power. With regards to what Zoran is actually going to do on policing, he is certainly committed to creating the Department of Community Safety, to disbanding the Strategic Response Group. He wants to change how policing is enacted. He may not have the power to, completely redo the NYPD over the next 4 to, hopefully 8 years. But we know that he has plans for scaling back the role of police, scaling up the role of other types of professionals who can actually intervene positively in people's lives. And we have to, we trust that he has that vision. He has a team around him who's going to do that. We, would have been great if there was a socialist police commissioner waiting to take over the role from Jessica Tisch, but I think many of your viewers are probably aware no such person, to my knowledge, really exists. So we have to work with what we have, with the constraints we're facing, and we know that abolition is a long-term goal. It's not something that we necessarily
So, got booted off the force.
Suspended. Mayor's death stank to high heaven. Inquest into, kicked under the rug. So I made a fuss.
Not worth asking how you feel about that.
Nope. It's just, it's not easy for me to talk about what's biting at my ass.
Fair enough. Could tell me where we're headed, though.
To Joss's. Randy's mom. She thinks he just ran away from home. For now, keep the kidnapping between us.
Gonna tell me why we aren't trying to find Harris's apartment?
It's a house, and I thought he's keeping his victims in his basement. Besides, we are trying. Want to see if we can find some connection to Harris at Randy's.
Pretty weak lead.
Best we can hope for just now.
I think Yawin will actually help us, all things considered.
Yeah, these tiffs of ours always end up the same way. I'll tell you about it over a beer sometime.
Whatever you say, buddy.
Really out of focus on finding Randy now.
Of course.
Tend to achieve within one administration or even multiple administrations.
And as we wrap up, Grace Mauser, your coach.
It's sure been a while. Used to come over every weekend, a long time ago.
And changed it all since?
Places like
What is this
never
flag?
change.
I follow rivers. Well, just the one river, really. Why he walk like that?
Lovely neighborhood. Mwah.
Shut up, femboy.
River. You either got business with me or news about my Randy. Wouldn't drag your butt out here if you didn't.
Joss, meet V.
So V, is this about my Randy?
Randy's been taken.
Why didn't you call?
Joss,
Throw a blanket over the truth, like always.
Police caught the guy, but he caught a bullet and he's in a coma being watched.
But where's Randy?
We're looking, Joss.
Here?
Listen, we need to look through Randy's things.
Why?
To find any lead we can. Trust me, Joss.
Just don't destroy anything. Randy doesn't like it when anyone pokes through his stuff.
Let's go, V.
The kids are playing outside. Tell them it's time to eat.
What's on your mind?
I think all the women in your life have character.
That's the trailer. Eyes peeled for details, eh?
Uncle River!
Monique, Dorian. Hey, guys.
Is this your girlfriend?
Yep.
Just a friend.
You gonna stay over?
We'll see. Your mom's waiting for you with dinner. This is their old trailer. Randy moved in when I bought him a new one.
Real hellhole. Like in my good old days.
You check around, I'll check the trash.
Got some kind of key here. Real fossil.
Not quite what we're looking for, no. still see the nicks from those first years we measured the kids.
Chair of the New York City Democratic Socialists of America. I think it's important to explain what democratic socialism is. Mamdani will not only have to take on those that were opposed to him, and particularly as he took on the billionaires. New York Post front page, Communist Party with an exclamation point. Bernie to swear in Mamdani as left prepares to carve up New York taxpayers. And on the other hand, you have Mayor-elect Mamdani talking about expanding universal child care, free under the age of 5, free buses, and freezing rent increases. Talk about why you organized around Mamdani.
So for us at DSA, we're a Big Tent organization. There's a wide variety of ideologies within our organization, but fundamentally we believe that working people should have a democratic voice, not only in their political future, but in their economic future as well. And that obviously contains a lot of ideas within it. The reason we rallied behind Zoran is because he is committed to building our project. He has built it alongside us since he first volunteered for Hadra Yatim back in 2017.
And he's not the only Democratic Socialist in New York State
He's
office.
certainly not. We have 11 socialists in office, including Zoran. Most of them are in the state assembly and state senate. 2 of them are in the city council. And of course, now one is about to become mayor. So we are building a collective project together. We don't simply elect people and say, you know, good luck, don't disappoint us. But we actively organize and strategize alongside them so that we can create a strategy that is both ambitious but also realistic and targeted at the right types of enemies, at the right targets, at the right pain points to actually move our agenda forward.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss it.
May all my enemies go to hell.
We're live. Ooh, great. We're starting off the new year great. That's for sure. That's great, man. Welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Hassan Parker. Hassan Parker, a.k.a. Paul Bet Davidson. Oh, goddammit, guys. Today we're doing a great, kind of thing. Today we're doing an excellent, amazing thing of looking back at the nuttiest videos, at the nuttiest, craziest videos of 2025. But before we get started on that, I remembered about this New Year's song. Cut your meat. And I was like, wait, there's words to this song. What are those words? What is this song? The hell is this stupid thing?
The stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve usually sounds like this.
Okay, we're gonna 2x this. Okay, great. Yeah.
This is Auld Lang Syne, a song that represents the emotional conclusion to another year. But it might surprise you to know it's also a soccer anthem in the Netherlands.
No one cares about that.
In Japan, it's a traditional song about fireflies.
The point is of this. Okay, well that was a total waste of time. I watched this Vox video on this. No information. No useful information. Oh, it was from Scotland. Oh, who cares?
That's not what the information I'm looking for, Fox. Are you crazy?
Are you out of your goddamn mind, Vox? Okay, let's look at the lyrics of this stupid New Year song. Okay, some guy named Robert Burns came up with this song. That's him right there, Bobby Burns? Oh, that's Bobby Burns, right? The Bobby Sideburns, more like it. That's enough. Okay, let's look at these lyrics here. Should old... okay, old-timey old spelling there. Should old acquaintance be forgotten, never brought to mind? That's a little harsh. Good riddance to people who I haven't kept up with, I guess. Okay. Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne. Okay, it's some other language. What is this crap? Jesus, Bobby Burns, you really been skating by on this one.
Okay, so we've really uncovered something here, man.
You know, we're just going through the motions with this song. You know, this is me on New Year's. You know. So I've updated this song.
The actual
please sing this. All around the world, please sing this new one that I've updated. This one.
New Year's, fireworks, and all this stupid crap.
Cut your meat.
Can I please borrow $5 to buy a yellow Red Bull?
So I don't know, you could put your own spin on it, you know, the thing. But Bobby Burns has gotten away with this for too long. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
It's almost perfect. Here, for the nose.
Epic, epic!
Give it to me, kid.
Epic alert! Whoa!
Sorry to interrupt your party. Have you seen my dog?
Epic alert!
Hey, shut up. Epic alert, epic alert, epic alert. This is the epic alert right here.
Toilet. Epic, man.
I was looking all over for this video, and the only things I could find was people making fun of it, being very mean about it. And then I realized, oh, it's on X. That's where this kind of crap is. 5 million views on X in like 3 days, which means it has unknown number of views. Could be 10, could be 10, could be 100, who knows, who cares. It's X. But what does this guy say? AI is slop, they say. Well, check this out. And it's the stupidest piece of slop. No offense to this guy. You're doing your best, man. But it is the most sloppiest slop. But it is epic, man. It's, what is it? Harry Potter. The Harry Potter kids. Home Alone Kevin. Epic. Deadpool. Epic. John Wick. And then some other, all the same crap. This is my favorite. This is my favorite part of this video. This video might actually be good on accident because of this part right here.
Look, another car is coming.
Hey, wait a second. Hey, man, Kevin's voice is all f***ed up, man. Let's hear that again.
Look, another car is coming.
Very normal, very human. Okay, that's a drop now.
Look, another car is coming.
What happened? Did Kevin himself get hit in the head with a paint can?
Look, another car is coming.
Okay, anyway, this is our first video in our look back at the year and its stupid videos. 5 million questionable views on X. Actually, it's X amount of views. The comments for this video make you want to say,
look, another car is coming.
The comments for this amazing AI video with all my most epic friends, Deadpool, whatever other crap. The comments are overwhelmingly positive.
What a fit we created.
Know, the comments are so overwhelmingly positive that they make you want to say,
look, another car.
Enough. RM, enough.
Some kind of game here. Shipping code on it.
I'm a detective. I'm like Batman.
Drugs?
Let's not go there.
Society's fault.
How many times do I have to pick up this key?
Expensive tech. Randy had the scratch for this?
You're joking.
Hey, would you believe it? The key's back.
No chance Randy could afford hardware like this.
Okay.
Way too pricey.
Uh-huh.
And we gotta get in. But I doubt anyone knows the password. Can you crack
Try
it?
1, 2, 3.
Don't know how, River.
Damn. Need to try to guess it then. What could he have...
Who's the girl?
His ex, Natalie.
X in the pic. What's her name? Natalie?
Gonna have to keep trying.
What is it? This?
Oh. Liberum arbitrium. Dark shit.
Sound could use work, but you could tell they put blood, sweat, and tears into it.
Punch this track title. Liberum arbitrium.
That did it. Help me have a look around.
Yeah, whatever. Click, 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 click. Okay.
Something deeply fucked about that cartoon. My skin's crawling. If they caught Harris in a vehicle like that.
Blockaded street. Shit, River, I remember that day. He lives close to an old school. True angel of empathy, this guy, huh? Figured out Randy's identity. Sent him the game as a present.
The one you found in his drawer?
The same. Shipping code suggests the prick sent it from the Badlands.
This guy baited Randy like a pro.
I'm glad you're happy. I'll get you a cake.
River, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
No. There's no way. Why would he do that?
Not only did they agree to meet, but it looks like Randy was as excited as any kid on his way to a theme park.
Fuck. This creep definitely scrambled Randy's head.
Natalie must have been the only person Randy trusted.
Can we view this page with a link?
What page with the link?
Some
Oh,
kind
this
of
one.
link. The one Randy wrote about?
Let's find out.
A hidden page set up by Anthony Harris.
Christ. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. Jesus, River, this is fucked. The guy preyed on troubled kids, made habit to target boys like Randy.
This is my fault. If I just paid more attention. Just talked with him more.
Hey, come on. You're not the one at blame here.
What? I still haven't been through the page?
Hey,
There was a file here.
the name deleted looks like, but the name's still there.
That name. Wasn't the video file on Randy's phone
Yes,
called
downloaded
something
it was
like
that.
Sure, but V, don't you get it? This could be the key to Harris's mind.
Here's hoping.
Hey, Can you use any of that Netrunner magic to shake anything else out of this?
No.
Not that kind of magician.
Oh, okay. We'll have to manage without it.
That cartoon, River, could be what we've been looking for. Said yourself we need something that'd get Harris to dream. Send it to Yawin.
Right. Sending it now. Okay. Says she'll get back to me by morning. And that I am a son of a bitch. And, come on. Let's grab a bite.
Okay. Hey, check this out, a key.
Listen, let's not worry Joss more than we need to, huh? We're hot on the trail. We'll know more tomorrow. That's
Okay.
it.
Are you gonna try to fuck me?
Dorian, please.
But it really tastes like boogers. Yeah, boogers. Ew.
Joss, we're finished.
Done. Off to bed then.
We left some for you, Uncle River.
Thanks, Monique.
Oh boy, boogers.
Tell me you found something.
Looks like Randy knew his kidnapper. They were in touch.
Why would he do something like that?
You know him. Kids. Look for help in the wrong places.
When's the last time you ate?
Yesterday.
Well, eat your boogers.
Have mine. I'm not hungry.
Thanks. Maybe later.
Ma'am, the dangers of secondhand smoke.
No
There's
bullshit.
kids in the trailer.
Don't look at my brother. Just tell me. Will you find my boy?
River's a hell of an investigator. Randy's good as found.
Won't give up until I do, Joss. Joss, you mind if V takes Randy's trailer for the night?
No. Sure.
Staying, right? You gotta help me see this through. To the end. Let's move. Let's go. Come on, V.
Shut up! Okay, here I am, River. Hold your horses.
Of course I'll stay.
Find your way all right?
Yep. Gonna go hit the sack soon.
And here I was going, oh, I don't really care about River's quest line, but he's the closest one.
Wake up.
Not done sleeping.
Yawin called. It worked. The cartoon. He's dreaming.
You got the BD?
Right here. Slot it in. Jack into the computer. I want to see it on the monitor.
That doc of yours is quick. Not bad.
What's the matter, Anthony? I have to report this. Do you understand that?
Huh, I recognize this shooting. It was a case study back at the academy. Give me a sec to check which school that was. Laguna Bend. Looks like the whole town got flooded in the 50s. Well, at least we know the general area where Harris lived.
Guess that'd be that. Trophy. Old one. Dating from 2042. First place in an interscholastic wrestling tournament.
I'm a detective.
Don't you dare talk about my dad!
That's right, you little... I don't know. Farvale? That's right.
I just wanted to help him.
He became a cow. How's that work? How does one become a cow?
Tony! Where you going now?
Harris looks even younger here.
Oh, because it's a dream. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense.
See that? Cow's sick, like the rest.
Come here!
Got no way to ID him. Kid's father was a real hard ass.
You know what?
This.
Looks like a cattle bioscanner for checking vitals.
Tony, come here!
Yeah, Dad?
Get something?
Cattle injectors for hormones, antibiotics. People ate meat loaded with this shit.
How many times I gotta tell you not to leave it like a...
Supplements in the feed for disease-free livestock.
Shit off.
Ah, that's our cartoon. Little Tony really seemed to love it.
Guess that'd be that.
I think this might be the place, V. It's a recent memory.
Got some
Gotta be his
cables.
hideout.
Turret.
Got a clock. An hour to midnight. Looks like Peter Pan turned this farm into a goddamn final bastion. Oh, fuck me. Treats the kidnapped boys like cattle.
Must have been an auto shop or something here at some point.
Hearing what I'm hearing?
Trash barge. That's the signal to dump. Has to be a landfill nearby.
Look, another one. Machine controls an injection system for stimulants, hormones, something.
Don't see Randy anywhere. Fire department search stamp right here. City South. Perfect.
I'm a detective.
Terminal controls the pens. Gotta be another deck somewhere for the mines and turrets. Signage on the farm model points to petrochem. Hey, the illuminated towers. Promoting the Us Cracks album that came out then. Colors changed every hour.
I think that might be it.
Okay, so where do we sit now exactly?
We know Harris still lives near an old school that's now underwater. You can see the NC skyline and the Us Cracks towers from the farm. It's a few miles out. Farm's located near a landfill. We know that too. Shipping code on the game Randy got from Harris traces out to the Badlands. Those towers promoting the Us Cracks album. Colors change regularly, once an hour. So we know the time.
11 at night.
Right. And that puts the farm east of the city. Southeast, actually. Stamp on the NCFD certificate was from the southern region. Farm model's a petrochem design, so that eliminates any others. Which narrows it down to Edgewood Farm. That's gotta be our place.
So,
okay.
We've got it.
Just hope we didn't fuck it up. Come on, we gotta go.
Are we getting back in the car? Jesus Christ. Longest quest in the whole game right here.
Damn it. Let this work.
Don't get distracted. Gotta focus on the road.
Yeah, easy for you to say. That's my nephew out there.
We'll find him, River.
If I'd only known sooner how he felt. What was eating at him?
This isn't your fault.
I'm his uncle, V. And I wasn't there for him. Fuck!
Okay, come on.
Hold on, Randy. Please, hold on.
Well, you can start by driving.
Grab something!
Oh, now we're driving.
River, this is the farm. We got it.
I know. Let's get to the barn quick.
Hello. Are these gun turrets? Oh, I can't hijack these? River, I fucked up. I thought I could hijack the turrets, but I can't. Oh, these mines on the ground?
Damn it. Locked up tight. Need to find another way.
River, come here, quick! Oh, fuck.
I'm a detective.
He's hanging in there. We made it. V, shut down the machine. Can't unlink Randy otherwise. Randy! 1052. I repeat, I've got a 1052 at a farm south of the city. Yes, send the fucking squad! Yeah, relaying coordinates now. No, several, at least. Do it quick, damn it! Oh, and watch for automated defenses on site. They're substantial.
Okay, all disconnected.
Check the others. Could still be alive.
Right. Whoa, easy there. You're all right now.
Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? This is some Jordan Peterson shit. Dead.
Been dead a few days already.
V, help me with Randy.
I bet you. And they're like, he said Randy's 17. I hope like they're always dressed. I hope it's not dressed just because I have the nudity censored around, you know? But then again, okay, Randy's dressed. The other one might be men, I guess. Okay, that doesn't look like 17. I thought you said he was 17. What's happening? I'm a detective.
We did it, River.
Yep, we sure did.
Just like
But
Batman.
I'm not about to leave it like this. The horror that bastard inflicted. Can't let it go.
Yeah, I'll kill him.
What do you want to do? Zero him?
Exactly. Squeeze the life out of him with my bare hands.
Sounds good to me.
Sick fuck has to die.
Yeah. I'll help you.
No, River. Want that fucker's blood on my hands, too.
Appreciate your dedication, V.
But this is between me and Harris. Gonna take him out in my own way. Amidst all this confusion.
Just remember, say the word, I'm there. You can count on me.
Need a little time to myself now. But I'll remember.
Okay.
We're ready for evac. Are you riding along or not?
Really, V. Thanks. Couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah, I'm a detective. I'm like Batman.
And holler if you change your mind. Or if you're just in the mood to holler.
Okay. Okay. Can I move? We're gonna wait for them to take off too.
Poor boys. All your years, ever seen anything?
Is coming!
Again, makes no sense. Nah, they're pretty positive, men. Check this out. Wow, it's all the things I recognize from the TV. All the familiar shapes and colors. This is amazing. I am 4 years old.
You're a little baby!
Stop, man. Okay, I searched around a little bit. I was able to find two pretty positive ones. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. Hey, wait a second. That's... I read that wrong. That's not positive. That's negative. This is about as slop as things get. What is that? As things get. What does this guy say? It's almost perfect slop. That is funny. That is very funny to title this. Man, you think AI's slop? Check this out, morons. And it's like the most slop piece of slop. It is. It's like the peak of slop.
Look, another car is coming.
Just when you think you've seen the worst AI-generated crap, you see
Where am
this
I
and you
gonna
go,
go?
Look, another
going the wrong
car
way.
is coming.
You deny that you supported Mahmoud Khalil's deportation. You said
Motherfucker.
Whoa, you supported that deportation.
Clip this, guys. For Israel. Clip this, guys. This is a really, really great one. He said, I support...
Oh my God, I just want to say thank you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus, and thank you, Jesus. And
God bless you.
This is a guy who has made me laugh. This really is a guy who has made me laugh all year, like over and over again. The funniest boy in all media, known for his famous quote.
Look, another car is coming.
And I think this year, this was what, like 3 months ago?
This is from 3 months ago.
This might be one of the funniest things I've ever seen on the internet. I mean, this is a top moment. This is one of the top moments of 2025. One of the top moments of our culture, that's right. One guy, one time, gate. One guy, one time.
One guy, one time.
One of the funniest things I've ever seen. I mean, period.
It's like,
wait, no. You supported someone who's...
One guy, one time. One guy, one time.
Because he was critical of Israel. That's why you did support that. I mean, I had the conversation.
did not
Because of that, or because he did...
Okay, look at this, by the way. That's clearly an AI guy right there. Even Tim Pool has fell victim to AI slop. He's got an AI guy.
Come on, man. Get a real guy.
Oh man, this goddamn guy has brought so many funny moments of joy to our lives. We praise the Lord for him, but it's been funny to watch him this year because it's like, you know, the guy who he built his whole show around to praise and honor him, capital H, you know, the president.
It's weird.
The guy who's brought him so much money and audience, the president.
Bye.
You know, that president is out there dancing around with like Miriam Adelson and Ed Netanyahu and all this stuff. And that's kind of like tearing his audience apart. So he's like, what do I do? This would be impossible for an adult to figure out, but Tim Pool's like a 10-year-old. So what he figured out to do is, I'll just stay out of the whole Israel thing. It's uninteresting. I do news. This is a news channel, but I'll just stay out of that one. I don't care. That's what it is, I don't care. So then they started, you know, trying to kick academics out of the country for writing, you know, critical of Israel stuff. And that's got my man, our special boy, all like...
Look, another car is coming.
I mean, one of the funniest clips of the year. praise God and
God bless you.
And this clip just keeps getting funnier. Here he is. Here he is trying to defend whatever the hell this is. Here we go.
Wait, no. You supported someone who's
one guy, one time. One guy, one time.
Because he was critical of Israel. That's why you did support that. I mean, I had the conversation
because of that, or because he did other things that were objectively.
He's lying.
No, I'm not lying. What's the lie? What are you in favor of his deportation then for?
I'm not.
You said you were when we had this conversation.
It's
Americans shouldn't be in the country.
No, I said that the State Department has unilateral authority under the law to deport whoever they want.
You think it's wrong for them to try to deport Mahmoud Khalil?
Does your brain work, brother?
Well, can you answer that?
Do you understand the distinction between someone speaking and getting deported and the State Department having the authority to do so under color of law?
So do you agree with them doing that?
I believe that Marco Rubio has the authority under the law as passed by the American
Exercise of
people.
authority in that context.
I believe that Marco Rubio has the authority under the law as passed by the American
Exercise of
people.
authority in that context.
Middle, sometimes maybe.
No, in Mahmoud Khalil's case, do you support his deportation?
I think that's a great case. It's perfectly consistent
I would say
with his overall position.
C-. I don't care.
It's perfectly consistent
whether you care or not, do you think that it should happen?
I believe that the State Department has the authority to do so, and I don't care whether.
I love how Tim Pool's, what would we call them? Guys who are trying to get views from him are like, let me help Tim Pool out. He's trying to do something here, man. Oh, baby, that's our boy right there. That's our little sweet baby boy right there, doing his best. He's on his look, another car is coming shit right there, my man. But this is funny because this is not the first time this happened to my mans. This is not the first incident of this kind of thing, you know, hey. You know, there's these academics who are writing stuff, you know, that's like critical of Israel.
Get on the bike.
Mr.
It's weird.
Mr. $250,000 or whatever the hell it is from Miriam Adelson is like, you know, kicking, hey, you're out of the country. We're going to revoke your visa and all this stuff. You know, this poor little guy with the brain of a 10-year-old has to try to figure out how to deal with this. This is from 7 months ago. Adam Conover went on the show.
But her visa is conditional. And it is the authority of these United States and the Secretary of State to revoke that. So it's okay, right? Trump won the popular votes.
What? But
this is the agenda.
Man. Sorry, man. This is the hump that I can't get over.
Clearly.
You don't have any problem with what you actually did, right? But
marginally,
Rubio had the narrow.
Marginally, I do.
Marginally, I do. That is
critical
fucking
of Israel.
fucking...
I kind of got a problem. Maybe not. Maybe I do. I don't know. By the way, 420,000 views on this. He did this in front of 420,000 people. That's not nice. This is child abuse. Okay. What the hell were you droning on about, Adam?
Sorry, man. This is the hump that I can't get over.
Right.
Clearly.
You don't have any problem with what she actually did. Ability to do it.
You're not following.
You
You're not
agree
following.
with their decision to do it.
I think there is a net negative, to a degree, that foreigners come to this country to dictate our politics. Canadian,
I'm sorry,
British,
dictate our politics, or just give their opinion in the newspaper that's dictating?
Let's I'll turn on the language. To come here and advocate for policies of the American people.
So you feel that foreign nationals of all kinds, when they're in the United States, should never speak about our politics.
No free speech.
Ever, upon pain of legal punishment. That is a position that you have about America generally.
Did they agree to it? When they applied for the visa under the INA, did they agree to those terms?
Yeah, they don't have free speech, right?
I don't.
I think we're getting hung up on the issue that I've clearly answered, and I understand maybe you don't understand, but we can try.
I think I've pinned you down well enough that like you just like really have a much smaller view of free speech than I do, and I think a lot of Americans do.
I don't think what you said means anything.
I think it's a change to the American spirit.
Oh man, there we go.
A big thank you to our special boy of all media, our little boy. Our sweet little boy of all media, Tim.
Look at my penis.
He do like that. Thank you for all the laughs, and you're bumping around, trying to figure things out. You don't know what the hell you're doing. Congratulations on making some of the greatest videos of the year. To you, we say, and...
Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the set?
Yeah, sure. If I
Did I just interrupt for 1 second?
Go ahead, man.
are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Somalia.
You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
It's weird.
That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Oh, amazing, man. This is another part of our beautiful look back.
Beautiful look back on 2025.
This seems like a long time ago, but this is from July. Oh, time flies and all this kind of stupid crap, you know? This is from July, and my favorite thing about this
moment of...
Another beautiful moment of American history that hopefully they'll teach in school. I mean, how would we describe this part of this conspiracy and cover-up? This is the most...
Look, another car is coming!
You know, cover-up scandal conspiracy in American history. That's how I would describe it. And what I like about this is this little twerp, this little creep, this little pervert weirdo, Marco Rubio is like caught in the middle of this. He's just looking around. Okay. You know, some reporters like, hey, Mr. President, so you're all wrapped up in this, you know, thing that's exposing your entire class of people as a bunch of PDFs. Yeah, what's up with that, man? What's up with that, you little weirdo? You know, he's like, hey, why are you still talking about this?
Stop talking about all the things that I
Got it. And this absolute dolt, this useless piece of turd by Marco Rubio is just in the middle of there forever. Captured on video for the rest of his life and hopefully the rest of American history. Caught in the middle of this looking like a moron and a fool and a clown. God bless you. And to you,
God bless you.
Promising the documents would be released imminently. Today, the White House made a big show of handing a bunch of conservative influencers binders labeled The Epstein Files, Phase 1. But the whole stunt was a bust.
Oh, no.
What's interesting is we're all waiting for bombshells, we're all waiting for juicy stuff, and that's not what's in this binder. That's not what's in this binder at all.
Weird. Oh man, this seems like a long time ago. What is this? Oh, this is from February. This is from February. So this is the beginning of the year. From the beginning of the year.
This is like one of the first.
This is one of the first, you know, big stories of 2025.
Ouch.
This is a fascinating story. Again, a beautiful moment in American history where the prestigious office of President of the United States, the President of...
For one day!
Gave a bunch of, like, idiot con artists, idiot social media con artists, like, binders that said Epstein Files. I still don't know, like, what exactly were they trying to do with this? I just saw Marty Supreme, this movie Marty Supreme, and there's a scene in there where Abel Ferrara, the great director Abel Ferrara, he's 1,000 years old. There's a scene where he's supposed to give somebody some money and they like look in this envelope with money and there's just like cut up pieces of paper in there. And that's basically this, he Abel Ferrara. He's Marty Supreme to them on this. They open these things, it's just like, there's like Trader Joe's coupons in there and stuff. It's funny because some of these people are still around. They're like still on weird news channels. They're like,
Hey, here's my opinion on stuff.
hi, I'm one of the people who was waving around a folder that when we opened it up, you know, there were just a bunch of CVS receipts in there, whatever. And then we turned around to say, hey, there's nothing in here, man, and the doors were locked. But it's funny, those people are still around trying to get clicks.
But when, but San Francisco and Berkeley have to be co-located with Silicon Valley, with
what is even the point?
Information superweapons.
Wow.
And those information superweapons were then hijacked by far-left activists to pump far-left propaganda to everywhere on Earth.
Oh, wow.
Like, you remember that like old RCA radio tower thing where it's like radio tower on Earth and it's just broadcasting? Yeah, that's what happened. Is that an extremist far-left ideology happened to be co-located with the smartest, where the smartest engineers in the world were, who created information superweapons that were not intended for this purpose, but were hijacked by the extreme activists who lived in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and you see the consequences. What kind of responsibility do you feel like knowing that if you didn't take over Twitter and turn it into X, if that didn't happen?
Oh, could you imagine?
I really think the world's a very different place right now.
I mean, my account would have been suspended long ago.
Oh no! Could you imagine? That's
Yeah,
some
for
stupid
sure.
Crap that you
Yeah,
post,
just for the disinformation.
Joe! Oh my God! Here we go. There's Joe.
Adult baby.
Right. Adult baby. Exactly, Joe. There's Joe. Joe's kind of had sort of a rough. Joe's had an interesting year. Oh, looking back on that stupid year. Looking back on the stupid year, Joe, a retrospective, you know. Joe does live a stupid, weird life. And like this little clip here, you know, is kind of in a little encapsulation of the Joe program. This is one of Joe's state-mandated Elon Musk appearances. And Joe's like, oh man, thank God, man.
Oh man, thank God, man.
Thank God, man, that you are the one who has Twitter now. Because you really freed up the information. Could you imagine the world? Could you imagine the world if you, a billionaire who only likes certain kind of speech and censors people on there, could you imagine the world? Also, no, not too much mention here of the guy that Joe supported for president, like kicking people out of the country, all this crap. You know, oh, if you say anything about Chuck Kirk, get kicked out of the country, you know. Joe had Elon Musk twice on this year on his show, and the whole episode just says, I love you. You should just say, I love you.
I love you.
Oh, thank God you freed up the information, because so much was being censored, and it's so controlled, man. They only see what they want to see. Now go ahead, please, sir, for 2 hours to 10 million views just on YouTube. Please say all the crap that you want to say to mislead my audience, please. Oh, could you imagine people getting bad information? This year, no offense, Joe has absolutely nailed down his top spot, his spot as our foremost public goofball. Public
pendejo.
Somebody wants World War III real bad.
Jesus Christ, you're
Kurt,
freaking
calm
me
down.
out, Kurt. This is like the green room.
Well, I
at
believe in
night.
God, so I'm like,
Let
I
Kurt
can't wait
talk,
to
you
tell
son
on
of a
everybody.
bitch.
How bizarre is it that you're kind of right? How bizarre is it that you're right that we're inching closer and closer towards World War III? Forced to operate the drone. They say these guys have to study them for days sometimes.
That's sick.
And they watch their patterns, they see them play with their kids, and then they get that green light. And then they get the order. It's time to do it. And then they have to press a button and launch missiles and watch that guy get eliminated from thousands of miles away.
Oh man, I love Jojo. It's my favorite boy.
I love JoJo's my favorite, man. This is like the beginning of this year, 2025 year of our Lord. He's got this guy Kurt Metzger on. This is a classic Joe Rogan guest right here. This is a Duncan Trussell Dunk level JRE guest. And here they are, they're like, man, the military, all this crap, that's sick, man. Somebody with doing a drone, that's sick. What kind of sick stuff is this, man? Kurt Metzger going off like a king. So this is 8 months ago, and fast forward a couple months.
Well, what in the world do you do when you need 100 times more of those missiles made every day?
Right.
You're just kind of screwed.
Right.
And so the United States has been doing better at this. I think the Air Force is doing better, the Navy's doing better.
That's very smart.
Thank you, Joe.
China does this, by the way. This is China. Have you seen? And instead, we need to become the world's gun store. We need to say, hey, look, and
Shut up, Joe.
What do you need to do to be a good gun store, right? You gotta keep stuff in stock.
Oh, God damn it, I love Joe. That's Joe over the course of one. That's all this year. You know, Joe's on here with one of his guys. Hey, man. All these drones and crap, man.
Maybe Elon Musk will fix that.
All these drones and all this crap, man. It's sick. Bombs and all. It's sick. Let me get on one of the guys who does all that stuff. Oh, it's pretty cool, actually. Same year. Oh, man, that's sick, man. Military to drop bombs at drones and all this. Let me get to some of the people who do that. That's cool. That's cool, man. Great, Joe. But actually, for our retrospective, looking back at the year, one of the funniest Joe moments is it's just a couple, days ago. He's got another Joe classic. What's the guy's name? What's the boring guy's name? Oh, Tom Segura. Check that out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
My day all night.
We were talking about the Epstein releases, before we got started.
Why? You better
First
not.
of all,
The
like
photo dump and the emails.
Shut up, Tom.
Nuts.
Well, it's
Joe
also
show.
they're doing it so slowly. Like you guys have had this stuff for a year.
Why, Joe?
Like, don't
And we were
What's
promised
up with that?
multiple times, it's coming, it's coming.
What's
I mean,
up
it
with
feels
that,
like,
Joe?
you can't help but feel like the administration is just like watching their back, and that's why it's
Be
happening.
careful, Tom.
watching someone's back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all speculative why they haven't
Watching
released it, but
someone's
it's
back.
not good. It's not
Not
good
theirs.
for everybody's confidence.
No.
It's not good that a 60-year-old billionaire and you're a freak.
Yeah.
You like to get your freak on, but unfortunately, you're a gigantic software developer, and everybody knows who you are.
Right.
It's hard to get your freak on.
Well, that's the thing is like,
Hey, Bill Clinton's here. This is no problem.
Or other guests on your
This is
show.
a statement released by the
Spokesman for the former President Bill Clinton. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
He's the deputy chief of staff for
Yeah.
Bill Clinton.
Who else?
Okay.
Anybody else?
My favorite one was when they were questioning Bill Gates about it.
Yeah. Oh man, so that's the Joe show, man. It's a little awkward, Oh man, that's sick. Only
Where's
parts of
Judy?
it though. There's some other parts. Can't
Judy.
really talk about the whole thing, man. Shut up about it, Tom. Unless it's the parts that we can talk about. Oh man, this is like a lot of these Rogan Sphere guests will come on, and it's just like it's a little hard to watch because like, oh, right, all right, Joe had this guy on, that guy can't talk about that. Okay, well, what do you want to talk about, Joe? Okay, man, this is a more serious moment, so please shut up. If you're out there not shutting up, please do so and take it seriously. There was a tragedy this year. A guy who we've honored on this program many times. Actually, part of how this channel began or something. Being very,
Sorry to
honorable.
interrupt.
What's going on here?
Close the deal yet?
V, what are you doing here? Who is this?
Oh, I thought I'd drop
Your
by.
worst enemy.
Make sure everyone's playing fair.
Who the fuck is this?
They call me V.
I don't give an ass-licking fuck what they call you. What are you trying to pull here, huh? This some kind of scare tactic?
Simmer down now. She's with us.
Can you count to fucking 3? 1, 2, 3! That's how many you're supposed to be!
Even money was also supposed to be here. And I can't see any.
How about we get this over with, Roman? We were late. Our bad, granted. We'll scratch off 10%.
20.
15.
Fine, let's call it a fucking day already. I'll give the sig for the edges.
You must be outside your mind, V. Why'd you come here?
You can't trust the scavs. Nothing ever ends well with them.
There's one up there
Save us your
too.
patronizing, V. We knew the risk, but
We really need this money. Like, badly.
Hush up now. You can conversate all you want later.
Funny. Didn't like your ugly skin plate from the get-go. Now I know why. You're the one who flushed us out in Watson. Sounded upset. Thought we'd forget, huh? We're done here.
If I were you, I'd think real hard about your next move. You're right. I was the one who took out your chooms in Watson. Shot them like fish in a barrel. Why do you think this'll play out any different? Because you got us surrounded? Take a look at me. A real good one. See my implants? I could slice you into ribbons before you can squeeze a trigger. I know it. You know it.
Give him the eddies. What, are you fucking deaf? I said, give him the eddies! This isn't over yet, Merc.
I've seen some things in my lifetime. But hearing you back there sent chills down my spine. Literally. Thanks, V. Hell, that sure was something.
You whooped their asses real good.
You can pay me back some other time.
you bet your sweet Bippy we will. Thanks for
Bippy.
everything, V. So long now.
toward the guy, you know, and all this, and so this terrible thing happened, and his friends and co-workers, associates, honored him in a very respectful way by going on stage and arguing with each other, calling each other morons and creeps to try to get themselves more views, clicks, and money, and wearing suits made of glitter, doing fireworks, and all this kind of crap. And a lot of people have been very respectful about this. Here's an ad I get. I'm probably going to use some of my Christmas money to buy one of these.
We are Charlie!
Hey! Okay. Okay, there's a little Kirk figure. Oh, hell yeah, look at that hair, okay? Oh, there's a girl, the girl version, okay? Okay, that's cool. Oh, wait a second here. You know, I've seen this video, I never read the comments. Not gonna read them, but how many views? 78,000 views. It appears to be some Candace Owens fans in the comments. Let's just leave it there. Oh, but guys, my beautiful guys.
Oh my God, praise God for this beautiful year.
Praise Jesus for this beautiful. This brings us, I probably skipped a bunch of stuff, important stuff, but this brings us to our finest moment. The moment of which I'm most proud of my life. The moment I'm most proud of my entire life, of the whole world, happened in 2025. This is the peak for this channel and indeed the world, the whole wide world. Here it is. In 2025, this happened. Whoa!
Let me ask you something, please. And by the way, I said this a couple nights ago, and there's some thread on Reddit that took this video of me saying, let me ask you something, please, which of course I'm saying as a transition into what I'm going to talk about. But also I try and keep it a little engaging with some irony, and like, they had such a good time mocking this phrase. Let me ask you something, please, the way I said it. I don't know why. So I'm a little self-conscious, but I'm going to say anyway. Let me ask you something, please. How much time do you spend every day on a web browser, clicking around, searching, scroll?
Oh, there it is, guys. The greatest accomplishment of my life and indeed humankind. Getting Glenn Greenwald to notice the top phrase, the top saying, it's bigger than, what are they saying, 67 or whatever? It's bigger than that. That's right. Let me ask you something, please. The top phrase of 2025, let me ask you something, please. Also known as,
look, another car is coming.
Also known as,
let's freaking ask you something, please.
So love you guys and a happy new year. I hope that your new year is filled with asking people something, please. Ask many, many people things, please. And I hope all your dreams and wishes come true. Love you. Talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
And New Year's, all this crap. Hey guys, it's me, LeDron James. I don't know if you heard.
Really
Another
cool.
thing that happened this year is I was diagnosed with the AI company might discontinue.
Sounded cool. Wasn't.
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, I got invited to a party tonight at my friend Terry's house, and I don't think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna ignore that text. I just feel so negative. And if I were to go out in the real world, I'd be dumping all that negativity on them, and they don't deserve that. So no, I'm gonna stay in, and I'm just gonna be a negative piece of shit on the internet, like on this video. Old Star, 1976, on Sandwiches of History.
Onto white bread that's been buttered, we add barbecue sauce, a slice of cheddar cheese, 2 slices of tomato, fresh chopped spinach, a slice of ham, another slice of cheese, close it up.
Yeah, this is Sandwiches of History. It's one of my favorite YouTube channels. I mean, I absolutely adore this man. I love this channel. I show it to everyone that I can. I can't speak highly enough of this channel.
Okay, let's give this all-star sandwich a go. Grilled cheese would just happen to have tomato, spinach, and ham in it.
Yeah, I bet he's gonna plus it up and make it taste better. It's what he does. He's an optimist, unlike me.
I do want to plus this up a little. And add some cowboy candy.
Wow, what a delightful video. It's a shame I gotta go in here and be negative. Fuck this, fuck you, and most of all, fuck me. I hope the next sandwich is an Eric sandwich where you chop me into pieces with a tomahawk, shove the meat into a hoagie roll before feeding it to a dead guy on his way to the crematorium. And post. Whoa. You know what? Leaving that negative comment actually has me feeling a little bit of like joy.
Go, go, go!
Like, I feel good right now. Like, maybe I'll go to that party after all kind of good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go get a drink with Terry and the boys. All right, well, I'll see you guys later. I'll pick this lesson up in a bit. You guys stay right there. Oh my God, I feel good. Yo, all right, I'm back from Terry's party and I had a great time. It's like amazing how carefree I was, how loose and full of joy. It's almost as if spitting all of that negativity out actually made me a better person in the real world. I don't get it, but I'm glad it happened because I met somebody. Her name's Celinda. She's also a comment etiquette teacher, so we have a lot in common. In fact, we're actually getting a drink tomorrow night, so I'm really looking forward to that. And oh shit, this comment's still up? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and delete that and hope nobody saw it. Yeah, I was just kidding with that comment. I'm sorry, Sandwiches of History. But I'll tell you, it was worth it to feel this good about myself. I feel like I can do anything right now. But I should probably just get some rest. It's been a long night, and I got a big day tomorrow. All right, well, I'll see you then. Good night, students. Oh my God, I forgot about drinks with Celinda tonight? Fuck! No, oh, that's fucked. I fucked that up. I have to ghost her. Because it would be more embarrassing to tell her what's really going on right now, which is me eating a sandwich of history while being a great team player in Battlefield. Yo, what up, Playboy? I'm still getting used to these controls. What's duck? Oh shit, no, that just threw a grenade. Run! Run! Whoa, how did that not kill you? Is friendly fire off? Nope, it's on. Well, here, let me get you. Oh, wait a second, that felt good. That like knocked something loose. Hang on. I could just call her right now and explain, but what would I say? I mean, anything I say would just probably come across as negative. Unless I dump all of that negativity off onto my teammates. All right, buddy.
Where do I even find brain
dances? You gotta be a
dances?
little more careful, man. Look at you. Now die.
Come on.
Oh yeah, that felt good. Huh? I'm gonna leave in 4 minutes if you don't call me. I only need 3 and team kill.
Oh shit. Son of a bitch.
Oh, you thought you were gonna have fun today? I don't think so, asshole. It's negative time. Check your 6. There's a rocket. It's from me. Boom! Oh, you know what? When I shoot teammates now, it's gonna reflect the damage back to me, but that's okay. As long as you mix in a couple enemy kills here and there, you can friendly fire all you want in this game. Watch. Here, we go. Enemy. Got him. And here's a friendly. Got him. A couple more enemies. Let's get a couple more enemies. And now a friendly.
The fuck?
Yeah. Okay, now time to reset my karma with some enemy kills. There we go. Got him. Hey, yo, you're good.
How do I find the brain dance?
I got you covered. I'll cover you. All right, there he goes. And team go. Oh my God, this is so negative. Hey, what's everybody's favorite Pokemon?
Bro, you shot me.
Oh, what?
You said, Ripper, I'll cover you. Run. So I took your word for it, and you fucking shot me.
Are you sure that was me?
Yeah, you're focused on what kind of Pokemon everybody likes and shit. And then you shot me.
I wouldn't say I'm focused on that. No, I'm focused on being #1 on the team right now.
Well, we're working on it right now if you don't team kill.
No, you don't understand. I am #1 on the team right now. I'm already there. Yo, if I team kill you by accident again, will my score go down?
No, just morale.
Oh, morale goes down. That's good. That's why I'm here. I dump my shit on these guys, and then I live a better life as a result. Oh! Hey, don't worry, man. I got you. I'm gonna bring you back up. And then afterwards, I want you to just stand still for a second for me, okay? How did you already get killed again? Don't go to that spot anymore. There, okay. Now come over here.
Peeking,
No, don't
peeking.
peek. No, don't peek.
Oh,
Don't.
man, he smoked me.
God damn it. I'm bringing you up again. Just stay behind
How do
me.
I look at that
Behind
brain
me.
dance?
Right, all right. Now let's try this again. Oh, someone's coming.
Oh my god, he got me.
Bro, are you serious? Can you just stay alive for 2 seconds?
Man, thanks for keeping me alive in this game, damn.
Yeah, no sweat. Anyway, like I was saying.
Oh. Fuck you.
Hey, I'll be there in 20. Got held up helping my elderly neighbor with her groceries. And text. Okay. Yeah, I could do this. I got this. Thanks, negativity, and I'll catch up with you guys later. I got a date to go on. Oh my god, can you guys believe it? Celinda and I are getting married today. This is like the greatest day of my life. I had no idea things could be so happy out there. And it kind of makes me feel like an imposter. Like I don't deserve this, you know? And I know this feeling. I know what this is. And I know how to deal with it by spreading the most hateful, negative shit imaginable on the internet. Let's go. Here's where I've been dumping it recently, in the Adult Jokes and More Facebook group. It's the most baseline, like corniest place on the internet, so like nobody cares when I come in here and act all negative. Girls on Snapchat be like, I'd love to be poor for just one day, because being poor every day is getting ridiculous. I've been poor all my life. Make Thursday your poor day. Check out this old school classic. The only way you're ever getting laid is if you crawl up a chicken's ass and wait. And classic adult joke post. Screw it, just start arguing in the comments. Piss off, dickhead. Out of all the blokes in this group, I bet I have the biggest rooster. Americans lick dog shit off their own shoes. Hitler was never racist and tried to save our country. You're a cunt. All of you can't suck
I don't know where I
sweat
find
off my
brain dance.
fucking balls. Fuck every one of you. Pineapple doesn't change the taste. Maybe not, but beans sure do. Give your balls a tug, tit fucker. Fuck you, asshole. Typo, I'll fuck your asshole. Wow, a lot of big days about to happen thanks to this comment section. Godspeed, everybody. And here's my contribution. Holy shit, what a bunch of fucking losers wasting their time posting on a Facebook page for adult jokes. I bet all your coworkers fucking hate you guys. You probably go, hey, check this out, man, check it out, and show them a 3-minute long video that nobody gives a fuck about. Close look at their face next time you do it. See the muscles straining beneath their smile as they fight the urge to show disgust at how their time is being wasted by you. Remember how they laugh at your jokes? And then wait and compare it to a real one later. You'll see then what you bring to the table, you bunch of boy you wouldn't believe the day I had despicable bottom feeders. I swear some of you are cursed with the touch of boredom, and spreading it in this way is an affront to Christ. May you all suck your father's penises by accident one day. Also, fuck Princess Diana. Oh my god, that was super negative. I didn't know I had that in me. I've been carrying that around? That's crazy. Well, anyway, it's all these guys' problem now. But I feel like there's more to get out, you know? I gotta be completely cleaned out of all this negativity. I can't have any of it popping out of me while I'm bearing my heart to the love of my life on our wedding day.
Yo, Eric, we're running late. We gotta leave for the church in 3 minutes. You ready?
I only need 2.5. And go to you now. Oh, well, looks like somebody's having a nice day. Be a shame if someone like me showed up.
I blame LaShonda for setting me up on a date with the phone guy from the kiosk in the mall.
I'm kind of a phone guy myself, chat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I get paid to tell people about Saley.com. Coupon code Big Money for 15% off an eSIM data plan. And segue into the ad.
Wait, there's still eSIM data plans exist? I thought we were past that.
No, it's all in one app, and the data plans install in seconds and send.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right then. I just use the Wi-Fi from the house. Everything runs off of my Wi-Fi. It's fine. I don't go many places.
Oh, for sure. But you know how public Wi-Fi is. With Saley, you can turn your phone into a Saley hotspot for all your devices. And it's easy to top off your data plan through the Saley app.
No,
wait,
so
what you say?
Ready here?
All right, 78% of data use. And family, fuck them.
Just sounds like another bill to me.
Yeah, it's a bill
Wait, I
of
can
rights
finally
to
use my
grant
own
you a
car?
carefree vacation. And boom!
Mm-hmm. The code is big money, honey.
Feels more natural.
Big money.
You're goddamn right it is. All right, thanks. Don't forget
Meet there, yeah?
Saley.com/bigmoney or scan the QR code on screen right now and chat.
Imagine a QR code popping up in my chat. Make it make sense. Somebody come get it.
All right, yep. I just turned that lady's whole stream into a Saley ad. That's pretty negative. Oh wait, there's still a voiceover. Stay connected when you travel with Saley.com/bigmoney or scan that QR code right now and use coupon code BIGMONEY for 15% off your eSIM data plan. 24/7 customer support. Get a full refund if your device isn't eSIM compatible. All right. Wish me luck, guys. I mean, I can't update this lesson until after the honeymoon, but you can be sure I'm going to be online acting extra negative so I can enjoy every second of it. So till then, life is good. All right, bye, guys. Life is good! Oh, hey, guys. Yeah, bad news. It didn't work out with Celinda. I guess she found my, comment history and it was pretty negative. I tried explaining to her that that's why I'm so joyful in real life, but there's a bridge too far, I guess.
Okay, let's give this yeast sandwich a go.
I wish I was that sandwich post. She won't even let me see our newborn son. I don't know what he looks like. I had to use AI to generate him. This is the closest I've ever been to my boy. I don't know what I did wrong, guys. I mean, your life on the internet's supposed to be separate from all the stuff going on out there. I'm being negative online so that I can enrich my life in the real world. I thought that's how it worked. And now I'm being held accountable for a bunch of make-believe words just because I go on you now and ruin everyone's night?
Put this on wintry fairyland. Nice and rosy and comfy, cozy our way.
Hey, yeah, you see this? Super chill You Now stream with an old guy jamming out the Christmas music. Now watch as I go in here and ruin the mood by talking about politics. And I'll show you that this does not affect the real world. Watch. So, did you hear Trump's 2 p.m. announcement, Travis? I think he's gonna fully invade Venezuela.
Did you hear Trump's 2 p.m. announcement, Travis? I think he's gonna fully invade.
Wait, what the fuck? How is he reading my comment already? I haven't posted it yet. Oh, wait a second. Someone already sent him the same exact random political question? I hate it when that happens.
I didn't hear it, but it wouldn't surprise me. What the heck?
Yeah, I do kind of fucking wish it was me who asked that, though, because I don't get any of the reward of being joyful, so that's really annoying that they beat me to it. Anyway, who else can I drag down with me? All right, yeah, look at this. Just a guy listening to music, having a good time, smiling on his bed. Now watch as I come in here and act like the most annoying bitch in the world. So I feel good. Music too loud! Oh, that's gonna annoy the shit out of him. Why isn't he doing anything? What's he got up his sleeve? Turn music down now, please, and send. Surely that's gonna get a reaction.
I'm getting my shit soft right now.
Oh, shit! It's too loud and your penis is out! Yo, that is negative as hell, going on you now and just showing everybody your dick and balls. I mean, Jesus Christ. And look, he's doing it again. Maybe his wife just left him too. Well, after this, he's probably gonna feel great. He's gonna pick himself back up, get ready to face the world. And maybe I could do that too, you know? I just have to be the most negative I've ever been in my life. Whatever the complete opposite of comment etiquette is. And I know just the video to do it on. Seal won't leave his rescuer.
That one's got missiles.
Okay, man is out. There you go, Bobby.
The world's better because you're here. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I could tell these men are good dudes. They love those little seals. Uh-huh. These are sea lions and not seals. Bit of an embarrassing mistake for an ocean conversation organization. It's conservation, not conversation. A conversation is what your mom had with the special ed teacher when you were a kid. And send. When I was little,
little, when you couldn't sleep, my mom would tell me to just think of something nice, and for whatever reason, I picked seals. I was in Chicago, thousands of miles away from any kind of salt water, and had never even seen the ocean. Still to this day, 40 years later, I don't count sheeps, I count seals.
Great, now they can eat more of our fish.
Put out your baseball bat. And of course, there's gonna be a couple negative Nancys in here, but nothing compared to what I'm gonna do. Hey, just to ruin everyone's impression of these folks for a second, if they're this good and joyful in real life, it means they must be posting the most evil shit online imaginable. That's just how it works. I can't wait until someone leaks all their Discord logs and finds out they've been selling women in Wayfair cabinets. Oh, I'd hate to be their wife. Find out my husband's been secretly posting all kinds of crazy shit, talking about stomping on dogs, calling AOC Polish slurs. Oh my god, I miss my wife. I'm sorry, I can't even be negative right now. Just thinking of how bad I fucked everything up. I'm nothing without her. I think about her every day. The way the sun shone through her windblown hair, the way her smiles seemed to radiate to everyone around her. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. I'm gonna take time off, focus on my family, and so I just wanted to let you guys know that. And I apologize to you guys, and it's like, that is, guys, I apologize to you guys, my sponsors, and Twitch. LOL, just kidding. I segued into Dr. Disrespect's apology for when he cheated on his wife and decided to make it all of our business. You remember that? That shit was hilarious, and there's still a ton of negativity left to harness from it. God damn, it feels good to be negative. Suck my dick, vote for Cuomo, even though he's a fucking Greek. And negative post. All right, yeah, I already feel better. Time to go see what I can get accomplished now that I got that out of me. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
And now a word from the President of the United States.
Hello, my fellow Americans. It is I, your President Salvia. Now, I wanted to address a few negative comments that I've made that the mainstream media is now trying to smear my name with. Comments such as this: "Oh, you're fat. That's not good. It's not good being fat, and you are. So you're not good. You're bad. You're a bad person. Fuck you." These comments were made simply as examples of comment etiquette. As you know, I used to be a comment etiquette teacher, so I had to show the good and the bad. And those negative comments were not how I feel. Not as a Christian, not as a father of this strong 10-year-old boy. And I'm willing to prove that today by going on to a YouNow stream and showing you just how positive your president is.
Maybe like that.
You boys got toes and send.
Boys got toes. Of course. I was waiting for it too. I was like, it's too quiet tonight. Some dumbass gotta come through with some dumbass shit. Here we go.
Let me see those toes. Send.
Let me see those toes. Fucking dumbass.
Call me Edgar Allan Poe. And send that. Nothing sexual, and send.
See what? I'm gonna show my toes right now. Ready?
What the fuck? That was your hand, and send. Oh, hang on. What's he doing?
Hit the scum where it
Yes, it's screenshot.
That shit hurt my head. I didn't think you were gonna do it for real. I thought like that was just a joke.
No, those are my toes now. Hit him with the scream emoji.
I'm trying to for a random you hoe.
That's right, America. This guy's a little hoe, and he just gave me his little toe. But this was over the internet, so it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Here, I'll show you how much it doesn't matter. I'm gonna get some more toes.
You gotta be courteous to the neighbors. So I be trying not to like work on my music stuff like at the only time I'm awake, which is at night.
Who's showing toes first? And send?
Who's showing toes first? I already went. You missed it.
Yeah. I'll pay for toes and send.
Alright, here we go. Where's my money at?
Snap, snap, snap! Oh my god, right away with the toes. That's amazing. See? I can do anything I want.
Where's my money at?
Why are you showing first? You're supposed to get the money first.
I was gonna pay you for those toes.
I feel like I'm in Jurassic Park. If I just stay silent and, you know, don't move, the foot people won't see me.
I want that lady's foot too. It's crazy.
You will fall one by one.
Not me. I'm not included in that statement.
I will rip these pink socks off right now.
Oh, screenshot. I can X-ray that in Photoshop and send.
X-ray.
Yeah, you see this? I'm like the toe master. I can't be stopped. It's impossible. I'm gonna get all your fucking toes, too. Like, who's this Danny guy? At Commenticate, the girl in my profile picture is your mom. Me and her went on a Tinder date last night. No, you didn't. Send.
Look in the chat.
Stop laughing. Send.
Stop laughing. I can't.
At Commenticate, repeat this out loud to yourself. So we Todd did. Hey, wait a second. Danny, did you follow me here from the Adult Jokes and More Facebook group and send? At Commenticate, the only way you're ever getting laid is if you crawl up a chicken's ass and wait. What the fuck? That's my line. Stop posting adult jokes and more jokes and send.
Stop posting adult jokes and more. What's the and more?
Negativity.
Negativity? What on the internet is not negativity?
Oh, exactly. What on the internet isn't negativity? The answer is nothing, America. And I just wanted to show you guys that because you're all being a bunch of fucking bitches about what I post online and not what I say in real life, like right now, you fucking idiots. You guys just say, oh, you're so negative on the internet. Yeah. That's why I'm so happy now. You scum. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to talk to you and just try to give you a little bit of fucking positivity. So take it or leave it. But either way, I guess I step down because the fucking Congress is gonna vote or whatever. I don't even know how that shit works. Fuck you. I quit. Vice President Dr. Frank is your new president. Take it away, Frank. I'm out of here. Fuck you.
Well, hey there, America. I guess I'm President Dr. Frank now, so that's really cool. Well, first order of business. I'm making all crime legal. All of it. Yep. You can do whatever you want. No more crimes. I'm talking like that movie, you know, The Purge. Yeah. By all means, just go crazy with it. All right, then. Have fun, guys, and happy New Year. Oh, don't forget, President Dr. Frank loves you. Bye.
Too much for big money, Salvia City. We're in big money, Salvia City. Big money, Salvia City. We're in big money, Salvia City. Specs attached. Be in touch.
Be in touch. I'll touch you, bucko.
Wasted time and money, if you ask me.
Hello.
Welcome. What can I do for you? Is there a way to arrange a visit with one of the patients?
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Contact with the outside world can impede our highly specialized treatment.
Okay. How about over the hollow?
I'm afraid our head doctor wouldn't permit it.
Okay, see you later. I'm supposed to be here, actually. What's going on with this guy? You okay, pal? And bloop. We get the parts. Can I help you? I don't know what's going on with this guy. He's weird. Excuse me, but I'm paid to be here.
He's got a key.
Dixon?
Hello.
Jasmine Dixon?
That's me. But who sent you?
You're getting out of here with me. Can you walk?
I don't know. Walk to where?
Hey, rise and shine. We have to go now. Understand?
Yeah.
What is this? Ouch! Hey, come on, lady.
V, you were supposed to get Jasmine to the ride. The chick's in shock. She doesn't know up from down.
Oh, she's right here.
Look, you're lucky she made it, okay? Drill this into your skull for the future.
Bro, she literally got in the car. What are you whining about? What an asshole.
Job's done when the client's secured. Process that, absorb it. It ain't hard to understand. Close it.
Can't help you, June.
Didn't ask. Out of my way. Hey, guys to kill. Ouchie.
We nail one asshole to the wall and another rises up in the polls. Politics is fucking usual.
Sorry, Johnny, but I don't have time for your little anarchist revolution.
Yeah? Well, it'd be easier than slicing heads off a fucking Hydra. One more reason this city could use another nuke.
Whatever you say, buddy.
Shooter! Grabbing a shotgun! We got soldiers down! Got it, country!
This lady just trying to eat her lunch and witnessed all that shit. Nothing to see here, folks.
Bring lead on those boys!
Just like the good old days.
What's this place? Ah!
Better learn your place, punk!
I'ma fucking wipe you!
Oink oink.
Fucking blind, son?
Hey V, I'm gonna take a look under the hood before we start, see if all's okay. But stay close, just in case.
Our chances. How do you see him?
Well, it's gonna be tough to beat out
Ooh.
Luigi. Danny's got Margot riding Gunner today.
Right. So,
Girl loves popping flats, but don't get hung up on it. Let it mess with your head. Just focus on the route, let me handle the entertainment. Sorry, you need a minute to kick the tires before we get moving.
sure.
Start your stallion!
Get out of the way, cops.
Watch our back. They're moving to pass. Dare them to try.
No progress in the area. Suspect is still unstable. Code 3.
I ran over too many people. Is that what just happened? Squashed too many guys.
Sorry, you need a minute to kick the tires before we get moving.
Sure.
Start your stallions! Come on! I want to let them roll. Oh yeah, like that. Let's count it down. 3, 2, 1.
One up front. See him? Luigi, after him! Big turn coming. Cut it sharp. All units in the area. Criminal activity confirmed in Santo Domingo. I repeat, confirmed criminal activity in Santo Domingo.
521 reporting. Sorry, dispatch. Had to take a leak. I'm en route.
Suspect's vehicle has been located. Details have been sent. We can win this, V! All units in the area, order has been...
Get out of the way!
Units instructed to return to patrol. We can win this, V!
Yeah, you said that already. Son of a bitch. Are we for real? Back up and go around it. There's still plenty of checkpoints. We're good. Plus, they seem to have all gotten stuck. I can't tell. Did y'all crash into each other just now? Okay, we're running out of checkpoints now.
All nearby units, a new disturbance has been reported.
Bro.
Vehicle has been located.
What the fuck? Come on.
Suspect has disappeared. All units on site, continue searching the area.
Watch our back. They're moving to pass. Dare them to try. Where the hell are you going?
Keep your formation!
Congratulations to...
I was expecting the Militech fucking armored car to actually be good, but... Alright, this time we got it for sure.
Come on! I want to start attention! 3, 2, 1!
One up front. See him? Luigi. After him. Big turn coming. Cut it sharp.
All units in the area. Criminal activity confirmed in Santo Domingo. I repeat, confirmed criminal activity in Santo Domingo. 521 reporting. Sorry, dispatch. Had to take a leak. I'm on.
Yeah, you get crashed right into... Oh, fuck you! That's such bullshit. That's such bullshit.
Start your stallions! Come on! Let's count it down! 3, 2, 1!
One up front. See him? Luigi. After him. Big turn coming. Cut it sharp. our back. They're moving to pass. Dare them to try.
Fucking hell, girl. Look what you fucking did. You fucking shot us with the rocket, you fucking dope. Get out of here. Yo, fuck off, civilian car.
Code 0. I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume.
Yeah, maybe don't shoot our own car.
We can win this, V.
All units in the area. Reports of additional suspicious activity.
Yeah, this fucking armored car sucks balls.
All units in the area. Order has been restored. All units instructed to return to patrol.
Watch our back. They're moving to pass. Dare them to try.
Come on! Are you fucking for real?
Watch our back. They're moving to pass. Dare them to try.
We're using a different car.
Come here.
Del?
Virus in my core. Damaged. Please. Please.
What, this fucking taxi robot wants more of my time? Haven't I given him enough? What's going on over here, guys? Ah! It stings.
V? Hey, listen, there's this chick, an NC badge. You too much for her own good. So the top brass tossed her into the lagoon. I need you to bust her out. So you're American Shining Chrome? Specs attached. Be in touch.
Good day, Dr. Robinson. How may I be of... Of course, Doctor.
Roger!
Didn't tell you to autoplay fucking Good Mythical Morning. What?
Not bad, I dare say.
Hello, lady.
You're getting...
Yeah.
Drop any weapons and
Come on, lady. Hello. Come on, lady. Get in this car. Yeah, Happy New Year. Get in the car.
V, you were supposed to get Jasmine to the right.
I'm literally right next to her, bro.
Up from down. What if she made a wrong turn or
Same thing happened.
she made it, okay? Drill this into yourself for the future. Job's done when the client's secure. Process that. Absorb it. It ain't hard to understand. Closing the
Hey, y'all, what's going on over here?
We got soldiers down. Appreciate it, sister.
Why game have the Mexico filter from movies? I think it's because of acid rain right now.
Another attack!
No! Not Jared! Anyone but Jared! Ow! We don't talk about Pro Jared. How BB and Peep are doing. I mean, Zapata has gotten a little nicer, but he's still, like, literally I was going to put food in his bowl and he was trying to bite me. And it's like, bro, you're literally biting the hand that feeds you right now. Yes, because Jared is the ultimate Trump kid. Yeah, exactly. He is still a rat in a cage.
Remember to take cover!
Ah! Ah! Wait. What car do we have? We have the... No way! Okay, we might... Claire, we might do it in that car. You know what? Fuck it. We're doing it in this car.
Hey, D. I'm gonna take a look under the hood before we...
Watch for able to do it in this car, but not the Militech car. The Mike Pondsmith said this is the car he drives because he noticed he can like take it places to insane places. Like it just breaks the game. I didn't even know it had a passenger seat. I don't know if you can even shoot out of this car. Here we go.
One up front. See him? Luigi. After him. Big turn coming. Cut it sharp.
Go, get out of the tree.
We have an 8870 in Santo Domingo.
Roger. Requesting additional backup. Dispatch, do you copy?
We can win this, D.
Excuse me. Oh my god. Pause, please. I can't fucking pause the game during the race for some reason. Great. YouTube always lags when you try to fucking pause a video.
Dare him to try.
Code 0. I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume.
Uh-oh. Come on. Nope. Stay on the road, please. Come on, you can do it. Let's go. They all crashed. It's okay. We're right on them. We have no traction, I think. I think we may have... Our tires may be like Tommy Pickles' feet right now. And it may be causing us to skid a little. Go, go, go.
We can win this, V.
What do I do?
Ha ha ha. Get out of the way. What, are you trying to take a shortcut? What bro doing? Come on, that's not even the right direction, V.
Watch our back. They're moving to pass.
Dare him to try.
Keep going, keep rotating. We got it. We got it.
Watch our back. They're moving to pass.
Dare him to try.
Hey, Claire, maybe you should use your gun, too. She doesn't know how to shoot in the clown car. Like, even though her door is completely off, she's like, I can't shoot. Just like how when we had the missile car, she shot our own car. Remember when you did that, Claire?
Appreciate it, sister.
Oops, did I just drop a grenade on accident? Okay, fine. I won't fast travel. Fuck you then.
All units report. Opening fire. It cannot be! Keep up the pressure! Forward! Soldier KIA! Surround the target. Taking heavy losses. She's armed. What a mess. She's wounded!
You're gonna get it!
God damn! For the Union! Grabbing a shotgun!
Coming for me!
All right, Claire. Hopefully this car I chose isn't dog shit, but I gotta save now.
Just focus on the route. Let me handle the entertainment.
Oh yeah, also. Guess we'll do a double thermal mod on it. I don't know. I don't know why we're doing this. Because we might have to reset unless I can. Quick save.
You forget something?
Let's go.
Now we can talk. Go ahead.
Go on, Claire.
Ready to talk? Just focus on the route. Let me handle the entertainment. Sorry, I need a minute to kick the tires before we get moving.
Sure.
Why is it like that? Okay, let's go, Claire. This time, don't fuck it up. It doesn't matter that I switched weapons because I can only use the car guns.
One up front. See him? Luigi. After it. Big turn coming. Cut it sharp.
All units in the area. Criminal activity confirmed in Santo Domingo. I repeat, confirmed criminal activity in Santo Domingo. 521 reporting. Sorry, dispatch. Had to take a leak.
That is the uncontrollable one. I was like, which one is it? Which one is the uncontrollable one? That one. Also, I think, you know, it might just be better to not have a combat car and just fucking use the handguns that auto-lock. I'd be like, Claire, can we take your car instead? Because I can definitely win with the Beast. Her car's great for these. I thought the Militech thing would be better than the Beast. That's why I switched to it.
Hey, V.
Start! Oh yeah! Right now! 3, 2, 1!
One up front. See him? Luigi. After him. Big turn coming. Cut it sharp.
And she's shooting good. Ah! Come on, get in control of the vehicle, please.
We can win this, Steve!
Get out of the road. I told him to get out of the road. It's not my fault.
Roger, dispatch. Standing by for coordinates.
Come on.
All units in the area, order has been restored. All units instructed to return to patrol.
Dare him to try.
Shoot him, Claire. What the fuck, car? Just fucking T-boning out of nowhere. It's the fart car. Come on.
We can win this, Steve!
Congratulations to Luigi and Margo!
I think the best thing to do is to bring my own pistols I can use. Because the machine guns on the car are dog shit. They don't auto-lock like a pistol. No? That's not where we want to be. We'll try. We'll try this one. Alright, Claire, I'm sitting on the bench. I just have to make sure my guns are set. Give it the double thermal. Fuck. Make sure I can't do no upgrades. Alright, Claire, this is the one. Okay? We're definitely gonna win this race this time.
Hey, V.
You better be able to shoot out of this fucking car, lady.
Roger, dispatch. Standing by for coordinates.
Surrender immediately!
Ha ha ha. Am I not, like, doing damage in this car? Like when I was shooting my gun? Can I only shoot out the sides or something?
Dare him to try!
What the fuck did I just hit? A rock? Why am I not getting damage numbers? I'm so confused. Come on, bitch. I win, I win, I win, I win, I win.
Congratulations to V and Claire!
First place
Way to go.
Don't stop yet, okay?
We did it.
Move up a bit further.
What for?
Need to talk. Something you should know.
Okay.
Sit down for a spell over there, okay?
Yes, baby. Yes, baby girl.
Wow. Quite the view.
Yeah. Me and Dean. We like to come here.
Wanted to tell me something?
I mentioned Dean before. My husband, yeah?
Wheel to your heat, right?
Sweetest man I ever knew. We were friends before the gender transition. We brought daffodils to the hospital. To new beginnings, he said.
Were you married long?
12 years. Dean used to laugh that for our 15th, said he'd finally talked me into my first implant. I was prepping some surprise.
Mind if I ask why you don't sport any chrome?
I love machines, V, I do. But I don't ever want to become one. Is that weird?
A little, I guess, but it's fine.
Dean. Only person who could have convinced me to chrome up. But guess we'll never know if he'd have managed, huh?
Why tell me about Dean? Meaning, why now?
He died during a race last year. The final. Not your standard fatality, though.
You saying you feel at fault for his death?
Me at fault? Why would you think that? He was flatlined by a corpo ego weasel. Peter Sampson. Exceptional walking rot.
What's the corpo's deal?
Doesn't really matter, was only ever another adversary to me. But to Dean and Sampson had a history going way back.
Is that the beast?
Something happened between them?
Dean never admitted anything, but yeah. Yeah, there was some kind of strife. Something personal to their rally rivalry. When Sampson came first, Dean got hot and bothered.
Your husband. How'd he die exactly?
We'd just powered into the final straight, Sampson peeling up the tarmac ahead of us. Was clear we couldn't win, so Dean let up on the chew. And then that snake slammed on the brakes. Dean also had to. He lost control.
But isn't that how this race works?
You don't get it. Road was clear to the finish line. He would have won. It was premeditated.
You 100% sure the killing was deliberate? Not your emotion?
No. Saw them
during the race.
Folks die on the track all the time. Another day at the races. In love.
And me.
Killing Sampson matters more than taking first. We have to make a choice.
Okay.
Sorry I lied to you, V.
Means a lot.
Thank you.
See you for the final?
That's right. Till then, V.
Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. That is such bullshit. I don't buy it. Ooh, baby. Ugh. What? No. We didn't autosave after the race? Are we for real? Gonna win it again? Well, we'll definitely pick a vehicle where I can shoot at the front then. If that's how it's gonna be. I'm trying to beat this race for a fucking hour, man. That's such horseshit.
Hey, Dee.
Do the double thermal again. And one of these. Alright, hopefully we can shoot out of this car.
Start your stallion! Let it roar! Countdown! 3, 2, 1!
One up front. See him? Luigi, after him! Big turn coming. Cut sharp.
We have an 8870 in Santo Domingo.
Roger. Requesting additional backup. Dispatch, do you copy?
Okay, this car cannot turn.
Suspect's vehicle has been located. Details have been sent.
Can Claire even shoot? She can't, can she?
Code 0. I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
There she is.
All units in the area. Criminal activity confirmed.
Fuck off, cop.
I repeat, confirmed criminal activity in Santo Domingo.
521 reporting. Sorry, dispatch. Had to take the leak. I'm en route.
We can win this, V!
I am hit! I am hit!
Suspect vehicle has been located.
I guess the lead car is plot armor.
All units. Suspect has evaded patrol. Resume search immediately.
Hilarious. No, come on.
We can win this, V!
Code 0. I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
You fucking...
Watch our back! They're moving to pass!
Dare him to try!
Come on, come on. Oh my god. The front cars can't even be damaged. What kind of garbage is that? Whoops, my anarchy symbol. That's right, we're doing it in the Cali. It's my best car anyway.
Hey, V. I'm gonna take...
The guys in the front are invincible anyway, so it doesn't matter how good I am at shooting them. I just have to fucking drive. That's what this car is good for.
Start your stallions! Come on! Oh yeah, let's count it down! 3, 2, 1!
One up front. See him? Luigi. After him!
Out of the way, cop.
We can win this, V. We have an 8870 Santo Domingo.
That was tragic. That girl who got ran over there.
Dispatch, do you copy?
All units in the area, order has been restored. All units instructed to return to patrol.
Hilarious.
Dare him to try.
All units in the area, reports of additional suspicious activity.
The hell? Get back to the ring.
I don't know what happened. We're good. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on! Get off the fucking wall, bro! Come on! Oh my god.
We can win this, V.
Shut up. I hate this mission so much. No, no. Oh my god, come on.
Watch our back. We're moving to pass. Dare him to try.
Been like an hour and a half trying to beat this fucking race. Let's do the default car. It couldn't be any worse.
Hey, D.
Ba, 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 ba. Alright, let's go.
One up front.
Not a good car. Going back to the Outlaw, because we did win it with that. At the very least. Okay, hey how?
Hey, V. I'm gonna take...
Our chin.
Come on! 3, 2, 1!
One up front. See him? Luigi. After him. Big turn coming. Cut sharp.
Get out of the way, asshole.
We have an 8870 in Santo Domingo. Roger. Requesting additional backup. Dispatch, do you copy?
We can win this, V.
Fuck.
Watch our back. We're moving it fast.
Dare him to try.
Oh my god, I thought that was gonna be a movable object. Get out of the way, idiot.
All units in the area, order has been restored. All units instructed to return to patrol.
Come on.
Watch our back. They're moving to pass.
Dare him to try.
Oh, that's a guardrail, goddammit. We got it, we're good, we're good. Come on.
We can win this, V!
I hope so.
Congratulations to V and Claire!
First place,
Fuck.
V! Oh my fucking god, we won! We're finals bound! Yeah!
Hell yeah.
Don't stop yet, okay? Move up a bit further.
What for?
Need to talk. Something you should know.
Okay.
Sit down for a spell over there, okay?
Come on, lady. I've already heard it before. Come on. Hurry up. Blah, 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 blah.
Wanted to tell me.
Blah, 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 blah. It is the beast. Alright, we gotta look at this. What is this? Anything at all? I just saw an orange. Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, suck it. Do I go see him for his gig? I don't know. What this one is. I guess we'll do this one. We can move perk points around. So if we're using assault rifles right now, you know what? Yeah, if we're using assault rifles right now, we can just move them around.
Do you need something?
Yeah, where do I get your treat?
You want trouble? Catch him? Could say so, yeah. Explain to him that illegal chrome cheating motherfuckers can fuck off to
Cyberpunk Fixer Reward.
Good thing too, because no one wanted to throw down before. I don't get it. Try to test your own fucking strength, not your fucking chrome. Yeah, but what can you do? This expires hard to find.
Alright, do I have this gig? This. Oh, the Seraph, the gun I'm using. Okay, cool. Awesome. And then... who's the other guy? Dino. Over the garage at Mega Building 10. Do I have this car? There it is, boom. This night owl's one pretty bird. What kind of bird? You saying I'm D. Reynolds? Purdy birdie? That's not a type of bird. Oh. Ouch. I've never been a bird before. I think you're mistaken. I don't think you know what a bird is. You my bird. What's going on over here, huh?
¡Solo me juzga la huesuda! ¡No mames, ya sé!
Part gun.
Hey, you. Sitting in the wrong spot.
This... This isn't a bar?
It is. But it's our bar. Get up. Let's take a walk. Hey, leave him alone, cabrones.
Yeah.
Hey, back off. Ain't doing biz here.
You heard what Pepe said. Take a fucking walk.
Choom, fuck off. Or I implant my blade in your ribs. Know this fuck. For fire with our boys. You know, back when Gustavo took that hit. Well. Just got real fucking interesting. Yeah!
What just happened?
Landed in a little trouble. Cleaned up now.
God damn, sorry. I think I've had a little too much. Fuck, what a night. Why'd you help me?
Cause you look like you got some meds on you.
I see. Nothing for free. Not in this goddamn city. Not in this goddamn life. Here, all I got. The rest, bartender got the rest.
Thanks.
You just crossed the line.
That was my kind of mission. Talk to Pepe.
Circling him like sharks on the scent of fresh corporal blood. Could have ended badly if you hadn't stepped in, V.
Yeah, well, not all heroes wear capes.
How about we drink to you then? On the house.
Won't say no to a free drink.
To good fortune and prosperity.
Long day?
Could say that again. I'm on a double. No break.
Working overtime to make an extra buck?
Nah, just don't want to go home. 10 years married, you know? 10 years and suddenly I'm not good enough. No, she has to go get some side action. Anyhow, since you brought up money, you wouldn't be looking for a gig, would you, V? Pay solid.
Run me through it.
It's about my wife, right? Name's Cynthia. She's cheating. Damn sure of it. Only question is, who with? Could let it eat away at me. Or I could get someone like you. Ain't no more than an evening's work.
Gonna have to keep tabs on your wife. Follow her around town. Where'd she be now?
She works nearby. I'll give you the address. Knowing her, she'll be on a smoke break. Smokes like a goddamn tire fire.
Like half this city.
Wait, today, she was wearing a pink jacket. And, she had a blue purse, I think.
Colorful.
Always like dressing up. Get a woman something nice for her birthday, anniversary. And what do you get in return?
Sure she's cheating on you?
Let's start with the fact that she always stays late after work. I know she's lying. Called her office one night, she wasn't even there. Besides that, well, we got a kid together, right? Doesn't even look like me. Different hair, different eyes, all of it. Used to be easy to check these things. But with today's tech, there's a way around every test now.
Why do you want to know who she's with? What's the point?
What's the point? What kind of gunk question is that?
Simple one. Answer it.
I want to look him in the eyes. Ask him how it feels fucking some other guy's wife. Breaking up a happy marriage.
Okay, fine.
You're my hero, V. Means a lot to me.
Whatever you say, lady.
Seedy bars, betrayal, a beguiling woman. Sounds like something out of a pulpy noir thriller. Pepe was used to listening to his customers' complaints, but now it was he who needed to get something off his chest. It was the same old story. An unfaithful wife in a city where everything was uncertain.
You about done? I'm trying to focus.
She hates his ass. I think this is the one we want. How we doing on the skills? Look at that shit. Oh my god, we're getting up there. See, this is the one that really doesn't matter. Really, when I get this 35 for that perk point, nothing else matters there. Fuck robots.
You can't hide. Enemy
Hello? Probably one of my
Stop. Don't. Stop.
Somebody help! I find anyone there?
¡Una vaca!
Got him. Oh no. Oh, there's a ladder. That's not far. Swim, V, swim. don't even want to know what was in there.
So many plans!
Damn it! What's happening?
What an awful place!
What's this thing? What are you gonna do about it, bird? Okay, it's Judy and the dolls time.
Come on, what's the matter?
Get any new heist gear is the real question. What layer is that thing? Outer? We got one here. We got a gold one there? What is this? Did anything even change? Cool. Knee pads. There it is. That's what she has. Doesn't look like I have any new ones of that. I can put on this safety vest, though. And the helmet is... Where is the helmet? Right here. It's this one. Okay. Ooh. Where's the arm with this one? Ooh. Now we're working it. Now we're ready. Now we're ready to fucking look cool for our girlfriend.
Hey, V. You ready? Any idea how I can get to Hiromi?
Pulled the blueprint, got it all figured out. Okay, not all, but we're good on the penthouse. Best bet's to access it from the service level. Gotta weigh in from there.
All right, we going in? Let's do this.
Okay, Judy.
Yeah, I get you. Still, wouldn't want those kids to lose their mother, would you?
You two head in right after us. Go straight to Clouds.
About fucking time.
Or taking Clouds
Stay
finally.
sharp. Gangoons might be lurking. Gotta jack into the panel on the other side. Can you take him out?
Yeah.
What then? Everyone all in position?
Tom and Roxy should already be at Clouds. We go on Maiko's signal. They'll mop up
Yeah,
security, you deal with Hiromi. But first, you gotta get into the penthouse.
Okay, on my way.
Elevator's on the other side. Be safe.
I don't need safety. I have a fucking explosive machine gun.
How's the sitch? We're inside at Clouds.
Who's taking which floor?
I'll take the lower level. Tom will head upstairs.
We're all set.
The NCPD has urged caution when using data terms. A routine inspection has shown many have been corrupted with malware. Police experts have confirmed the identified virus can lead to cyberware failure and, in extreme cases, even death.
Nice, I just
All right,
got some
on the roof.
fucking dodge.
Jump down onto the balcony.
XP.
Careful though, okay?
On my mark. Go!
I'll be late. I told you, I have shit tons of work. No, don't wait up. I don't want any fucking dinner. Everything you cook tastes like sawdust anyway. Love you too.
Oh, Jesus, fuck! Floor's clear. I killed them. I killed them all.
Same here.
Go to the surveillance cam in front of the security room.
I was hoping you'd make less trouble getting here. Luckily, they're all jacked into virtues. It'd be game over otherwise.
Right, wrong. Chicks will give you shit no matter what you do. This
I'm-
one's a real charmer.
Shut up. Shut up.
Can we get this over with?
Why are there 3 guys? What's she playing at?
That's our target, Hiromi Sato.
Who are the other 2?
Target audience of today's presentation. Hiromi answers to them directly. Now they're gonna watch him die in a pool of his own piss.
This is not what we agreed.
Look at me. See this? This is a look of unfucking surprise on
I
my
know the
face.
clause. To them, power is a question of strength, ruthlessness.
Okay.
This is the only way.
Maiko.
I'm about to jack him out. They will not be chirpy after the rude awakening. One show ends, another begins. Just as good and unforgettable. Understand?
All right, I'll do what I can. Jack him out.
Well, she is no Parker. Wait. What's going on? Who is this?
Living proof that Hiromi Sato's time is up. This merc has already disturbed the clientele at Clouds once. She murdered Oswald Forrest. And now she's invaded Mr. Sato's private residence. As if that were not enough, this is where Hiromi's sheer incompetence has led all of us to.
What the hell?
I have long looked upon Hiromi Sato's foolish, inept endeavors. But this? I think it's obvious he has outlived his usefulness.
V, what the fuck's she doing?
Clouds needs new management.
Am I to understand that this future manager stands—
Hold on, Michael. Think you're getting carried away.
I see not all has been agreed.
V, you gotta take him down. That's why we're here.
Hiromi's gotta go.
So I have been told. And what then?
Will you execute all the clients and leave the dolls to fuck one another instead?
Clouds doesn't need bosses. Dolls will take care of the club and themselves.
V, I think you're forgetting something. I'll replace Mr. Sato.
I detest chaos and fucking anarchy.
I'll get everything under control.
You cannot even control your own mercenary. Hiromi will answer for his incompetence later. Whereas you will answer for your insolence now.
I'll make you my bitch!
V, what the hell were you thinking? You any idea what's gonna happen now?
Matter of fact, I do. Either you walk away and never come back to Clouds, or I end you here and now.
I see you got everything planned out, but you forgot just one thing. I've also got a doll chip.
Alright, V, get out of there. Exit's on the lower level of the apartment.
A lot of good that did you, lady.
Find the elevator.
I've also got a doll tip. Oh, scary.
Tom and Roxy are outside and safe. They weren't followed. Get down to street level, waiting by the food stalls.
You killed her? Oh my fucking god. You killed her.
Given what I saw, I knew she'd be a bigger jackbooted tyrant than Hiromi.
And that was reason enough to take her life?
Wouldn't have happened if she hadn't come at me. Wasn't my fault.
Sorry, but I don't buy that. Could have found another way.
I thought it's what you wanted.
Maybe you're right. I let her get to me. Sorry things ended this way.
So am I. I gotta process all this in peace. Alone.
I
Good
fucked
seeing
up.
you, V.
Oops.
See ya, Judy.
Look, Judy, I'm sorry. I thought it's what you wanted. And then the clowns.
Hey, you're V, yes?
Oh,
buddy, you have a grenade for
You
a
didn't
face.
answer my question.
yeah, that's me.
Good. Then let's go.
Where to?
Little China. I have a craving for kung pao chicken. Extra spicy.
Doesn't that bother you?
What?
The grenade. You know, the one in your face?
You get used to it. I just gotta be careful not to pull the pin when I want to pick my nose.
That's fucked.
Nice out here. A lot of stuff has changed.
Where are you from?
Brazil. You know, down in South...
I know where Brazil is.
You never know with you gringos. Tiger claws.
Pardon me.
Who hasn't?
Got any friends in there? This is the place. Wait for me here and keep the engine running.
We came all this way to get takeout?
You
Okay.
could say that.
Fuck was that? You got grenades up your ass too?
This ain't a good time to dick around, Want a taste of this, assholes? But what they don't do. Not bad, right?
Would have been even better if you told me what you were planning from the get-go.
it's true what they say. You're good. Really fucking good. Got a stick up your ass, though.
This is where we part ways. Good luck, V. And, relax a bit. Okay?
The real name for this thing.
What about my payments?
What about it? Here, like I said before, the best don't come cheap. Take
Thanks,
care,
Clown
V.
Man.
And hey, keep your nose to the ground.
But what they don't know, the real name for this thing they call cyberspace is actually pandemonium! What is life without its body? What are the beings of the net if not souls from beyond our plane of existence? I have heard their voices. Let they... Souls will join.
You know, I've been...
You ask! Who opened these unholy gates of the abyss?
No one's asking.
And I answer you, the techno-necromancers of Alpha Centauri! I recognize you. You come here often.
You do?
Radio waves bear the truth.
Hey,
Those
there's
with
that
ears
reward.
listen, and those with eyes behold.
Ouch, my head. Ouch, my head. Ouch, my head.
To control your executives, your leaders. But they are not human, no. But then what, you ask? Reptilian!
can recognize them by their cold blue eyes. Creatures born centuries ago on the Antarctic ice sheet.
Yeah, blah blah blah.
They hide their true faces under masks of human skin. Two-faced snakes. And where did this filth slither out from, you ask?
Antarctica.
Blah blah.
You said that already.
Today they hide amidst the snow and ice of the South Pole. Step by step, usurping our crown as creation's chosen. Millions of years ago, they evolved from dinosaurs to become the world's first advanced, intelligent race. And who is their progenitor? Their masters? The scientists of Alpha Centauri! Radio waves bear the truth. Let those... with ears listen, and those with eyes behold. What the hell? Gotta do it myself? Keep shooting! Advance! Surround her! Affirmative! Surround the target! Shoot! Surround the target! This is for you! Surround the target!
This was supposed to be hush-hush, no drawing attention. But all right, the bug's planted. That's the most important thing. They'll just pray they don't find it. Gig shut, closed.
Ouchie.
Got the data. Thanks, V. Get closed.
Track down the scratch.
Why are you hanging around if you got nothing?
False alarm.
Fuck. Almost pissed myself. Time for a bloodbath!
Cop, help! I didn't do shit, bro.
V, got a rat problem on my block. Who doesn't, right? Thing is, these rats are human-sized. Look just like tiger claws, too. Biggest one is a certain Take Kenmochi. So do your fixer a solid and neutralize her ass, will ya? Deeds attack. That's what it's all about. One less tiger in this town. Appreciate your problem-solving skills, B. Get closed.
I'm the best.
Calling all NCPD subcons. Suspected organized crime activity observed in the region of Goldsmith Street. Scavenger presence reported, led by one Barry Alkin, wanted on charges of first-degree murder and illegal trade in cyberware. NC authorities offering payment for neutralizing Alkin and his accomplices.
God damn it! Get yourself together! We gotta surround her!
Just got back. Congrats. I'm here if you want to. It's up to you.
Hey, move your asses!
Calling all NCPD subcons. Suspected organized crime activity reported Intel indicates Maelstrom gang members dealing in illegal stimulants in the area. They're led by Tom Ayer, aka Emir, a known serial killer. Night City authorities have offered a reward for neutralizing the group.
Fucking stand! Nobody makes it out alive! We're coming for you!
You'll pay for that! B, got a gig for you. One I'd rather not have. Bryce Stone, preacher on TV. His son was brutally murdered. Only way to catch this child killer is to get your hands on the original.
It's killing time!
heard that right, unfortunately. More info attached.
Flush her out! How about a leg makeover? Motherfucker!
Cut! Right there.
It's just a matter of time,
What do you think? This it'll feel like stabbing a pillow.
Wakey, wakey, gentlemen.
What's happening? Security!
Too far away to hear us. Well, let's not do anything rash here. We just tune and sell.
XBD of a preacher's little boy. Murdered. Ring any bells?
Which preacher?
I just got a fresh batch with boys. No clue who their daddies are. Gonna need more.
Bryce Stone, circuit writer on News 54. Son was Bobby Stone, 12 years old when he died.
Are we talking black, white, Chicano? Any identifying marks? Style of execution?
Papa? I think I know the one she wants. BD 9430.
Kindly hand it the fuck over. Now!
All right, please, just relax.
Just take it.
Freddy! Ma'am, it's just behind us on the shelf.
BD 9430.
That's it. That's the one. Just take it. I won't tell anyone you're here. We swear.
I'll be your friend.
You got nowhere to run.
Great work, Thief. Let's hope it helps trace the motherfucker who scrolled the thing. Gig's closed.
Please, I need to be alone.
I will find you! Not so tough. No, no, not that! Tear her to pieces!
V, you are to rescue Lauren Costigan, wife of Bradley Costigan, my client. She is being held captive by the Tiger Claws. If you wish to know more, read the attachment.
You want something?
Yeah, lady, I'm here to rescue you.
I'm getting you out of here.
What?
Your husband hired me. I'll make sure you're safe.
Stupid fuck! fucking worthless piece of shit!
Come on now, we need to go. Head down. Right. No need to think.
She hauls ass. Look at her go.
Hey, see that car? It'll take you someplace safe.
Thank you.
Look out for yourself.
Lauren is secure. I'm informing Bradley now. Thank you for your help. Contract closed.
Ouch. Hey!
Did you see the thing that's happening on Twitter?
Hey! Hey! Knock it off.
He's yelling at his rats.
What, are you opening a bag of gummy worms over there?
Not gun drops. Close enough though.
Said gummy worms.
Mmm. Delicious.
Come on, fucker. Are we for real right now? What's the... Do I have to fucking... actually look at the code to find it in here? Zero, 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 zero. Got it. What, did I hit it too many times? Okay, go to your, your Civ workshop and search climate balance. Climate.
Wait, what?
On the Civ workshop, search climate balance.
other mods. What was it?
Climate balance.
There
For
is another
balancing
thing.
of climate. Because it says climate balance overhaul mod tweaks various aspects of the climate system. Climate change is no longer something that happens quickly and goes by without noticeable damages. So it's going to go by slower and be more dramatic.
Mm-hmm. Now what? Subscribe?
Yeah.
Great. We aren't playing Civ though. I wanted to talk about, because I don't think we ever did talk about, but there was a Twitter account a while ago called Dignify AI. Do you remember this?
No.
So, this Twitter account, let me just change the titles.
That was the one that put clothes back on the girls?
Yep. That is exactly what it was. And nothing happened there, right? But it is the exact same scenario. It's the exact same. Nobody said anything then. I would feel like I was the only fucking person that was like, hey, how about we don't fucking do this, please? Like the amount of people that I saw, and it was this same obsessive mentality of like, you are doing what I don't like, and therefore that is a problem, and I must do everything in my power, going as far as altering pictures of you to make sure you fit into my fetish. That's essentially what's happening here. And it was the exact same way, from what I understand, that it was happening, where it was just tagging people underneath. I think that they were literally and in this case it wasn't literally Twitter's AI doing it. It was a separate company's AI doing it. You would have to tag the page and then they would respond with it. Right? But it's still the same core issue. Which is...
This shit's so out of focus.
Which is essentially just deep fakes. Deep fakes that people aren't giving a shit about, and because it's not them, they don't care about it until it is them, and then they care a lot about it. And like, this is not going to change anything until somebody is hit by this who actually makes a stink about it, you know, like a Streisand effect kind of thing, Where it's like, well, people need to understand that this is what AI is being used for. There is still no legal framework around restricting the development of AI. All of this stuff. Clearly, the safety standards mean nothing because they were able to get around it with I think a 15 character like entry into the codex, into the back end, and it's like, if that's really all it takes to meet the safety protocols in these AIs, then who's to say that they can't be utilized to do other things? I was about to say more nefarious, but I would say that altering people's photos without their consent to make them naked is probably pretty fucking bad. Let's be real. And people think of me starting this with the one that puts clothes back on girls is a little bit ridiculous, but it's not. It's the same thing. Whether it's putting clothes on or taking them off, it doesn't matter. It's still this same removal of consent for your own likeness and what is done with your own likeness, on top of the fact that the AIs are trained off data, which means that the deep fakes that are being put on somebody's body against their will is also being generated from somebody else's body who was also taken against their will. So not only is this one of the most unethical ways that AI could be used, on top of the already unethical ways that AI actually is. And I say AI because it's just the common vernacular. It's not fucking artificial intelligence. It's a advanced algorithm, and we talk about this all the time. Like, it's just... It's a social media algorithm on steroids. Essentially. And it's like... None of this is actually going to change. Nothing is going to... None of these companies is going to give a single fuck that this is happening. Facebook literally let a genocide happen on its watch. And was like, it'll be fine.
It's too late. I already had the gamer in my body.
Like, well, we'll just change our name later. That'll be fine. Yeah. No harm, no foul. Hundreds of thousands of people dead. Millions displaced. No harm.
Yeah. Nobody gives a shit.
And it's like, yeah, it's no different to this, right? And it's these fucking companies, and I really like the turn of phrase, you don't hate AI enough. Because you don't. You really fucking don't. You don't hate it enough.
Clanker.
And it's not even that. Like, that's all fun and shit. And
Plus,
like,
you know what the worst part is that the best AI was the early AI that just made acid trip shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was fun. No real, like, is that fake? Is that real?
Due to non-payment of rent and related fees, Night City has terminated its lease agreement with Impala Automatics for industrial
you could use AI for pretty good things, like making mundane things of general everyday to-day life of jobs easier. Like if you need to troll through data, being like, hey, local AI that we train to look for certain data, do this, while I, the human, go and do other things that are more important than scraping data.
Like, they'll be able to actually analyze fingerprints like they do in the TV shows.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's a perfect example of something that AI can be used for. Instead, it's being used to essentially digitally sexually assault women. Like that's what it's being used for.
It also will need like more like quantum technology because you're limited with how deep the particles can penetrate into people. But you could potentially get to the point where you basically can do an entire holographic scan of somebody. And like, you know, like when you see MRIs, it'll show like slices of the brain.
Uh-huh.
Like surgeons will be able to go through the entire body and actually look at it. And like, it'll be holographic, right? So there'll be like no weight to it, but they'll be able to push and pull things. And like totally like dissect somebody to see where everything is.
That would be interesting.